The chamber smells of blood and incense, a combination that will become familiar in ways not yet understood. Medici servitors move through the darkness with mechanical precision, their augmetic limbs carrying instruments that gleam wetly under red lumens. Young flesh lies strapped to surgical slabs throughout the apothecarion, and on one of these slabs, a boy from the radiation wastes of Baal Secundus fights to draw breath through lungs that are being systematically replaced. Pain floods through every nerve ending as the hemastamen, the blood-making organ, takes root beneath the rib cage. The gene seed of Sanguinius begins its work, transforming human biology into something far greater and infinitely more cursed. The boy's heart pounds 3 times for every breath, his metabolism accelerating as transhuman physiology overrides 10,000 generations of natural evolution. Sweat pours from skin that will soon become almost porcelain in its perfection, mixing with the blood that seeps from dozens of incision sites. Around the chamber, other aspirants undergo their own transformations. Some scream despite the sedatives pumping through their veins. Others lie eerily silent, their bodies rejecting the implants in ways that will shortly prove fatal. The sanguinary priests move between the slabs with practiced efficiency, monitoring vital signs and adjusting chemical cocktails, their own ancient eyes having witnessed this process thousands of times across the centuries. Each priest remembers their own transformation, remembers the moment when the red thirst first whispered in their blood. The implantation of the homophageia comes next, the organ that will allow consumption of flesh to absorb memories. As it settles into place near the spine, something else comes with it. A hunger that has nothing to do with nutrition. A thirst that will never truly be quenched. The sensation crawls through the boy's awareness like something alive, something predatory that wears his own face. For a moment, the desire to bite, to rend, to drink, overwhelms every other thought. A sanguinary priest leans close, his helmet removed to reveal features of impossible beauty scarred by self-inflicted marks of penance. The priest's eyes hold an ancient sadness as he speaks words meant to comfort. The thirst comes to all sons of Sanguinius, he explains in a voice like honey and razors. It must be mastered, controlled, denied. The alternative is to become the monster that lurks within every blood angel, waiting for weakness. Months blur together in a haze of transformation and training. The Biscapea creates new muscle mass. Bones are fused with ceramite. Additional organs take root throughout the changing body. Each implant brings new capabilities and new dangers. The Preomno creates a second stomach, but with it comes an enhanced ability to taste blood, to crave it. The neuroglottis sharpens senses to superhuman levels, but this means the scent of opened veins becomes intoxicating rather than merely noticeable. Between surgeries, the aspirants train in the halls of the fortress monastery on Baal. The chapter's homeworld rises around them in shattered magnificence, a monument to both the Emperor's glory and humanity's capacity for self-destruction. The great radiation wars scarred this world millennia ago, turning a paradise into a wasteland where mutants outnumber pure humans 1,000 to 1. The Blood Angels recruit from the few tribes that maintain genetic stability, taking the strongest and most noble to be remade in their Primarch's image. Training focuses on more than physical prowess and tactical doctrine. The Blood Angels pride themselves on culture, on art and beauty that stands defiant against the galaxy's grinding darkness. Aspirants learn to paint and sculpt, to appreciate music and poetry, to see the universe not merely as a battlefield, but as something worth preserving. This emphasis on aesthetics serves a purpose beyond enriching the soul. It provides a focus for minds that might otherwise fixate on the crimson pulse, visible beneath translucent skin, on the thundering of hearts that pump blood rich and thick. The boy who will become a blood angel spends hours in the chapter's great galleries, walking among statues carved by hands dead for centuries. Each work of art represents a brother's attempt to master the beast within through creative expression. Some sculptures depict scenes of transcendent beauty, angels ascending towards golden light. Others show monsters tearing themselves apart, marble rendered to capture the precise moment when control shatters and the thirst claims another victim. In the training cages, combat practice takes on a different character than in other chapters. Instructors watch for more than tactical errors or physical weakness. They monitor for signs of the rage, for that moment when a brother's eyes go distant and vacant before filling with berserker fury. When this happens during training, and it happens often, restraints deploy from the walls, adamantium bars sliding into place to contain the afflicted until the episode passes, or until a sanguinary priest can administer sedatives that barely slow the rampage. The boy watches his fellow aspirants carefully, learning to recognize the signs before others notice them. A slight tremor in the hands, a tendency to stare too long at training wounds, a voice that drops half an octave when discussing battle. These are the early warnings that a brother walks too close to the edge, that the curse inherited from Sanguinius flows stronger in some bloodlines than others. 10 months into the transformation process, the boy receives his final implants. The black carapace goes beneath the skin, a layer of neural interface that will allow power armor to function as a second skin. As the biologist's needles penetrate flesh still raw from previous surgeries, as the carapace spreads through dermal layers like living metal, the connection to Sanguinius deepens. Gene memory floods the aspirant's consciousness, flashes of battles fought before his birth, glimpses of a golden figure with wings of white, shadows of something terrible approaching with claws extended. The visions fade, but their imprint remains. Every blood angel carries genetic memories of their Primarch, though most experience these only in dreams or moments of extreme stress. The curse runs deeper than simple biological flaw. It is written into the very essence of what it means to be a son of Sanguinius. The red thirst that calls in the blood, urging violence and consumption. The black rage that can descend without warning, trapping a brother in the final moments of their Primarch's death, reliving Sanguinius' duel with Horus again and again until madness claims what remains. Graduation from aspirant to full battle brother comes during a ceremony held in the Cathedral of the Blessed. Candles number in the thousands, their flames casting dancing shadows across walls adorned with murals depicting the Primarch in all his terrible beauty. The chapter's senior leaders attend, their presence a reminder of what centuries of service under the curse looks like. Some still maintain perfect control, their features noble and unscarred despite millennia of war. Others bear the marks of close calls with the thirst, self-inflicted scars, bionic replacements for limbs lost when the beast within needed to be restrained through amputation. The newly elevated battle brothers kneel before a reliquary containing a single feather from Sanguinius' wings. The relic radiates psychic presence even through armored glass, and proximity to it makes the red thirst surge like a living thing beneath the skin. each brother must face this temptation and turn away, proving they possess the will to master their curse rather than surrender to it. When the newly elevated warrior's turn comes, the feather seems to glow brighter. The thirst roars in his veins, demanding that he smash the reliquary and drink from the feather itself, consuming the genetic legacy of the Primarch directly. His hands shake with the effort of remaining still, of not reaching out to claim what the hunger insists belongs to him. Sweet madness beckons, promising an end to restraint, to duty, to the eternal struggle against the monster within. But then training reasserts itself. The hours spent mastering artistic technique, the lessons in controlling emotion through creative expression, the countless repetitions of battle drills designed to channel aggression into disciplined destruction rather than mindless slaughter. The thirst recedes slightly, never disappearing, but becoming manageable once more. The warrior rises from his knees, having passed the first real test of his new existence. Assignment to accompany comes next. The Blood Angels organize according to Codex Astartes principles, modified for their unique circumstances. Most battle brothers serve in standard tactical squads, but the chapter maintains specialized formations that other legions lack. The Sanguinary Guard, golden armored veterans who serve as the Primarch's living legacy. The Death Company, black armored berserkers lost to the Black Rage, unleashed in battle to die with honor, rather than be destroyed like rabid animals. And assault squads equipped with jump packs, carrying the Blood Angels' preference for airborne close combat to its logical extreme. The warrior joins the 5th Company under Captain Arlos, a veteran of 4 centuries whose face still retains the angelic beauty common to Sanguinius' sons. The captain's first words to his new brothers carry weight earned through decades of holding the line between discipline and damnation. The curse will call every day, he tells them, in a voice that has given countless battlefield orders. Some days it will whisper, some days it will scream. The difference between a loyal son of the Emperor and a blood-mad monster is simply this: how you answer. Training within the company focuses on squad-level tactics and combined arms warfare. Blood Angels excel at rapid assault and close combat, their genetic enhancements making them slightly faster and more graceful than brothers from other chapters. This advantage comes with terrible cost. The same hyperactive metabolism and enhanced senses that create superior warriors also intensify the thirst's call. Blood smells richer, sounds sweeter hitting armor, looks more beautiful when it catches the light of burning buildings. The warrior's first combat deployment comes barely 6 months after his elevation to full battle brother status. An orc war threatens the agricultural worlds of the Corona's Gulf, and the Blood Angels respond with the 5th Company as spearhead. The Thunderhawk's descent through atmosphere vibrates through power armor, jump pack fuel tanks sloshing with each atmospheric adjustment, bolter secured in its maglock feeling both familiar and alien against ceramite-clad thigh. Around the troop compartment, brothers prepare in ways unique to the Blood Angels. Some pray silently to Sanguinius, invoking the Primarch's strength against the curse. Others focus on personal talismans, sketches of loved ones from lives remembered only dimly. Miniature paintings created during meditation sessions, blood drop pendants that symbolize both legacy and damnation. A few simply stare at nothing, their thoughts turned inward where the thirst paces like a caged predator, eager for release. The assault comes at dawn, Blood Angels drop pods streaking through pink-gold sky to impact in the heart of the orc encampment. Explosive bolts blow the pod doors free, and the 5th Company pours into combat with precision that would make the Ultramarines proud. Bolter fire cuts through the pre-dawn darkness, mass reactive shells finding green flesh with satisfying accuracy. The warrior's first kill happens almost without conscious thought. Target acquisition, weapon, discharge, threat elimination, exactly as trained. But training never mentioned how it would feel when the orc's blood sprays across his helmet, when the scent filters through rebreather grills, when something ancient and terrible inside whispers that drinking would be so simple, so satisfying, so right. The thirst surges forward like a tidal wave, and for one terrifying moment, the warrior understands what it means to lose control. His hand moves toward his helmet seals before training catches up to instinct. The battle rages for 7 hours across the orc camp. The Blood Angels push forward with methodical violence, clearing defensive positions and destroying crude fortifications. The warrior fights in a state of heightened awareness where every detail burns itself into memory. The way blood pools in boot prints, the sound a chainsword makes passing through alien bone, the sight of a brother being dragged down by greenskin numbers, his death scream modulating into something like euphoria as the black rage claims him in his final moments. When the camp falls and the surviving orcs flee into the wasteland, the Blood Angels perform battlefield triage and equipment recovery. Sanguinary priests move among the fallen, harvesting gene seed from the dead to create future generations of cursed warriors. The process must happen quickly. Each gene seed represents a potential brother, and losing even one to battlefield damage or scavenger consumption diminishes the chapter's future strength. Among the wounded, the warrior finds a brother from his training cadre, clutching a wound that should not be mortal. The injury bleeds profusely, yes, but the damaged tissue could be sealed easily enough. Instead, the wounded brother's eyes have gone distant, his lips moving in a constant whisper that sounds like prayers but carries no holy meaning. The thirst has found a weakness, exploited it, and now devours the brother from within. A sanguinary priest arrives before the situation deteriorates further, injecting calmatives directly into the wounded brother's neck. The sedatives take effect slowly, and during the minutes before unconsciousness claims him, the warrior watches his battle brother fight a war more terrible than any orc attack. The struggle happens behind the eyes, visible only in the trembling of adamantium-strong hands and the tears that stream down perfect cheeks. The wounded brother survives this episode, but the taint goes into his record. 3 incidents of thirst-induced loss of control, and a warrior faces evaluation for reassignment to the Death Company. 2 incidents merit increased monitoring and mandatory sessions with the chaplains. 1 incident is simply noted and observed, a mark against future service, but not yet disqualifying. Every Blood Angel lives under this system, each moment of weakness recorded and analyzed, each slip toward damnation, measured against centuries of loyalty and honor. The campaign in the Corona's Gulf continues for 3 months, the Blood Angels working alongside Imperial Guard regiments to purge 7 worlds of orc infestation. The warriors seize the contrast between the 5th Company's conduct and that of the baseline humans. Guardsmen fear their superhuman allies almost as much as they revere them, and not without reason. When Blood Angels fight, they bring both the Emperor's judgment and something darker, something that leaves battlefields stained in ways that rain never quite washes clean. On the 4th world, during a night assault on an orc stronghold, the warrior experiences his first true close call with the thirst. An orc knob lands a blow that cracks armor plating and fractures the shoulder beneath. Pain floods the system, but with it comes adrenaline and something else. A surge of crimson hunger so intense that reality seems to narrow to a single point of focus. The green blood pumping from the knob's wounds. The chain's word in the warrior's hand takes on a life of its own, or perhaps his hand simply obeys a will that no longer answers to conscious thought. The knob dies in pieces, carved apart with a precision born of rage rather than training. Around this personal bloodbath, the battle continues, but the warrior remains locked in his own private universe, where only the killing matters and time stretches like taffy. Captain Arlos appears in this red haze, his helmet removed to reveal a face that shifts between angel and demon, depending on the light. The captain's words cut through the thirst's roar with the authority of one who has walked this exact edge for centuries. The battle is won, he declares, and warriors who continue to desecrate the fallen serve no purpose but their own damnation. It is not an order. It is a lifeline thrown to a drowning man. The warrior stops mid-swing, his chain's wood buried in orc flesh that has long since ceased struggling. Around him, the aftermath of his fury reveals itself in stages. The knob lies in approximately 12 separate pieces. 3 other orcs have been reduced to components more suitable for a biologist's dissection than battlefield casualties, and the warrior's armor, painted in the proud red and gold of the blood angels, now wears a second coat of Xenos vitae so thick it runs like fresh paint. The return to full awareness brings shame more intense than any physical pain. This is what the warrior feared during his transformation, during his training, during those quiet moments when the thirst seemed like something manageable, controllable, distant. The beast within is not distant. It is always there, always waiting, always ready to trade honor for satisfaction, nobility for hunger, duty for the sweet release of giving in. Captain Arlos does not reprimand or lecture. He simply places one gauntleted hand on the warrior's shoulder and nods once, a gesture of understanding that conveys more than words ever could. Every blood angel knows this struggle. Every son of Sanguinius has faced the moment when the curse demands surrender and only will stands between angel and monster. Some survive the test, some do not. All carry the scars. The campaign ends with the system purged and imperial authority restored. The 5th Company returns to Baal for resupply and reinforcement. Their losses replaced by new brothers fresh from their transformation. On the journey through the warp, veterans gather in the strike cruiser's chapel to meditate on their service. These sessions combine prayer, artistic expression, and group therapy, each brother sharing his struggles while others offer support drawn from their own battles against the curse. The warrior speaks of his loss of control, of the moment when the thirst consumed him completely. Other brothers nod in recognition, their own experiences mirroring his with only minor variations. One brother describes the hunger as an ocean he must cross with each battle. Another compares it to a voice that speaks in his father's tone, making damnation sound like coming home. A third simply shows the scars where he carved penance into his own flesh after consuming fallen enemy blood against all doctrine and discipline. A chaplain presides over these sessions, his skull-faced helmet removed to reveal features bearing the ink of countless prayers written directly onto skin. The chaplain's role extends beyond maintaining fighting spirit and enforcing the Codex Astartes. He serves as spiritual anchor for warriors who wage war against themselves every day. His words carried the weight of experience measured in centuries. His advice the hard-won wisdom of one who has seen brothers fall to the curse and brothers triumph over it in equal measure. The curse is inheritance and burden, the chaplain intones, his voice carrying through the chapel's acoustically perfect architecture. Sanguinius chose to give his sons beauty and nobility, art and grace. But these gifts came with cost. The Primarch's own struggle against his inner darkness, his prescient knowledge of his own death, his final sacrifice aboard the vengeful spirit. All of these things imprinted themselves upon his gene seed. The blood angels are angels because Sanguinius was an angel, and the blood angels are cursed because Sanguinius died screaming, died mad with rage and despair, died knowing his father's imperium would fall despite all his sacrifice. The warrior meditates on these words during the long voyage between stars. He begins a painting in his cell, using techniques learned during his training to capture the duality that defines his existence. The image that emerges across weeks of careful work shows an angel with wings of white feathers transforming into a demon with wings of bloody bone. Neither form is complete. They exist in transition, in the space between control and damnation, in the moment of choice that defines every blood angel's service. The painting hangs unfinished when the Fifth Company receives new orders. A space hulk has translated from the warp in the Ghoul stars, and its sensor profile matches a vessel lost 10,000 years ago during the Horus Heresy. The Blood Angels maintain special interest in Heresy-era artifacts, their records and relics providing clues to understanding the curse's origins. Perhaps this hulk contains data, gene seed samples, or apothecarion logs that might reveal how the flaw first manifested in Sanguinius's sons. The boarding action requires Terminator armor and close-quarters combat specialists. The warrior has not yet earned the right to don the artifact suits reserved for veterans, so he makes entry in standard Mark 7 plate with his squad. The hulk's interior reveals itself in the harsh glow of helmet lamps, corridors warped by centuries of warp exposure into geometries that hurt to perceive directly, walls bearing stains that might be rust or might be dried blood from crew murdered millennia ago. The mission proceeds with caution, born of experience fighting in void-bound environments. Each chamber must be cleared, each junction verified, each shadow investigated. Genestealers infest portions of the hulk, their presence indicating this drifting tomb has become a hunting ground for tyrannid vanguard organisms. The Fifth Company prosecutes these Xenos with controlled aggression, bolt rounds painting alien biology across twisted bulkheads, while chainswords reduce ambush specialists to components. Deep within the hulk's former apothecarion section, the Blood Angels discover what they sought. Stasis chambers remain powered despite 10 millennia of isolation, their contents preserved in temporal suspension. Inside these chambers float gene seed progenoids, blood samples, and medical records from the Ninth Legion's Golden Age before the curse manifested in its current form. A sanguinary priest begins extraction immediately, recognizing the invaluable nature of genetic material untainted by time and accumulated mutations. But the Hulk holds other secrets less benevolent than scientific treasure. In the vessel's former chapel, the Blood Angels find evidence of what happened to the original crew. Wall murals depict a story told in dried blood and desperate scratches. The vessel served loyalist forces during the Horus Heresy, carrying wounded back from battles too terrible to name. Among these wounded were blood angels who had witnessed something on Cygnus Prime, something that changed them in ways that made the red thirst seem like mercy. The final mural shows what appears to be Sanguinius himself, but the image is all wrong. The Primarch's wings spread in postures suggesting attack rather than protection. His face bears an expression of such fury that the artist carved grooves into the metal, trying to capture its intensity. And beneath his clawed feet lie broken bodies bearing the winged blood drop icon, brothers slain by their own gene father in a moment of madness that perhaps foretold his final fate aboard the vengeful spirit. Captain Arlos orders the murals recorded and then destroyed. Their images too dangerous to leave intact, lest they inspire doubt among brothers who already fight the curse every day. But the warrior captures every detail before the melter. Charges reduce the chapel to slag. The image of Sanguinius lost to rage, of the Primarch becoming the very thing his son struggled against, burns itself into memory more indelibly than any gene-encoded vision. The boarding operation concludes successfully, though not without cost. 2 brothers fall to genestealer ambush, their gene seed recovered but their deaths weighing on the company. Another succumbs to something worse. The black rage descends while he fights in the Hulk's processium, and rather than see him lost to the curse in such a place, Captain Arlos grants the Emperor's mercy with a bolt round to the back of the head. The fallen brother dies instantly, his last moment of clarity preserved rather than surrendered to visions of ancient treachery. The warrior thinks about that mercy during the return to Baal. How many times can a chapter rely on such final solutions before the accumulated deaths outweigh the curse's survival? Every battle claims brothers to normal combat, yes, but the blood angels lose warriors to the rage at rates that would cripple other chapters. Only their exceptional recruiting success and high-quality gene seed survival rates allowed them to maintain fighting strength despite these additional casualties. The fortress monastery on Baal rises from radiation-scarred stone like a prayer carved in architecture. Spires reach toward skies that still bear scars from atomic fires lit millennia ago, their heights crowned with statuary depicting angels in various states of transcendence and torment. Around these towers spread galleries, training halls, apothecarions, and the countless other facilities required to maintain a Space Marine chapter. But everywhere the emphasis on beauty sets the blood angels apart from brothers who might prioritize pure utility. The warrior returns to find the monastery in preparations for the Sanguinary Festival, an annual observance unique to Sanguinius's sons. During this time, brothers focus on artistic creation and spiritual contemplation rather than martial training. Their weapons set aside while they attempt to touch the nobility their Primarch represented. The festival serves both cultural and practical purposes. It provides a sanctioned outlet for the creative impulses the curse makes difficult to indulge during normal operations, and it offers the chaplaincy opportunities to assess each brother's spiritual state when defenses are lowered. The warrior chooses sculpture as his medium, working a block of white marble imported from off-world at great expense. The stone resists his chisels at first, then slowly reveals the form locked within. A face emerges across weeks of careful work, each detail calling up memories from the recent campaign. The eyes capture the 1,000-yard stare of a guardsman who watched his platoon die. The mouth holds a scream that never fully escapes. The cheekbones show the hollowness of worlds caught in wars they never asked to host. Other brothers create paintings, musical compositions, poetry cycles. One veteran of 5 centuries crafts a garden in one of the monastery's biodomes, arranging flowering plants in patterns that from above spell out the names of fallen brothers in the ancient script of Baal. Another writes an opera about the fall of the Eldar, his composition sympathetic to a species that destroyed itself through excess and hubris. A third simply stands in the great gallery for hours at a time, meditating on masterworks created by brothers dead since the heresy. His presence an acknowledgement that sometimes witnessing beauty matters more than creating it. The sanguinary festival reaches its apex during a ceremony held in the Cathedral of the Blessed. Every brother who can be spared from active duty attends, their dress uniforms pristine red and gold, their faces bearing the terrible beauty that marks Sanguinius' sons. The chapter master presides from a throne carved from a single piece of volcanic glass, his presence commanding despite centuries of service, having weathered features that remain somehow ageless. The ceremony includes readings from the Primarch's remembrances, texts preserved since the Great Crusade era that contain Sanguinius' own words on duty, honor, and sacrifice. His voice carries down through millennia via carefully maintained recordings, the angel's cadence containing harmonics that affect listeners on levels below conscious awareness. To hear Sanguinius speak is to understand why the Emperor called him the most noble of all the Primarchs, why even traitor legions remembered him with something approaching respect. But the recordings also contain darkness between the words. Modern blood angels, trained to recognize the curse's signs, can detect moments when Sanguinius' voice tightens, when pauses last slightly too long, when breathing patterns suggest someone fighting for control. The Primarch spoke nobly about transcending rage and finding beauty amid horror. Yet the recordings capture a being who wrestled with his own demons every day, just as his sons would after his death. The warrior listens to these recordings and hears not just inspiration, but warning. Sanguinius stood as the Imperium's brightest angel, and even he could not escape the darkness that ran through his blood. What hope, then, for lesser beings? What possibility of triumph over a curse that defeated its source? The questions have no answers, or perhaps they have only one answer. The struggle itself is the point, and victory is measured in how long each brother holds the line before falling. Following the formal ceremony, the festival transitions to displaying the artwork brothers created. The warrior sculpture stands among hundreds of other pieces, each representing its creator's attempt to capture some truth about existence in the 41st millennium. Judges drawn from the chapter's most respected veterans move through the gallery, offering critiques that balance technical skill against emotional honesty, aesthetic beauty against uncomfortable truth. A sanguinary priest pauses before the warrior's work, his ancient eyes studying the carved face for long minutes. Finally, he speaks, his voice carrying centuries of experience reading art for signs of inner corruption. The piece captures suffering honestly, he observes, but lacks the hope that Sanguinius always believed could be found even in the galaxy's darkest places. This absence reveals something about the artist, perhaps the weight of carrying the curse without yet understanding how brothers survive it for centuries. The critique stings more than any training wound, but the warrior recognizes its accuracy. His sculpture shows only horror, only the cost of imperial service, only the grinding machinery of a galaxy and eternal war. Missing is the beauty that makes the struggle meaningful, the nobility that justifies the suffering, the transcendent purpose that allows the blood angels to remain loyal despite their curse, pushing them toward Khorne's crimson embrace. The warrior begins a second sculpture before the festival concludes. This piece intended to balance the first. A brother in mid-flight, jump pack firing, chainsword raised. The face shows determination rather than rage, purpose rather than madness, control rather than surrender. Whether the second sculpture achieves what the first lacked remains uncertain, but the attempt matters more than the result. Every blood angel must find ways to channel the curse toward productive ends, and for many, artistic expression serves as both therapy and weapon. Between festival activities, the warrior spends time in the chapter's extensive libraries, researching historical records of the 9th Legion's service since reunification with their Primarch. The texts paint a picture of a chapter that has always walked the edge between greatness and damnation. Before Sanguinius was found, the 9th Legion had a different reputation. The Revenant Legion, soldiers who could not die, warriors who kept fighting with injuries that would kill normal Astartes. Their reputation for resilience came with rumors of other qualities, darker tendencies that the Emperor himself apparently took time to address personally. The accounts of Sanguinius's discovery on Baal describe a Primarch who combined angelic nobility with terrible combat prowess. Even before formal military training, the boy, who had become the great angel, had defended his people against the mutant hordes that plagued Baal's radiation waste. His wings, initially seen as mutation by some, came to symbolize the transcendent nobility he represented. When he took command of his legion, he instilled in them his appreciation for beauty and culture, transforming the revenants into the blood angels. But the curse came too. Historical records become vague about when exactly the Red Thirst first manifested, but references appear in reports from the Great Crusade's middle decades. Brothers lost to bloodlust during the fighting against the Nephilim. Entire squads found in the aftermath of battles for compliance, their armor painted with gore from enemy and ally alike. Sanguinius himself issuing increasingly specific orders about how his sons should conduct themselves during close combat, how they should resist certain temptations, how they must remember they fought for the Imperium's future rather than for the satisfaction of present violence. And then Cygnus Prime. The warrior finds multiple accounts of what happened when the blood angels encountered the greater demon Commander. The details vary, but certain facts appear consistent across sources. Sanguinius fought a demon of Khorne, the blood god himself. During this combat, something changed in the Primarch. Witnesses describe him embracing a fury that made his previous battle rage seem gentle. The demon fell, yes, but Sanguinius emerged from the confrontation, touched by darkness in ways that spread through his entire legion. After Cygnus, the Red Thirst stopped being anomalous and became endemic. Brothers who had served for decades suddenly found themselves fighting urges they had never experienced. New recruits manifested the curse faster and more intensely. And worst of all, some warriors began experiencing visions, flashbacks to battles they had never fought, enemies they had never faced, betrayals they had never witnessed. These visions would later be understood as the first stirrings of what became the Black Rage, though during the heresy, no one yet understood what this new affliction represented. The library also contains records of attempts to cure or manage the curse. Immediately after Cygnus, Sanguinius ordered his sanguinary priest to investigate the thirst's biological basis. These studies revealed genetic anomalies in the Ninth Legion's gene seed, modifications that seemed to grant enhanced speed and grace at the cost of increased aggression and bloodlust. The anomalies appeared hereditary, passing from Sanguinius himself through every descendant who carried his genetic legacy. Theoretical cures were proposed and tested throughout the heresy. Some approaches focused on gene therapy, attempting to correct the anomalies at their source. Others tried behavioral modification, conditioning brothers to associate bloodlust with shame rather than satisfaction. A few radical suggestions even proposed cybernetic intervention, replacing portions of the brain's limbic system with augmetic regulators that could dampen emotional extremes. Every approach failed. The curse ran deeper than biochemistry or conditioning could reach, woven into the very essence of what it meant to be a blood angel. The warrior absorbs these histories with growing understanding. The struggle against the curse is not new, not his alone, not solvable through either force of will or clever scientific breakthrough. 10,000 years of the Imperium's best minds have addressed this problem, and 10,000 years of failure testify to its intractable nature. The curse exists because Sanguinius existed, and Sanguinius existed because the Emperor needed an angel among his sons. The price of that nobility is paid in blood, madness, and the slow grinding destruction of beauty turned monstrous. Training resumes after the festival concludes, and with it comes news that requires the Fifth Company's response. A cardinal world in the crypto sector has fallen silent, its astropathic choir sending only fragmented warnings of the Red Hunger before communication ceased entirely. The description suggests a chaos incursion, possibly involving Cornete cult activity, but intelligence remains fragmentary at best. Captain Arlos selects an assault force heavy on close combat specialists, his strategic calculus weighing the need for rapid response against the risk of deploying blood angels into situations that might trigger the thirst or rage. The warrior joins this deployment, his performance during the Space Hulk action having earned recognition despite his loss of control. Veterans explain that Captain Arlos deliberately includes brothers who have stumbled. He believes that surviving close calls with the curse builds resistance rather than indicating inevitable damnation. The strike cruiser transitions through the warp toward the crypto sector, its Geller fields maintaining the bubble of reality necessary for survival. Within this bubble, the Blood Angels prepare for combat operations whose nature remains uncertain. Chaplains lead prayers that focus on mastering the beast within, rather than simple battlefield success. Sanguinary priests perform blood tests and gene seed monitoring, their instruments detecting chemical markers that suggest which brothers might be approaching critical thresholds of stress and temptation. The warrior undergoes one such examination, providing blood samples that will be analyzed for levels of various neurochemicals associated with the thirst. The sanguinary priest conducting the test works in silence for several minutes before delivering his assessment. The markers remain within acceptable ranges, he reports, but show trending toward elevated states. This is not unexpected for a brother still acclimating to the curse's presence, but it merits monitoring. Should the indicators cross certain thresholds, temporary reassignment to support roles might become necessary. The news should provide reassurance, but instead, it reminds the warrior of how precarious his continued service remains. Every blood angel lives under this medical surveillance, their biochemistry monitored as closely as their tactical performance. The curse makes itself known through numbers on a screen as much as through actions on a battlefield. And the sanguinary priests have centuries of data establishing what those numbers mean for a brother's future. The strike cruiser emerges from the warp at the system's edge, its sensors immediately detecting anomalies around the cardinal world. Orbital defenses that should provide multiple overlapping fields of fire instead hang silent and dark. Surface communication relays broadcast nothing but static. And most disturbing, thermal imaging reveals massive heat blooms across the world's primary hive cities, signatures consistent with widespread urban warfare or the aftermath thereof. No response comes to hails on any frequency. The Blood Angels deploy via drop pod, choosing a landing zone near the world's largest cathedral complex. The pods streak through atmosphere that shows concerning levels of ash and particulate matter, suggesting fires on a scale that indicates either extensive orbital bombardment or systematic citywide conflagration. Impact comes hard, the pods ploughing into what was once a magnificent plaza, now bearing scorch marks and debris that speaks of recent violence. The warrior emerges into a scene of horror even by the grim standards of imperial warfare. Bodies lie scattered across the plaza in poses that suggest they fell while fleeing something terrible. But these are not recent dead. Desiccation and decay indicate weeks of exposure. More disturbing, the bodies show signs of exsanguination, their flesh sunken and waxy in ways that suggest total blood loss rather than normal decomposition. And near many corpses lie what appear to be discarded combat knives, their blades still showing dried blood. Captain Arlos orders the company forward in combat formation, weapons ready but no targets presenting themselves. The cathedral complex rises ahead, its Gothic architecture featuring countless statues of saints and angels, but someone has defaced these images, carving or painting modifications that transform divine figures into hungry things with fanged mouths and clawed hands. The vandalism shows sophistication beyond mere chaos cult activity. Whoever did this understood the iconography well enough to pervert it specifically. The cathedral's main doors stand open, and through them spills light of a color that should not exist in nature. Red illumination pulses like a heartbeat, casting shadows that move independent of any light source, creating an atmosphere of wrongness that sets every instinct screaming warnings. The warrior's enhanced senses detect something else, a scent carried on the air, metallic and sweet, familiar from 1,000 battlefields but present here in concentrations that turn environment into provocation. Blood, vast quantities of it, not just spilled, but concentrated, gathered, perhaps even deliberately refined. The red thirst, which had been manageable background noise since entering the system, suddenly roars to life with intensity that makes the warrior's hands shake. Around him, other brothers show similar reactions. A sergeant touching his helmet seals unconsciously, a veteran's chainsword revving without clear purpose, a battle brother's breathing modulating into patterns suggesting someone fighting for control. Captain Arlos recognizes the danger immediately and orders the company to hold position, while he advances with a small group to assess the cathedral's interior. The warrior finds himself included in this group despite his relative inexperience. Perhaps because the captain specifically wants brothers who have demonstrated ability to step back from the edge when the thirst calls, or perhaps because he believes exposure to such provocations builds the resistance necessary for long-term survival under the curse. The cathedral's interior reveals itself in stages As the blood angels advance, each new chamber presenting fresh horrors. The nave has been converted into something between a temple and an abattoir, its pews torn out to make room for elaborate drainage systems carved into the floor. These channels lead to a central pool that should contain holy water blessed by ecclesiarchy priests. Instead, it holds blood so fresh it still steams slightly in the cathedral's cool air. Around this obscene baptismal font stand figures in powered armor bearing the winged blood drop icon. Blood angels, but wrong in ways that make the warrior's gene seed itself recoil. Their armor has been repainted in a red so dark it appears black except where light catches details. Their helms have been modified with additional vox grills that create an unsettling resonance in their breathing. And their movements possess a predatory grace that comes not from training, but from something else. Hunting instincts refined through practice, techniques perfected through repetition against prey rather than enemies. These fallen brothers turn to face the new arrivals, and even through helmet lenses their gaze burns with an intensity that speaks of damnation, embraced rather than resisted. One of them speaks, his voice carrying harmonics that suggest the Vox system has been modified to enhance certain psychological effects. He welcomes his brothers to understanding, to the liberation that comes with surrendering to what they truly are, rather than what the Imperium insists they must be. The thirst does not make them monsters, the fallen brother explains, his tone reasonable and persuasive in ways that make his words more dangerous than any weapon. It makes them honest. Every other chapter lives in denial, pretending their violence serves higher purposes when really they simply enjoy the killing. The blood angels at least have an excuse. They are genetically compelled to hunger for blood. Why resist this nature? Why suffer, trying to be something they can never truly become? Accept the thirst, embrace it, let it guide actions rather than fighting against it. In this acceptance comes not damnation but liberation. Captain Arlos provides the response this heresy deserves, a bolt round through the speaker's vox grill. That ends the sermon with terminal finality. The engagement that follows happens fast. Blood angels against blood angels in a fight that neither side can truly win. The fallen brothers move with the grace and skill that make Sanguinius' sons deadly, but they have surrendered tactical discipline for the satisfaction of close combat. The loyalist blood angels maintain formation and fire discipline, their bolters and plasma weapons cutting down traitors who charge with nothing but close combat weapons and howling bloodlust. But numbers favor the fallen. For every one that falls, two more emerge from the cathedral's side chapels and upper galleries. They come screaming, their voices blending into a sound that resonates with something primal in every blood angel's genetic memory. The scream of Sanguinius as he fell aboard the vengeful spirit, the death cry of an angel betrayed and broken, the sound that echoes through every son's nightmares and emerges from their own throats when the black rage descends. The warrior fights in a state of hyper-awareness where everything slows and clarifies. His bolter speaks with precise cadence, each round finding its target, mass reactive warheads detonating inside heretic armor to explosive effect. But as the ammunition counter winds down and the range closes, as the fight transitions from shooting to melee, the thirst comes roaring back with intensity that makes his previous experiences seem like mild temptation. A fallen brother closes to chain blade range, his movements suggesting centuries of combat experience that should make him nearly unstoppable. But he fights without discipline, guided by hunger rather than training, and this allows the warrior to parry his first strike and counter with a pommel strike that cracks the traitor's helm. The fallen brother staggers, blood running from the damaged helm seal, and the scent of that blood triggers something in the warrior's hindbrain that bypasses every level of control and training. The chainsword in the warrior's hand finds the traitor's neck almost before conscious thought catches up to action. The blade chews through armor ceramite parting before diamond tooth fury, then into flesh beneath. Blood sprays in arterial gouts, painting the warrior's faceplate, running down his armor in rivulets that steam slightly in the cathedral's cold air. And in that moment, the temptation to activate his helmet seals, to taste what flows so freely, becomes nearly overwhelming. Training saves him. Specifically, the memory of Captain Arlos's words during that first close call on the Orc world. The battle is won. Warriors who continue serve only their own damnation. The warrior forces his chainsword away from the fallen heretic, forces his hands away from his helmet seals, forces himself to step back from the precipice one more time. The thirst screams in frustration, but discipline holds, barely. The engagement concludes when Captain Arlos uses a melter bomb to collapse part of the cathedral's roof onto the massed traitors. The massive stone blocks crush a dozen fallen brothers instantly while cutting off reinforcement routes for others. The surviving loyalist blood angels withdraw in good order, their mission to assess the situation accomplished, even if the full scale of the heresy remains unclear. Outside the cathedral, away from the concentrated scent of blood and the presence of brothers who surrendered to damnation, the Fifth Company regroups. Casualties are surprisingly light, only 2 dead and 5 wounded, seriously enough to require immediate medical attention. But the psychological cost exceeds these numbers. Every brother who entered that cathedral was forced to confront not just enemy combatants, but a potential future for themselves, a vision of what surrender to the thirst looks like when taken to its logical conclusion. The chaplains and sanguinary priests spend hours after the engagement counseling brothers, assessing mental states, determining who remains fit for continued operations and who needs temporary relief from active duty. The warrior undergoes particularly intense scrutiny. His relatively recent elevation to full battle brother status, making him more vulnerable to corruption in the eyes of the chapter's spiritual guardians. The questions probe not just his actions during the fight, but his thoughts, his temptations, his moments of weakness. He confesses what he experienced, the moment when killing the traitor transitioned from combat necessity to something else, the seconds when his hands moved toward his helmet seals with intent that had nothing to do with tactical communication. The chaplain conducting the evaluation listens without apparent judgment, his skull helm removed to reveal a face bearing scars, both combat-inflicted and self-imposed. When the warrior finishes his confession, the chaplain asks a single question. Did you give in? The answer determines everything. A brother who experiences temptation but resists remains loyal. A brother who gives in, even once, even slightly, starts down a path that too often leads to the death company or worse. The warrior provides his answer. He came close, terribly close, but did not cross the line. He did not taste the blood. He did not surrender to the hunger. He held, barely, but he held. The chaplain notes this in the warrior's file, adding it to the growing record of close calls and recovered control. 2 incidents now in less than a standard year of service. Not disqualifying, but concerning. The chaplain prescribes additional meditation sessions, More time devoted to artistic expression, an assignment to a veteran mentor who will monitor the warrior's spiritual state during non-combat periods. The investigation of the Cardinal world continues for another 3 weeks. The Fifth Company discovers that the Fallen Brothers originated from a Blood Angel successor chapter, the Flesh Eaters, who apparently succumbed to the curse en masse during an extended campaign against Chaos forces. Rather than seek help from their parent chapter or request the Emperor's mercy, they embraced the thirst, transformed it into a dark religion, and began spreading their corruption to other worlds. The Cardinal world was their most recent target, its population of billions providing an endless supply of blood for their debased rituals. Captain Arlos makes the difficult decision to declare exterminatus on the world rather than attempt to purge it conventionally. Too many Fallen Brothers remain at large. Too much corruption has spread through the population, and the strategic resources required for a proper cleansing exceed what the Fifth Company can allocate given other threats demanding attention. The cyclonic torpedoes reduce the Cardinal world to a lifeless rock, its cathedrals and hive cities joining countless other monuments to imperial failure. On the return journey to Baal, the warrior contemplates what he witnessed. A successor chapter, founded with the same gene seed and training as the Blood Angels themselves, falling completely to the curse they were supposed to resist. If an entire chapter could succumb, what hope for a single brother? What defense could individual provide against a flaw written into genetics by forces that shaped Primarchs and Space Marines alike? The veteran assigned as his mentor provides what comfort exists in such questions. Brother Erastos has served for 7 centuries, his face bearing the noble features common to Blood Angels, but also the weight of experience with the curse that comes only through survival, measured in subjective millennia. He speaks of the chapter's history not in terms of grand victories, but in terms of brothers who held the line, warriors who faced the same temptations, the same genetic imperatives, the same biochemical drives, and chose duty over damnation day after day, year after year, century after century. The curse is inheritance, Brother Erastos explains, as they walk the monastery's meditation gardens. But inheritance is not destiny. Sanguinius himself proved this truth. The Primarch carried the seeds of the rage and thirst in his own blood, faced them every day, and chose nobility despite the cost. His death aboard the vengeful spirit was terrible, yes, and the black rage that echoes that death through his sons represents perhaps the worst aspect of the curse. But Sanguinius chose to face Horus, despite knowing what awaited. He chose to sacrifice himself despite the price his legion would pay for that sacrifice. And in that choice, in that willing acceptance of suffering to serve a greater good, he demonstrated the principle that allows Blood Angels to remain loyal despite their curse. The warrior absorbs this lesson as he completes his painting, the angel-demon image that began before the Cryptus deployment. He adds a final detail in the space between the transforming forms. A single feather, white and pure, falling toward unknown destination. The feather represents Sanguinius's sacrifice, perhaps, or the hope that nobility can survive even when everything else burns. Or maybe it simply represents the truth that beauty and horror are not opposites but different aspects of the same reality, and being a blood angel means holding both in uncomfortable balance forever. The decades blur together in cycles of deployment and return, each campaign adding new scars to armor and soul alike. The warrior serves with distinction across a dozen worlds, his bolter claiming hundreds of enemy lives, his chainsword drinking deeply of Xenos and heretic blood. The Fifth Company becomes more than assignment. It becomes family, the only family that matters when transhuman physiology strips away most connections to baseline humanity. Brothers fight beside each other through horrors that would shatter mortal minds, their shared struggle against the curse creating bonds deeper than genetics alone could forge. But the curse does not sleep. It waits, it tests, and slowly, inexorably, it claims brothers one by one. Brother Matthias falls during an assault on a Dark Eldar raiding base. The Xenos employ weapons designed specifically to cause exquisite pain, their crystalline ammunition shattering inside wounds to continue cutting long after impact. Matthias takes 3 such rounds through gaps in his armor, the pain receptors in his transhuman nervous system overloading with signals that bypass conscious thought and trigger something older, deeper, more terrible. His screams modulate from pain into rage, his movements shifting from tactical discipline into predatory pursuit, his eyes taking on the distant focus that means a brother no longer sees the present, but instead witnesses the past. Horus raising his lightning claw, Sanguinius spreading his wings for the final time, the moment of ultimate betrayal playing out across psychic connection that spans 10 millennia. The Black Rage claims Matthias completely in less than 30 seconds. Where a veteran battle brother stood moments before, now Rage is something that wears his armor and face but no longer answers to his name. He charges the Dark Eldar with abandon, chainsword shrieking, his assault so ferocious that even the Xenos fall back before it. But he does not distinguish friend from foe in this state. When a squad mate attempts to restrain him, Matthias nearly takes the brother's head off before superior numbers finally wrestle him down. The warrior watches sanguinary priests administer sedatives powerful enough to tranquilize a Primarch, watches them bind Matthias in chains that could hold a tank, watches his brother thrash and scream warnings about Horus that no one alive can heed. The episode lasts 3 hours before the sedatives finally drag Matthias into unconsciousness. When he wakes, his eyes open to clarity one final time, focusing on the brothers gathered around him with terrible understanding. Matthias knows what comes next. The Black Rage does not release its victims. The thirst can be managed, controlled, held at bay through discipline and will. But the rage is different. It is Sanguinius's death curse made manifest, a psychic echo that traps those it touches in the Primarch's final moments forever. Brothers who fall to the rage might experience periods of lucidity, brief windows when the visions recede enough to allow present awareness. But these windows close eventually, and what remains is a warrior lost in the past, reliving ancient betrayal on endless loop until death provides release. Captain Arlos performs the ceremony that every Blood Angel's officer dreads. Before the assembled Fifth Company, he formally transfers Brother Matthias to the Death Company, the formation of last resort for those claimed by the Rage. The ceremony holds weight despite its brevity. Matthias kneels while still in chains, and Arlos places one hand on his shoulder in benediction and farewell. Words are spoken about service and sacrifice, about honor preserved despite the curse's victory, about brothers who will remember Matthias as he was, rather than what he has become. The Death Company takes custody after the ceremony concludes. These warriors wear armor painted black as mourning, their heraldry stripped away, except for the winged blood drop that marks them as blood angels, regardless of their damned state. They move with unnatural silence, their bodies responding to battlefield stimuli, but their minds lost in visions from 10,000 years past. Chaplains attend them constantly, their skull-helmed presence providing the only anchor to reality these lost brothers possess. The warrior watches Matthias disappear into the Death Company's holding cells, watches a brother who laughed and painted and fought with honor transform into something that will be unleashed against the Emperor's enemies until the rage drives him to suicidal ferocity or death claims him through accumulated wounds. The unfairness cuts deep. Matthias did nothing wrong, broke no oaths, surrendered to no heresy. He simply carried Sanguinius's gene seed, and that genetic inheritance delivered him to damnation, despite every effort to remain loyal. In the weeks following Matthias's fall, the warrior finds himself unable to focus on his art. The painting that had occupied his meditation time sits unfinished, its image of transformation feeling hollow now that transformation's destination reveals itself with such finality. He trains instead, pushing his enhanced body through combat drills with intensity that borders on self-punishment, as if perfect execution of techniques might somehow protect against a curse that cares nothing for skill or discipline. Brother Erastos intervenes before the warrior's spiral into obsessive training causes injury. The veteran mentor speaks plainly about what every blood angel must accept. The curse will claim brothers, sometimes slowly, through the thirst, and sometimes instantly, through the rage. Fighting harder, training longer, achieving perfect technique, none of these things prevent what genetics decree. What matters is how each brother lives while control remains, how the time before damnation is spent, whether nobility and honor mark the years between transformation and corruption. The Death Company serves as constant reminder of this truth. The warrior begins attending their deployments as observer, watching how these damn brothers are utilized in battle. The tactics employed shock him initially. Death Company warriors are not assigned objectives or tactical roles in the conventional sense. They are simply pointed at the enemy and unleashed, their rage-fueled assault creating opportunities for more controlled formations to exploit. They fight with abandon, accepting wounds that would cripple normal Astartes, driven by visions that show them Horus's traitors rather than the actual foes before them. Yet even lost to the rage, these brothers serve the Emperor. Their final acts remain acts of service rather than betrayal, where they could as easily turn on their own companies, tear apart the blood angels who once fought beside them. Instead, they focus their fury on external enemies. This retention of purpose despite madness suggests that even the Black Rage does not completely override the loyalty drilled into Space Marines during their transformation and training. The curse twists perception and destroys sanity, but some core element of duty survives even this assault. The warrior watches a particular Death Company engagement during a compliance action on a rebellious hive world. Chaos cultists have fortified a district so heavily that conventional assault would cost hundreds of Imperial Guard lives. Captain Arlos makes the decision to deploy the Death Company as shock troops, their fearless assault breaking the cultist lines and allowing loyal forces to exploit the breakthrough. 10 Death Company warriors throw themselves into fortifications held by thousands of cultists, and though all 10 fall eventually, they create the opening needed for wider victory. Among those who die is Brother Matthias. The warrior watches through Auspec's feeds as his former squad mate tears through cultists with chainsword and bolt pistol, his movements showing the grace and skill that made him an exemplary blood angel, even as his mind witnesses battles from the Horus heresy. A cultist heavy weapon team hits Matthias with sustained fire, the wounds accumulating until even transhuman physiology cannot compensate. He falls, still screaming warnings about Horus, still seeing betrayal rather than the squalid rebellion he actually fought. His last moments spent in a past he never witnessed, rather than the present he died defending. The sanguinary priests recover Matthias's gene seed from his corpse, performing the extraction with reverence that acknowledges both his service and his sacrifice. That gene seed will implanted in a new aspirant, carrying forward Matthias's genetic legacy, even as the brother himself fades into the chapter's extensive records of the fallen. This cycle of death and renewal allows the blood angels to maintain fighting strength despite losses to the curse that would cripple chapters lacking their extraordinary gene seed viability. But for the warrior, watching his friend die to a curse neither could control, the renewal cycle provides little comfort. Matthias is gone, replaced by a statistic and the vague promise that his genetic material might create another brother someday. The unfairness of it compounds the grief. Matthias deserved better, deserved to serve for centuries like brother Erastos, deserved to die in glory rather than madness. Yet the curse makes no allowances for what anyone deserves. The Fifth Company returns to Baal for extended refit after the compliance action. The chapter has sustained significant casualties across multiple engagements. The accumulated toll of constant warfare requiring time to train new brothers and integrate them into existing formations. The fortress monastery fills with aspirants undergoing transformation, their screams echoing through apothecarion levels as the same process that created the warrior now creates the next generation of blood angels, and inevitably the next generation of victims claimed by the curse. During this refit period, the warrior receives promotion to veteran status and assignment to the First Company. This elevation comes as a surprise. His record shows competence but nothing exceptional. His brushes with the thirst marking him as potentially unstable rather than particularly reliable. Brother Erastos explains that Captain Arlos recommended the promotion precisely because of those close calls. The captain believes that brothers who fight the curse most intensely, who come closest to falling but pull back repeatedly, develop resistance stronger than brothers who never feel temptation's full pull. The First Company differs from the Fifth in subtle but profound ways. These are the chapter's most experienced warriors, brothers who have served long enough to earn Terminator armor and the right to bear the chapter's most sacred weapons. They have also survived decades or centuries with the curse, developing techniques and disciplines that allowed them to function despite carrying genetic time bombs that could detonate at any moment. Their paintings fill entire galleries in the fortress monastery. Their sculptures stand in meditation gardens throughout the complex, their artistic output serving as both therapy and warning about the price of constant vigilance. The warriors' new squad includes Brother Sergeant Castiel, a veteran of 8 centuries who should by all rights have fallen to the curse generations ago. Castiel's face shows the strain of extended service. While still beautiful in the way of all blood angels, lines around his eyes and mouth speak of accumulated stress that even transhuman recovery cannot fully erase. He moves with precision, born of muscle memory so deeply ingrained that it bypasses conscious thought, his reactions in combat faster than many brothers' conscious decision-making. Training in the first company emphasizes control under extreme duress. The warrior participates in exercises designed specifically to trigger the thirst, then practice techniques for managing the response. Brothers spar with training weapons that cause actual injury rather than mere bruising, the scent of spilled blood filling the training hall deliberately. Veterans watch these sparring sessions with analytical attention, noting which brothers maintain discipline and which allow the thirst to guide their movements even slightly. The warrior struggles with these exercises initially. Fighting while blood runs freely and control must be absolute proves far more difficult than battlefield discipline, where the presence of actual enemies provides focus for aggression. Brother Erastos offers guidance born of his own centuries managing the curse. The key lies in neither fighting the thirst nor surrendering to it, but in acknowledging its presence, while refusing to allow it decision-making authority. The hunger will always be there, Erastos explains, but that does not mean it gets a vote in what actions follow. Months of this training gradually build new neural pathways, new responses to stimuli that previously triggered temptation. The warrior learns to feel the thirst surging and observe it with detachment rather than fear or excitement. The hunger becomes just another piece of battlefield information, noted and incorporated into tactical decision-making, but not allowed to dictate behavior. Progress comes slowly, measured in small victories, a sparring match where blood flows but control holds, an exercise where simulated conditions would have broken him months earlier, but now merely test him, a moment when the thirst whispers and he simply notes it without struggle. But theory and practice exist in different universes. The first company deploys to a war zone that tests their discipline beyond anything training simulated. The Cryptus campaign begins when Hive Fleet Leviathan invests the Cryptus system, the Tyranid swarm arriving in numbers that turn orbital space dark with bioships. The Blood Angels respond as part of a larger Imperial force, their role to hold key worlds while Navy and Mechanicus elements attempt to destroy the Hive Fleet synapse creatures. The warrior finds himself in the defense of Shield World Asphodex, an Adeptus Mechanicus facility containing STC data too valuable to abandon despite the overwhelming Tyranid numbers. The first wave hits Asphodex's defenses like a living tsunami. Hormagaunts and Termagants swarm over protective walls in numbers that beggar imagination, their alien shrieks blending into white noise that drowns out battle communications. The Blood Angels hold the inner fortifications, their bolt of fire cutting geometric patterns through the Xenos mass. But for every Tyranid killed, 3 more surge forward to take its place. The warrior fights from a defensive position overlooking Asphodex's primary data vault, his bolter heating from sustained fire that never quite achieves lasting effect against these numbers. Beside him, Brother Castiel directs squad fire with veteran's precision, identifying priority targets and coordinating overlapping fields of fire. The defense holds through discipline and superior positioning, the first company demonstrating why they earned their veteran status through centuries of similar desperate stands. But the Tyranids employ tactics beyond simple mass assault. Lictors infiltrate the defensive lines, their chameleonic abilities allowing them to reach positions that should be secure. One such creature drops onto the warrior from above, its claws punching through his shoulder armor before he can react. The wound is not mortal, but pain floods his nervous system alongside something else. Tyranid biotoxins that interfere with space marine biochemistry, in ways that trigger unexpected responses. The warrior's enhanced olfactory senses detect something in the wound, some combination of his own blood mixing with Xeno's fluids that creates a scent his hindbrain interprets as prey blood rather than his own injury. The thirst, which had been manageable background noise throughout the battle, suddenly roars to full intensity with zero warning. His vision narrows to a tunnel focused on the lictor, his thought processes simplifying to pure, predatory calculation, his hands moving toward the creature's throat with intent that has nothing to do with combat efficiency and everything to do with hunger. Brother Castiel recognizes what's happening before the warrior's conscious mind catches up. The veteran sergeant's power fist takes the lictor's head off in a single precise strike, removing both the immediate threat and the stimulus triggering the warrior's episode. The thirst remains, demanding satisfaction now that it has surged this high. But Castiel's quick intervention provides a moment for training and discipline to reassert themselves. The warrior pulls back from the edge through sheer force of will, his hands trembling as he forces them away from the lictor's corpse, his breathing ragged as he fights urges that care nothing for oaths or duty. Around this personal struggle, the battle continues, other brothers holding their positions while he wrestles demons that exist only in blood and genetic inheritance. The episode lasts perhaps 30 seconds objective time, but subjectively it stretches into eternities, where every moment presents the choice between surrender and resistance. He chooses resistance. Again. As always, though the cost of that choice accumulates with each repetition, building spiritual and psychological debts that someday must be paid. The battle for Asphodex continues for 17 days. The first company holds their positions through constant rotating assaults, tyrannid bioforms dying in the thousands before Blood Angel's defensive positions. The chapter's gene-enhanced reflexes and ceramite armor provide decisive advantages in conventional combat, but numbers eventually tell. By the 17th day, ammunition runs low, power armor shows catastrophic damage across multiple systems, and brothers exhibit exhaustion levels that approach even transhuman limits. The warrior fights through this deterioration with focus born of desperation. Each hour presents new challenges: ammunition management when every shot must count, power armor adjustment when servos fail and entire systems go offline, physical exhaustion when even Space Marine endurance meets its boundaries. But the true battle remains internal, the constant struggle to maintain control, while the thirst feeds on exhaustion and stress, growing stronger as discipline weakens. On the 17th day, relief finally arrives. Imperial Navy vessels destroy enough of the High Fleet synapse ships that the Tyrannid ground forces lose coordination. What had been disciplined assault transforms into confused aggression, bioforms milling without clear objectives. The Blood Angels exploit this window, launching counterattacks that push the Xenos back from the data vault. Shield World Asphodex survives, though at enormous cost. 3,000 Imperial Guard dead, 12 Adeptus Mechanicus Skitarii cohorts destroyed, and 17 Blood Angels claimed by wounds or the curse. Among those 17, 6 fell to the Black Rage during the battle's final day. The prolonged combat stress combined with injuries and exhaustion lowered their resistance until the visions overwhelmed present reality. Chaplains contained these brothers before they could turn on their own company, sedating them and transferring them to the Death Company for final service. The warrior watches this process with increasingly familiar horror, knowing that only luck and stubborn discipline separate his survival from their damnation. The first company withdraws from Asphodex when fresh Blood Angels chapters arrive to reinforce the world's garrison. The strike cruiser that carries them back toward Baal feels emptier despite replacement brothers joining to fill squad positions. Emptier because faces that fought beside the warrior through 17 days of desperate defense now either rest in honored rest or rage in death company cells, lost to the curse that claims Blood Angels without regard for competence or courage or will. Brother Erastos finds the warrior in the strike cruiser's chapel, 2 days into the return voyage. The veteran mentor says nothing at first, simply sits beside his student in silent companionship. Eventually, he speaks about weight and carrying burdens, about how every blood angel accumulates spiritual debts through service under the curse, about how these debts must be acknowledged rather than denied if they are not to crush the bearer. The warrior confesses his fear, not fear of death, which every space marine accepts as likely outcome of service, but fear of the rage, fear that someday his mind will simply disappear into visions of battles he never fought, leaving behind only a body that fights and kills without understanding why. Fear that all his art, his discipline, his stubborn resistance against the thirst will mean nothing when genetic programming overrides conscious will. Brother Erastos acknowledges this fear as rational. The black rage is capricious, taking brothers seemingly at random regardless of their spiritual state or psychological resilience. No technique prevents it, no discipline wards against it, no amount of artistic expression builds immunity. The curse will claim whom it claims when it claims them, for reasons that remain mysterious despite 10,000 years of study. Fighting against this truth only adds suffering to inevitability. But, Erastos continues, accepting inevitability does not require surrender to despair. Every day a brother serves with control intact is a victory. Every battle fought with discipline, maintained, is a triumph. Every moment of beauty created, of nobility demonstrated, of duty fulfilled despite the curse screaming for satisfaction, these moments matter precisely because they are stolen from damnation, rather than given freely by genetics that argue for surrender. The warrior's fear proves he still fights, still chooses, still clings to humanity, despite carrying genes that twist him toward monstrosity. The conversation provides comfort without solving anything. The curse remains, the fear remains, but the warrior returns to his cell with renewed sense of purpose, understanding that his struggle is not unique but shared by every brother who wears crimson armor and fights with wings emblazoned on his chest. He begins a new painting, this one depicting not transformation but resistance, an angel standing firm while storms rage around, wings spread not for flight but for defiance, beauty maintained despite every force attempting to corrupt it. The painting occupies his time during the voyage back to Baal, each brushstroke representing a small choice toward nobility over damnation. The work remains unfinished when the strike cruiser makes orbit above the chapter's homeworld. It will always remain unfinished, the warrior realizes, because the struggle it depicts never ends. Blood angels do not win against the curse. They simply hold the line for another day, another battle, another moment of stolen grace. Baal welcomes the first company with ceremonies that honor both the living and the fallen. The fortress monastery's halls ring with dirges composed specifically for brothers lost to the black rage, musical pieces that capture nobility, surrendered to madness without glorifying the curse that caused it. The warrior participates in these observances, his voice joining the chorus in laments that stretch back millennia, songs that have memorialized generations of damned warriors. The Death Company grows with each return from campaign. The fortress monastery maintains extensive facilities for these lost brothers, chambers painted black as mourning, where the rage afflicted can be contained when not deployed in battle. Chaplains rotate through constant attendance, their presence providing what little anchor to reality these brothers still possess. The warrior volunteers for these duties, spending time among the damned as both penance and education. The Death Company's holding chambers present visions of hell rendered in imperial architecture. Black armored warriors pace endlessly, their movements suggesting combat readiness even while their minds witness battles from the Horus heresy. Some mutter constant warnings about Horus, their voices carrying desperate urgency as they try to alert brothers dead 10,000 years to betrayals already completed. Others simply scream, their rage requiring no words, their bodies straining against restraints that barely hold transhuman strength channeled through madness. Among them, the warrior recognizes faces from his own training or service, brothers who painted alongside him during the Sanguinary Festival, warriors who held defensive positions beside him on asphodex, battle brothers who shared jokes in the Thunderhawk Bay before deployment, all of them now lost to visions that trapped them in the past, experiencing Sanguinius's death on endless loop until their own deaths provide release. A chaplain explains the protocols that govern Death Company deployment. These brothers are not wasted despite their condition. They fight with fury that makes them devastating shock troops. Their fearlessness and aggression overwhelming enemies that would break normal assaults. Before each battle, chaplains lead the Death Company in rituals designed to focus their rage toward external enemies rather than allowing it to turn inward or against fellow blood angels. The rituals work imperfectly, but they work well enough to preserve both the damned brothers' honor and their tactical value. The warrior witnesses one such ritual before a deployment against Chaos Space Marines of the Alpha Legion. The chaplain stands before 30 Death Company warriors, his skull helm reflecting torchlight in ways that make it seem to leer. He speaks of betrayal, of oaths broken and brotherhood shattered, his words designed to trigger the specific memories that dominate rage-afflicted minds. The Death Company responds, their screams building into a collective roar that drowns out rational thought, their fury directed by the chaplain's oration toward the Alpha Legion waiting beyond the fortress monastery's walls. When the Death Company deploys, they do so with lethal precision, despite their madness. The warrior watches through orbital observation as these black, armored angels descend upon the Alpha Legion's positions with fury that beggars description. They accept wounds that would kill normal Astartes, fighting through damage that severs limbs or punches through vital organs, driven by rage that cares nothing for self-preservation. Every Death Company warrior knows he fights his final battle, that redemption comes only through death, that the curse allows no other ending. The engagement lasts 4 hours before the last Death Company warrior falls. 30 brothers destroy 3 times their number of traitor Marines before succumbing to accumulated injuries that even Space Marine physiology cannot overcome. The sanguinary priests recover every gene seed, these precious organs harvested from the fallen, with rituals that acknowledge both their sacrifice and their damnation. The gene seed shows no signs of the Black Rage. The curse transmits through psychic connection rather than genetic damage, allowing even the damned to father new generations of blood angels untainted by their specific madness. But the psychological cost of maintaining the death company weighs on the entire chapter. Brothers know that any campaign might be the one where the rage claims them, where they transition from trusted comrade to howling berserker contained only through restraints and sedatives. This knowledge affects tactical calculations, personal relationships, long-term planning. Why form deep friendships when any brother might fall to madness without warning? Why pursue mastery of artistic techniques that might never be completed? Why plan for a future that genetics suggest will never arrive? The warrior struggles with these questions during his first year in the first company. His new squad mates maintain professional relationships, but resist deeper bonds. Their experience teaching that attachment to brothers, the curse might claim, only multiplies suffering. Brother Castiel explains this emotional distance as necessary survival mechanism. Space Marines live long enough to watch generations of baseline humans age and die, but blood angels face the additional burden of watching brothers lost to something worse than death, transformed into weapons pointed at the Emperor's enemies until merciful oblivion releases them. The chapter's sanguinary priests pursue research into the curse with intensity that borders on obsession. The apothecarion facilities beneath the fortress monastery rival some forge worlds in their sophistication, containing gene sequencers, neural monitors, and biological analysis equipment that represents 10,000 years of accumulated technology. Teams of specialists analyze blood samples, genetic sequences, and neural patterns, searching for the anomaly that causes some brothers to fall while others survive centuries of service. The warrior volunteers as research subject, providing samples and enduring tests that probe the boundaries between loyalty and damnation. Sanguinary priest Corbulo, the eldest of the chapter's medical specialists, oversees much of this research personally. His age shows in ways that transhuman physiology should prevent: hair gone iron grey, features bearing lines that suggest weariness beyond anything mere physical exhaustion produces, eyes holding sadness accumulated across centuries of watching brothers fall to a curse he cannot cure. Corbulo explains his findings during one examination session. The red thirst originates in genetic modifications to the neuroglottis and omophagia organs, these implants producing neurotransmitters in enhanced quantities that trigger aggression responses when blood is present. This aspect of the curse could theoretically be treated through gene therapy or augmetic intervention, but such treatments carry risks of destroying the very advantages that make blood angels superior warriors. Their enhanced speed, grace, and sensory acuity all derive from the same genetic modifications that cause the thirst. The Black Rage presents different challenges. This manifestation shows no biological basis that medical science can detect. Brothers who fall display no genetic anomalies, no unusual brain chemistry, no physiological markers that differentiate them from brothers who never experience the rage. Instead, the affliction appears purely psychic, a spiritual or warp-based connection to Sanguinius's death that transcends material explanation. Corbulo speculates that the angel's dying scream somehow imprinted itself on his gene seed, creating a resonance that his descendants can tap into under certain conditions. If this theory proves correct, then no medical intervention can prevent the Black Rage. The curse exists in the warp rather than the materium, transmitted through psychic connection rather than genetic inheritance. The only potential cure would require tampering with humanity's connection to the immaterium itself, a task that even the Emperor at the height of his power could not accomplish. The Blood Angels are cursed because Sanguinius died screaming, and as long as his gene sons carry his genetic legacy, some percentage will fall into that death scream regardless of medical intervention or psychological preparation. The warrior leaves Corbulo's laboratory with understanding that provides no comfort. The curse has no cure. No amount of willpower prevents it. No technique masters it permanently. Brothers who survive centuries do so through luck as much as discipline, their resistance to the rage perhaps indicating weaker psychic connection to their Primarch rather than superior spiritual strength. And every blood angel lives knowing that tomorrow might be the day when visions overwhelm reality, when the past consumes the present, when the curse claims another victim, despite every effort to resist. This knowledge should breed despair, but instead, it clarifies purpose. If the curse cannot be prevented, then what matters is how each brother lives while control remains. The art they create, the battles they fight, the nobility they maintain, despite genetic inheritance arguing for monstrosity. The Blood Angels do not fight the curse to win. They fight it because fighting is the only choice that preserves honor, because surrender means betraying Sanguinius' sacrifice, because every moment of beauty stolen from damnation justifies the struggle. The warrior throws himself into artistic creation with intensity that would be obsessive in a baseline human, but represents healthy coping in a space marine carrying the curse. His paintings multiply, filling his cell's walls with images that explore the duality of his existence. Angels and demons, beauty and horror, nobility and monstrosity. Each piece represents an attempt to understand what it means to serve the Emperor while carrying genetic legacy that pushes toward chaos. His sculpture work takes darker turns. Where previous pieces show transformation or resistance, his current projects depict acceptance, not surrender to the curse, but acknowledgement of its inevitability. An angel kneeling before an executioner's blade, willing sacrifice rather than defiant resistance. A warrior removing his own helmet to reveal a face that shifts between beauty and horror depending on viewing angle. A Primarch's wings spreading to enfold brothers who simultaneously reach toward him and flee from him. These pieces attract attention from the chapter's master of sanctity, the highest-ranking chaplain responsible for the spiritual health of all blood angels. Astorath the Grim inspects the warrior's work with eyes that have witnessed millennia of brothers struggling against the curse. His verdict comes without preamble or comfort. The art shows honesty about the curse's nature, which is healthy, but teeters dangerously close to fatalism, which is not. A brother who accepts the curse as inevitable might stop fighting it, and the moment fighting stops, damnation becomes certain. Astorath tasks the warrior with creating art that shows not just the curse, but also the reasons to resist it. Not noble abstractions about duty and honor, but concrete realities. The guardsmen whose lives blood angels save through disciplined combat. The world's protected because space marines chose control over bloodlust. The Imperium preserved because transhuman warriors remained loyal despite every reason to fall to chaos. The curse is real, Astorath acknowledges, but so is the purpose that makes resisting it worthwhile. The warrior attempts this new direction, beginning a massive mural in one of the monastery's meditation halls. The piece will take months to complete, its scope beyond anything he previously attempted. The image depicts not transformation or acceptance, but service. Blood angels in action across a dozen battlefields, each scene showing warriors maintaining discipline despite circumstances that should trigger the curse. A brother rendering aid to wounded guardsmen, despite their blood painting the battlefield. A sergeant holding fire discipline when rage would be easier. A veteran choosing to restrain a rage-afflicted brother rather than executing him. A chaplain leading death company in rituals that channel fury toward enemies rather than allowing it to consume everything. The mural grows slowly, each section requiring research into actual historical engagements and careful consultation with veterans who survived the depicted battles. The warrior interviews brothers who held the line when the thirst screamed for surrender, learning their techniques and motivations. Brother Erastos describes using artistic visualization during combat, imagining paintings he wanted to complete after the battle, giving himself reasons to maintain control beyond abstract duty. Brother Castiel speaks of tactical focus, channeling aggression into precise execution of battle doctrine, rather than allowing it to dictate behavior. A younger brother describes simply counting, each second of control earned counting toward an arbitrary goal, the accumulation of small victories against the curse. These interviews revealed the diversity of techniques blood angels employ to survive their curse. Some use meditation and prayer. Others rely on artistic expression or tactical obsession. A few employ self-harm, using pain to shock themselves back to control when the thirst grows too strong. The methods vary, but the underlying principle remains constant. Find something, anything, that provides reason to resist for one more second, one more minute, one more day. The curse is patient, but so are the Emperor's angels. 6 months into the mural's creation, the warrior receives assignment to a new formation. The Sanguinary Guard requires additional brothers following losses sustained during the Cryptus campaign. These warriors represent the chapter's absolute elite, veterans selected not just for combat prowess, but for their ability to resist the curse under extreme duress. They wear golden armor rather than the standard crimson, their appearance designed to evoke Sanguinius himself rather than his typical sons. They wield master-crafted weapons and bear the chapter's most sacred relics into battle, and they serve as living embodiments of the nobility blood angels strive to maintain despite their curse. Selection for the Sanguinary Guard comes as honor and burden equally mixed. The position recognizes exceptional service and resistance to the curse, but it also places brothers in situations deliberately designed to test that resistance to destruction. The Sanguinary Guard fights where the battle is hottest, where blood flows most freely, where the thirst calls loudest. They must maintain absolute discipline while swimming in temptation that would break less experienced warriors. Failure in this role means either death or fall to the rage, with no margin for weakness. The warrior undergoes additional training before joining the Sanguinary Guard formally. This preparation focuses less on combat technique. Any brother elevated to this position already possesses skills beyond reproach, and more on psychological resilience, under conditions specifically designed to trigger the curse. The training includes exposure to concentrated blood sense, combat exercises against enemies whose deaths spray arterial vitae across golden armor, scenarios where maintaining discipline costs tactical advantage, and situations where the rage would make completion of objectives easier even as it would represent fundamental failure. These exercises push the warrior to limits he did not know he possessed. During one training scenario, he fights surrounded by servitors programmed to spray synthesized blood across the training ground, the scent triggering the thirst with intensity that makes previous episodes seem like gentle suggestions. His hands shake, his breathing accelerates, his vision narrows to tunnels focused on the arterial spray. But training holds, specifically the visualization techniques Brother Erastos taught him. He imagines the mural, pictures the next section he plans to complete, forces his mind to focus on creation rather than destruction. The thirst recedes slightly, never disappearing but becoming manageable once more. The formal induction ceremony occurs in the Cathedral of the Blessed before the entire chapter. The warrior kneels in his crimson armor, surrounded by brothers who have walked the same path, while the Captain General of the Sanguinary Guard, ancient beyond reckoning, performs the ritual that dates back to the heresy itself. Words are spoken about Sanguinius' sacrifice, about nobility maintained despite impossible odds, about angels who chose duty over damnation every day until death claimed them. The warrior swears oaths that bind him to higher standards than other blood angels must meet. He promises to embody the Primarch's nobility in all things, to resist the curse regardless of tactical cost, to choose honor over victory if circumstances force that impossible choice, to die before allowing the thirst or rage to dictate his actions. These oaths are not merely ceremonial. Brothers who break them face immediate execution by the chapter's senior chaplains, their failure too dangerous to risk allowing them to continue service. When the ceremony concludes, the warrior rises wearing golden armor for the first time. The suit weighs no more than his previous Mark 7 plate, but feels heavier through spiritual rather than physical burden. This armor represents 10,000 years of blood angels who held the line, who maintained discipline, who proved that nobility could survive even genetic inheritance, screaming for monstrosity. Wearing it means carrying their legacy forward, adding his own contribution to the endless struggle against the curse. The Sanguinary Guard deploys as elite formation, rather than as part of standard companies. They answer directly to the chapter master, serving as his personal guard and as rapid response force for situations requiring absolute reliability. The warrior's first mission with his new brothers takes the Sanguinary Guard to a shrine world under assault by word-bearers traitor marines. The Chaos Forces have desecrated temples dedicated to the Emperor, replacing holy imagery with profane symbols and conducting rituals designed to weaken the veil between reality and the warp. The insertion happens via teleportation, the Sanguinary Guard materializing directly into the shrine, world's primary cathedral in the midst of word-bearers conducting a profane ceremony. The traitors respond with characteristic discipline, their bolters speaking before the blood angels fully materialize. But the Sanguinary Guard holds advantages beyond mere skill. Their golden armor incorporates the finest artificer techniques. Their weapons are master-crafted relics that have drunk traitor blood for millennia, and their presence radiates the nobility of Sanguinius himself, unnerving even Chaos Space Marines who claim to fear nothing. The engagement evolves into close combat within seconds, chainblades screaming as they find ceramite and flesh. The warrior fights beside brothers whose experience measures in centuries, their movements showing mastery that comes only through endless repetition under fire. But he also notices something else, the way veteran Sanguinary Guard navigate the space between controlled aggression and the thirst, using the curse's enhancement of speed and reflexes, while refusing to allow it to guide targeting or tactics. A word-bearer champion closes with the warrior, his armor bearing marks of the 17th Legion's original heraldry defaced with chaos iconography. The traitor's augmetic voice booms accusations about the Emperor's lies, about the truth that Lorgar discovered in the warp, about how the Imperium's angels are just as damned as the legions who chose chaos knowingly. His chainglaive strikes with precision that speaks to centuries of combat experience, each blow designed to overwhelm defenses and shatter armor. The warrior parries with techniques drilled into muscle memory, his movements flowing from forms practiced 10,000 times in the training cages. But the word-bearer champion is right about one thing. The curse makes blood angels vulnerable to damnation in ways other loyalist chapters do not face. Sanguinius's gene seed carries inherited flaws that push toward Khorne, and resisting this push requires constant vigilance that leaves little room for error. The duel reaches crisis point when the word-bearer's chainglaive breaks through the warrior's guard, its energized teeth gouging deep into his shoulder joint. Pain floods the system alongside fury that comes from somewhere older than training, somewhere that remembers Horus's betrayal on Cygnus Prime before the warrior was even born. The thirst surges forward, demanding satisfaction, demanding blood, demanding that discipline surrender to the satisfaction of tearing this traitor apart with bare hands if necessary. For a moment that stretches toward eternity, the choice presents itself with absolute clarity. Give in to the surge, let the curse guide his hands, kill this word-bearer with the fury that genetics provide. It would be easy, satisfying, justified by the traitor's presence and heretical words, or resist, maintain discipline, kill this enemy according to doctrine rather than hunger, prove that oaths matter more than genetic programming. The warrior chooses resistance again, always. His return strike comes not from rage but from training, his blade finding the gap in the word-bearer's armor through precision rather than fury, the killing blow delivered according to the forms Brother Castiel taught rather than the techniques the thirst whispers. The traitor falls, his last breath carrying curses about the Emperor's dogs, and the warrior steps away from the corpse without giving in to the temptation to desecrate it further. The engagement concludes with the Shrine World's primary cathedral secured and the word-bearer's ritual disrupted. The Sanguinary Guard suffered minimal casualties, only one brother wounded seriously enough to require evacuation. But the psychological toll exceeds these numbers. Every brother who fought in that desecrated temple was tested, every warrior forced to choose between discipline and damnation, while traitors who surrendered to chaos decades ago screamed about truths the blood angels daily resist. The warrior's performance in the engagement earns commendation from the Captain General, who notes in the after-action assessment that resisting the thirst while wounded demonstrates exactly the discipline the Sanguinary Guard requires. But the Captain General also adds a warning. The curse grows stronger with each close call, each moment when a brother comes near surrender but pulls back. Eventually, the accumulated strain exceeds even the most disciplined warrior's ability to resist. The question is not if the curse will claim him, but when, and whether that claiming comes in a manner that preserves honor or destroys it. This warning weighs on the warrior during the return journey to Baal. He has been a full battle brother for less than the standard decade, yet already the close calls accumulate into a record that suggests vulnerability rather than resistance. The incident on Asphodex, the temple on the Shrine World, the dozen smaller episodes during training or deployment where the thirst pushed boundaries before discipline reasserted control. How many more such incidents can he survive before one finally tips over into irretrievable loss of control? brother Erastos, who transferred to the Sanguinary Guard decades before the warrior's elevation, offers what perspective centuries of survival provide. Every blood angel walks this edge, he reminds his student, and every close call survived adds to the resistance, rather than weakening it. The brothers who fall quickly are not necessarily those who struggle most intensely. Sometimes they are warriors who never felt the curse's full power until it overwhelmed them instantly. The veteran survivors are often those who fought the hardest, learned the curse's patterns through repeated exposure, built techniques for resistance through trial and error, measured in moments of crisis, survived. The warrior tries to take comfort in this perspective, but doubt remains. The chapter's history is full of brothers who survived centuries before falling. Their long service, no protection, when the Black Rage finally descended. Resistance to the thirst does not confer immunity to the rage, and no amount of discipline prevents visions that originate in the warp rather than in material biology. Every day of service represents a gamble that this will not be the day when the past devours the present, when Sanguinius's death scream drowns out all other reality, when another golden armored warrior joins the black-clad damned. The decades accumulate like scars, each campaign adding layers to understanding that comes only through repeated exposure to the curse under fire. The warrior serves with the Sanguinary Guard through 17 major engagements across 12 sectors, his golden armor bearing battle honors that would mark any other chapter's champion. He fights beside Chapter Master Dante himself during the defense of the Gehenna system, his blade drinking traitor blood, while Dante directs the broader strategic response with experience measuring over 1,500 years. He stands guard over relics during their transport through war zones where enemies specifically target blood angel symbols, hoping to capture Sanguinius's legacy for desecration or study. Each battle tests his resistance to the curse in new ways. On Armageddon, fighting against Gazkul's War, the sheer scale of bloodshed threatens to overwhelm discipline maintained during smaller engagements. Orc blood flows in rivers through the Hive City's lower levels, its alien chemistry creating scents that trigger the thirst almost as intensely as human vitae. The warrior fights for 72 hours straight, his golden armor painted crimson with Xeno's gore, his mind constantly cycling through meditation techniques that keep the hunger at bay while allowing his body to function in combat. During the Third War for Armageddon's final year, the warrior witnesses something that will haunt him for decades. A Blood Angel's successor. Chapter, the Angels in Carmine, deploys to reinforce the Imperial lines against an Orc breakthrough. These brothers fight with discipline and honor, their tactics demonstrating loyalty beyond question. But on the engagement's third day, as casualties mount and blood soaks the battlefield to ankle depth, the Angels in Carmine begin showing signs of mass susceptibility to the curse. First one brother falls to the rage, then 3, then an entire squad. Within an hour, half the Angels in Carmine force rages through both Orc and Imperial lines, lost in visions that show them Horus's traitors, rather than the enemies actually before them. The chapter master of the Angels in Carmine makes the terrible decision to consolidate all rage-afflicted brothers into a single formation, a death company created on the battlefield rather than in the careful, controlled environment of their fortress monastery, and launch them at the Orc war boss's position in a desperate gambit. The improvised death company achieves its objective. The rage-mad brothers tearing through Orc defenses with fury that breaks the Xenos' assault momentum. but the cost devastates the Angels on Carmine. They lose nearly 40% of their chapter strength in a single engagement. Most of those losses coming not from battlefield casualties, but from the curse-claiming brothers who should have survived to fight again. The chapter withdraws from Armageddon afterward, their strength too depleted to continue effective operations, their gene seed stocks critically low after recovering progenoids from so many fallen. The warrior watches the Angels in Carmine board their strike cruisers, their depleted numbers making the vessel seem vast and empty. These are brothers who carry the same genetic legacy, face the same curse, struggle with the same impossible burden of maintaining nobility while inheritance screams for monstrosity. Their catastrophic losses on Armageddon could happen to any Blood Angel's force. The curse shows no favoritism, respects no reputation, grants no immunity through previous resistance. Brother Eristos speaks plainly about what they witnessed. The Angels in Carmine's mass falling to the rage suggests their gene seed has accumulated mutations that make them more vulnerable than the parent chapter. This happens sometimes with successor chapters founded from flawed progenoid stocks or exposed to warp corruption that damages genetic material. The Blood Angels monitor their successors carefully, but cannot prevent the slow genetic drift that occurs across millennia of separate development. Some successor chapters maintain resistance comparable to the parent chapter. Others, like the Flesh Tearers or the Angels in Carmine, show increased vulnerability that makes every campaign a gamble against catastrophic loss. This knowledge adds weight to the burden every Blood Angel carries. Not only must they resist the curse in themselves, but they bear responsibility for passing clean gene seed to future generations. Every brother who falls to the rage before his progenoids can be harvested represents potential loss of 2 future warriors. Every squad that succumbs to mass hysteria like the Angels in Carmine means gene seed lines that might need to be retired from active service, reducing the chapter's ability to maintain strength across generations. The sanguinary priests work tirelessly to prevent such outcomes. Corbulo's research teams analyze every fallen brother's gene seed, looking for markers that might predict vulnerability to the rage. They maintain meticulous records tracking which progenoid lines produce stable warriors and which show concerning patterns. When necessary, they make the difficult decision to retire entire genetic lineages, destroying progenoids that carry too high a risk of creating warriors who will fall to the curse prematurely. But even this careful management cannot prevent the Black Rage's spread. If anything, the curse seems to be accelerating across the millennia. Records from the Great Crusade show the rage affecting perhaps 1 in 1,000 Blood Angels. By the 41st millennium, that rate has increased to 1 in 100, and some campaigns see numbers far worse. Theories attempt to explain this progression. Increased warp corruption in the galaxy, accumulated mutations in gene seed stocks, the weakening of the Astronomican's light, allowing more warp influence to reach into material reality. None of the theories offer solutions, only variations on the theme of inevitable decline. The warrior begins a new artistic project during this period, attempting to capture what he witnessed on Armageddon. The piece starts as a painting, but evolves into something between sculpture and installation art, incorporating elements of his golden armor damaged during the campaign. He embeds pieces of ceramite-bearing orc blood into a canvas painted to show the Angels in Carmine's last stand, the physical remnants of battle giving the artwork texture that purely visual elements cannot achieve. The work attracts attention from other Sanguinary Guard, who recognize in it an attempt to process trauma that cannot be spoken. Space Marines are conditioned to accept casualties as operational necessities, but watching an entire chapter fall to the curse breaks something beyond what conditioning addresses. The Angels and Carmine's fate could be any Blood Angels formation's future. The warrior's attempt to capture this truth in art represents healthy coping mechanism rather than dangerous obsession, according to the chaplains who monitor such things. During this artistic project's creation, the warrior receives summons from Asterath the Grim. The High Chaplain maintains records on every Blood Angel showing unusual interaction with the curse, whether resistance or vulnerability. The warrior's file has grown thick with incident reports, close calls, and psychological assessments. Asterath wants to discuss patterns emerging from this accumulated data. The meeting occurs in Asterath's personal sanctum, a chamber decorated with the death masks of fallen brothers. Thousands of masks line the walls, each representing a warrior who fell to the Black Rage and was granted the Emperor's mercy by Asterath himself. The High Chaplain's role includes traveling between Blood Angels' forces wherever they fight, providing the final benediction to brothers lost to the Rage when their companies lack the strength to grant mercy themselves. He has ended more Blood Angels' lives than any enemy in the galaxy, and the weight of this duty shows in eyes that have witnessed too much suffering across too many centuries. Asterath speaks without preamble. The warrior's record shows concerning patterns, not of weakness or inevitable fall, but of something rarer and potentially more dangerous. He demonstrates unusually strong psychic resonance with Sanguinius's gene memory, experiencing visions and sensations that most brothers feel only dimly, if at all. This heightened connection grants advantages in combat, faster reflexes, more intuitive tactical sense, enhanced ability to coordinate with other Blood Angels through their shared genetic link. But it also places him closer to the threshold where the Black Rage waits. The High Chaplain explains that Blood Angels with this heightened resonance often become either the chapter's greatest heroes or its most tragic casualties. Some learn to control the connection, using it to access Sanguinius's strategic brilliance or combat prowess at critical moments. Others find the connection overwhelming. The Primarch's death scream too loud to ignore when stress lowers their defenses. The warrior falls into an uncertain category, strong enough to resist for decades but showing no signs of learning to master the connection, rather than simply enduring it. Asterath offers a choice that no Blood Angel gives lightly. The warrior can continue his current service path, maintaining his position in the Sanguinary Guard and accepting the risks that come with heightened psychic resonance. Or he can volunteer for a specialized role, joining the small number of brothers who work directly with the Death Company, serving as handlers and guides for warriors lost to the Rage. This assignment would mean constant exposure to brothers trapped in visions, daily immersion in the curse's worst manifestations. But it might also provide understanding that allows him to master his connection rather than remain vulnerable to it. The choice carries weight beyond simple duty assignment. Volunteering for Death Company service means acknowledging vulnerability to the Rage, accepting that his heightened resonance might eventually claim him regardless of resistance. It means living among the damned, breathing air thick with their madness, hearing their screams every waking moment. but it also means potentially learning something that could help other brothers survive, understanding the rage well enough to develop new resistance techniques or warning signs that might allow earlier intervention. The warrior requests time to consider, and Astarath grants him a month's contemplation. This period coincides with another sanguinary festival, the chapter's annual retreat from martial concerns into artistic expression and spiritual reflection. The warrior uses this time to complete his Armageddon installation and to create new works exploring themes of choice, sacrifice, and service under impossible burdens. His paintings during this festival take on darker tones than previous years' work. Images of angels falling not through defeat, but through genetic inevitability, their wings shredding as they descend toward ground they cannot escape. Sculptures of brothers frozen between beauty and monstrosity, their forms showing both the nobility they strive for and the horror waiting to claim them. Written compositions that read like prayers but contain no hope of divine intervention, only acknowledgement that some curses permit no cure beyond death. Brother Erastos views these works with concern. The darkness they represent is honest. Every blood angel who survives long enough must eventually confront the futility of resisting a curse that will claim them regardless. But dwelling in this darkness serves no purpose beyond courting despair. Erastos reminds his student that art should provide catharsis and understanding, not become another weight, dragging the artist toward damnation. The critique stings because it holds truth. The warrior has been creating art that processes his own fear and vulnerability without offering perspective beyond that darkness. He begins new pieces that attempt balance, not denying the curse but also acknowledging the purpose that makes resisting it meaningful. A triptych showing the same battle from three perspectives: the warrior fighting, the blood angel maintaining discipline despite the thirst's call, and the emperor's citizen surviving because that discipline held. The complete work shows the curse and its cost, but also the reason that cost must be paid. When the month of contemplation ends, the warrior provides Astarath his decision. He will accept the assignment to Death Company service, not because he believes he will inevitably fall, but because understanding the rage more deeply might help him master his connection to Sanguinius rather than simply surviving it. If his heightened resonance places him closer to damnation than most brothers, then he should use that proximity to learn everything possible about the curse's worst manifestation. Astarath accepts this reasoning with approval that comes only after centuries of evaluating brothers' motivations. The choice shows courage rather than resignation, curiosity rather than despair, commitment to service rather than mere acceptance of fate. The High Chaplain formally transfers the warrior to the Death Company Handler Cadre, a small specialized formation that exists partially within the Sanguinary Guard and partially separate from standard chapter organization. The training for this role differs fundamentally from previous military instruction. Death Company handlers must understand not just combat tactics, but psychology, gene memory resonance, and the specific patterns the rage follows. They learn to recognize early warning signs that a brother approaches the threshold, subtle changes in speech patterns, shifts in painting styles, increased fixation on historical events from the heresy, dreams that focus more on Sanguinius's death than on the dreamer's actual experiences. The warrior studies historical cases where brothers fell to the rage, analyzing their final communications and artistic works for patterns that might have predicted the descent. He discovers that most rage-afflicted brothers show increasing preoccupation with Horus in the weeks or months before falling completely. Dreams feature the War Master more prominently. Artwork begins incorporating his imagery. Casual conversation includes more references to the heresy era than to contemporary events. These signs appear so consistently that they form a reliable predictive model, though prediction provides no prevention, only warning that allows brothers to be monitored more carefully. He also learns the rituals chaplains use to focus Death Company warriors before deployment. These ceremonies are not prayers in the conventional sense, but carefully crafted psychological manipulations designed to channel rage towards specific targets. The chaplain describes enemies using terminology that resonates with Horus's betrayal, framing modern conflicts as extensions of ancient treachery, giving the rage-afflicted brothers permission to unleash fury they can no longer control against foes the Imperium needs destroyed. The first time the warrior participates in such a ritual, the experience shakes him. He stands in the Death Company's assembly chamber while Astorath delivers the pre-battle oration, and he feels the way words designed to trigger the rage begin affecting even those not lost to it. His gene memory responds to descriptions of betrayal, his enhanced senses detecting the Death Company's biochemical reactions to carefully chosen terminology, his mind starting to slide toward the visions that dominate these damned brothers' existence. He pulls back through techniques Brother Erastos taught, but the close call demonstrates why Death Company handler service carries such high casualty rates. Constant exposure to brothers lost in the rage, daily participation in rituals designed to trigger it, living surrounded by the curse's worst manifestation. All of this erodes resistance in handlers who start with strong discipline. Most brothers rotate through this duty for limited periods before returning to standard formations. Those who volunteer for extended service often find themselves joining the Death Company they served rather than remaining separate from it. But the assignment also provides insights impossible to gain elsewhere. The warrior begins recognizing patterns in how the rage manifests across different brothers. Some experience visions of Sanguinius confronting Horus, their participation limited to witnessing the Primarch's death from outside the direct confrontation. Others find themselves in Sanguinius's position directly, feeling the War Master's blows, experiencing the angel's grief and fury, and ultimate despair. A few rare brothers seem to experience the rage from Horus's perspective, their madness taking on qualities of corruption rather than righteous fury. These variations suggest the black rage operates through multiple mechanisms rather than simple psychic echo. The warrior discusses his observations with Corbulo, who has pursued similar research across centuries. The sanguinary priest theories center on the idea that gene memory does not simply record events, but creates psychic impressions that brothers can access through their inherited connection to Sanguinius. The rage represents total immersion in one specific gene memory, the Primarch's death, but the variations between brothers suggest individual psychic susceptibility affects how that immersion manifests. If this theory proves correct, then brothers with strong psychic potential face higher risk of falling to the rage because their connection to Sanguinius's gene memory operates more intensely. The warrior's heightened resonance that Astorath identified places him precisely in this high-risk category. His ability to access Sanguinius's strategic brilliance and combat instincts comes at the cost of being closer to the death memory that drives the rage. Learning to navigate this connection without being consumed by it becomes not just personal concern, but potentially groundbreaking research that might help future generations resist the curse. The warrior begins experimental meditation techniques designed to strengthen his connection to positive gene memories while building barriers against the death scream. He focuses on accessing memories of Sanguinius during the Great Crusade's Golden Age, the Primarch walking among his sons before Cygnus Prime corrupted everything. These memories exist in the gene seed alongside the death memory, though accessing them requires navigating past the trauma that dominates most brothers' inherited recollections. Progress comes slowly and painfully. Each attempt to access pre-Cygnus memories requires passing through the horror of what happened there. The confrontation with Commander, the moment when something in Sanguinius changed, the beginning of the curse that would define his legion's future. The warrior experiences these memories with intensity that should only come during actual rage episodes, but he maintains enough control to pull back before complete immersion occurs. The process leaves him exhausted, his gene seed aching in ways that should be impossible for organs lacking nerve endings, his dreams filled with wings and blood and betrayal. Brother Erastos warns that this experimental approach carries risks that might exceed potential benefits. Gene memory was never meant to be accessed deliberately. It provides unconscious influence on tactics and instincts rather than serving as library brothers can browse at will. Attempting to control which memories surface and which remain dormant might damage the psychic structures that allow gene memory to function, potentially making the warrior more vulnerable to the rage rather than building resistance. But the warrior continues his experiments, driven by conviction that understanding must precede mastery. He documents every meditation session, recording which techniques provide access to specific memories, which mental disciplines allow navigation through gene memory without becoming lost in it, which warning signs indicate approaching loss of control. The accumulated data begins suggesting patterns. Certain memories cluster together. Some routes through gene memory prove stabler than others. Specific meditation focuses provide better protection against the death scream's pull. Corbulo reviews this documentation with interest that borders on obsession. No previous brother has attempted such systematic exploration of gene memory structure. Most blood angels experience inherited memories passively, accepting whatever surfaces during combat or dreams without attempting deliberate access. The warrior's experiments potentially map territory that chapter's sanguinary priests have theorized about for millennia, but never explored practically. The research culminates in a meditation session that goes disastrously wrong. The warrior attempts to access memories of Sanguinius during the Unification Wars, seeking the Primarch's earliest experiences before the Crusade began. The memory path requires navigating through later recollections, including the heresy era, and somewhere in this navigation, he loses his way. Gene memory that should remain dormant surges forward with overwhelming intensity, and suddenly he is not accessing memories, but drowning in them. Sanguinius stands before him with wings spread wide, the Primarch's beauty terrible in its perfection. But this is not Sanguinius as he appeared during life. This is the angel as he exists in gene memory, a psychic construct built from 10,000 years of his son's recollections and worship. The figure speaks without moving its lips, its voice carrying harmonics that resonate through the warrior's entire being. "Why do you struggle so, my son?" The question contains no judgment, only curiosity tinged with sadness. The warrior tries to answer, tries to explain his experiments and research, but his voice produces no sound. The gene memory does not allow dialogue, only experience. Sanguinius, or the psychic impression of him, continues, "You fear the curse as if it were separate from my gift to you, but they are the same. Speed and grace, fury and bloodlust, nobility and monstrosity, all flow from the same source. To accept one requires accepting all." The warrior's conscious mind rejects this. The curse is not gift, but burden, not blessing, but damnation, not something to accept, but something to resist with every fiber of his being. But in the gene memory space, his protests carry no weight. Sanguinius's image shifts, showing the Primarch during his duel with Commander on Cygnus Prime, the moment when something changed irrevocably. "Watch and understand." The voice commands. The warrior cannot look away as the memory unfolds. Sanguinius fights the greater demon with skill that borders on divine, his spear moving faster than mortal eyes could track, his wings carrying him through maneuvers that defy physics. But he is losing. Commander's raw strength exceeds the angel's grace, the demon's immunity to pain providing advantage that technique cannot overcome. And then something shifts in Sanguinius's bearing. The nobility drops away like a mask, revealing fury so pure and terrible that even Commander flinches. The Primarch's movements lose their grace but gain ferocity that transcends technique. He is not fighting with learned skill, but with something older, more primal, more honest. The beast beneath the angel's skin emerges, and Commander dies screaming. The victory carries cost. As Sanguinius stands over the demon's broken form, as his legion witnesses what their father became to achieve this triumph, the curse transmits through gene seed bonds. The warrior feels this transmission as it occurred 10,000 years ago, the moment when every blood angel inherited not just victory, but the price paid for it. Sanguinius chose to become the monster because it was necessary, and in making that choice, he condemned his sons to struggle against becoming monsters themselves. The gene memory releases the warrior abruptly, ejecting him back into present awareness with force that leaves him gasping. He finds himself on the floor of his meditation cell, his nose bleeding, his hands clenched so tightly that his gauntlet ceramite has fractured. Brother Erastos crouches beside him, the veteran's face showing concern that transcends normal tactical assessment. What happened? The question comes with urgency, but the warrior struggles to answer. How can he explain experiencing something that occurred before his birth? Witnessing his Primarch's fall, not to chaos but to necessity. Understanding that the curse represents not genetic flaw, but the price of Sanguinius, choosing effective violence over noble restraint when the situation demanded it. He eventually provides an abbreviated account of the experience, editing out the more disturbing revelations. But Erastos is not fooled. 7 centuries of surviving the curse have taught the veteran to recognize when brothers hide trauma behind incomplete reports. He insists on the warrior ceasing his gene memory experiments immediately. The risk of accidentally triggering the rage through deliberate exploration of inherited memories far exceeds potential benefits of whatever insights might be gained. The warrior agrees to halt active experimentation, but the damage is already done. Something shifted during that aborted meditation, some threshold crossed that cannot be uncrossed. His connection to gene memory intensifies rather than returning to previous levels, and with it comes increased vulnerability to the visions that presage the black rage. He begins experiencing flashes during waking hours, brief moments when present reality overlays with scenes from the heresy, conversations with brothers who suddenly wear the armor marks of 10,000 years past, battlefields that transform into the siege of Terra's killing grounds. The episodes last only seconds each, too brief to qualify as actual rage manifestation, but too frequent to dismiss as normal gene memory influence. Corbelow's examinations detect no physiological changes that explain this increased resonance, but psychological assessments confirm what the warrior already knows. His experiments pushed him closer to the edge he was meant to study, from safe distance. He is now teetering on the boundary between controlled access to gene memory and being consumed by it. The chaplaincy debates whether to transfer him to the death company immediately or allow him to continue serving in the hope that the episodes stabilize. Asterath makes the final decision. The warrior remains in handler role, but under constant supervision, his every action monitored for signs that the visions are progressing toward full rage manifestation. This probationary status means he cannot deploy to active combat zones, cannot be trusted with independent duties, cannot be left alone for extended periods. He exists in limbo between loyal brother and rage-afflicted liability. The restriction from active combat feels like death. The warrior's identity has centered on service since his transformation began, and being unable to deploy strips away purpose that sustained him through decades of struggle against the curse. He channels this frustration into art, creating pieces that explore themes of imprisonment and helplessness. Warriors locked in cages of their own genetics with no hope of escape. Brother Erastos tries to provide perspective, reminding his student that temporary restriction beats immediate transfer to the death company. The chaplaincy's decision to allow continued service under supervision represents hope that his condition might stabilize, that the gene memory resonance might settle back to manageable levels. But the warrior struggles to feel grateful for half measures that maintain his formal status as loyal brother while removing the meaningful service that justified surviving the curse. 3 months into this probationary period, the warrior's condition shows no improvement. If anything, the visions intensify. Flashbacks to Cygnus Prime during squad training sessions, overlays of the siege of Terra's Eternity Gate during routine monastery navigation. Moments when brothers he speaks with transform into Horus's traitors mid-conversation. He develops techniques for hiding these episodes, suppressing visible reactions through transhuman discipline that allows Space Marines to ignore injuries that would incapacitate baseline humans. But the chaplains monitoring him detect the concealment, and hiding symptoms from those assigned to observe him only confirms their concerns about his deteriorating condition. The crisis comes during a routine death company deployment. The warrior serves as handler for a formation being launched against orc invaders on a nearby world, his role limited to pre-battle ritual participation and monitoring from orbit during the actual engagement. The chaplain conducting the ritual speaks of betrayal and ancient treachery, his words designed to focus the death company's rage toward the orcs. But the warrior, standing close enough to feel the rage-afflicted brother's biochemical responses, finds himself drawn into the visions rather than observing them from outside. He sees Horus approaching with World-Breaker raised, feels Sanguinius's grief at confronting the brother he loved, experiences the angel's desperate hope that redemption might still be possible, knows the exact moment when that hope dies and fury becomes the only response remaining. The gene memory is not flashback or overlay, but total immersion, present reality vanishing completely beneath the past's weight. Time loses meaning in the vision. The warrior exists in the moment of Sanguinius's death, experiencing it from the Primarch's perspective with intensity that erases 10,000 years of separation. He feels the lightning claw entering his body, feels his neck breaking, feels life draining even as his father arrives too late to save him. And in this moment of absolute immersion, he understands what the black rage truly is, not genetic flaw or psychic curse, but Sanguinius's final act of love for his sons. The Primarch, dying, chose to pass his death memory to his legion, rather than spare them this burden. He chose to give his sons access to his final fury, his ultimate sacrifice, his willingness to face the arch-traitor despite knowing the outcome. The curse is not bug, but feature, not punishment, but gift, wrapped in suffering, that makes its recipients question whether gift or curse more accurately describes it. The vision releases him eventually, though he cannot determine whether seconds or hours passed. He finds himself restrained in a stasis field, while Astorath stands before him with executioner's axe drawn. The High Chaplain's face shows sorrow rather than judgment. This moment has come for hundreds of brothers before, will come for hundreds more after, and repetition does not make it easier to witness. The warrior expects immediate transfer to the Death Company, or perhaps the Emperor's mercy, delivered through bolt round to brain case. Instead, Astorath asks a single question. Can you still choose? The warrior understands immediately what the question means. Brothers lost to the rage cannot choose. They exist in the gene memory completely, experiencing Sanguinius's death without interruption or possibility of return. But the warrior has come back from his immersion, has returned to present awareness despite total submersion in the Primarch's final moments. This suggests he maintains some control over his gene memory access, some ability to navigate the visions rather than being permanently trapped in them. He answers honestly. He does not know if choice remains or if his return from the vision represents simple chance. The gene memory pulled him under completely, offering no handhold for conscious will to grip. That he returned might indicate residual control, or it might mean the vision finished playing and released him simply because the memory sequence ended naturally. Without attempting another immersion, something he has no intention of doing willingly, he cannot determine which explanation holds truth. Astorath accepts this answer as sufficient. The warrior is transferred formally to the Death Company's active roster, but granted unprecedented status. He will not be restrained like other rage-afflicted brothers, will not be deployed in suicidal shock assaults, will not be sedated between battles. Instead, he serves as observer within the Death Company, documenting his experiences, navigating gene memory from inside the curse rather than studying it from outside. His insights might provide the breakthrough Corbulo's research has sought for centuries, or they might simply be final service from a brother already lost. The transfer ceremony occurs without fanfare. The warrior removes his golden sanguinary guard armor and dons the black ceramite of the damned. Chaplains speak prayers acknowledging both his service and his fall, their words carrying weight of countless identical ceremonies performed across millennia. Brother Erastos watches from the assembly's rear, the veteran's face carved from grief but showing no surprise. He always knew his student walked too close to the edge. That heightened gene memory resonance made this outcome nearly inevitable. The warrior's new quarters adjoined the Death Company's primary holding cell, giving him constant exposure to brothers fully lost to the rage. Their screams fill his waking hours, their visions bleeding into his dreams, their madness forming environment that would break baseline humans within days. But he finds strange comfort in this immersion. For the first time since his transformation began, he exists among brothers who understand completely what he experiences. The other Death Company warriors might be trapped in their visions permanently, while he still navigates between past and present, but they share the fundamental reality of seeing Horus approach with murder in his eyes, feeling Sanguinius's wings prepare for final flight, knowing how the story ends, but unable to change it. Life in the Death Company's holding cells follows rhythms alien to standard space marine existence, where normal brothers structure their time around training, deployment, and rest cycles. The rage-afflicted exist in temporal space disconnected from linear progression. Brothers experience Sanguinius's death on endless loop, each vision lasting subjectively different durations. The sequence starting over immediately when one cycle completes. Some warriors scream constantly, their voices hoarse from giving sound to the Primarch's fury. Others maintain eerie silence, their bodies acting out the duel with Horus in repetitive pantomime. The warrior documents everything, maintaining logs that record patterns in how the rage manifests across different brothers. He notes that warriors who fell more recently show greater variation in their visions. Some experience moments from before the fatal confrontation, brief respites where they witness Sanguinius defending the Eternity Gate or leading the Blood Angels during the siege's earlier phases. Brothers who fell decades or centuries ago show increasing fixation on the death moment itself, their visions narrowing to the final seconds as if decades of repetition have worn away everything except that core trauma. These observations suggest the rage progresses through stages. Initial fall brings total immersion in gene memory spanning Sanguinius's final days. Over time, the vision collapses toward its most traumatic moment, other memories fading as the death scream grows louder. Brothers in the final stages experience nothing but Horus's lightning claw entering their body, the sensation looping so rapidly that they effectively exist in single frozen moment extended across eternity. Corbillo reviews these findings with interest that overcomes even his ancient weariness. The progressive narrowing of visions explains why older Death Company warriors show such uniform behavior. They have literally lost access to any experience except the Primarch's murder. This knowledge provides no cure, but it clarifies how the curse operates and potentially offers warning signs that might allow earlier intervention before brothers reach the final stage. The warrior's unique status as conscious observer within the Death Company allows experiments impossible with rage-afflicted brothers who cannot provide coherent feedback. Corbillo begins testing whether deliberate focus on specific memories can influence which visions surface during episodes. The warrior enters meditative state while monitored by multiple sanguinary priests, attempting to access gene memories from before Sanguinius's death, while remaining aware that such access risks triggering another total immersion event. The first attempt fails spectacularly. The warrior focuses on memories of Sanguinius during the Great Crusade, but accessing these requires passing through the heresy era, and he becomes trapped in the Cygnus Prime memories instead. Cabanda's greater demon form looms over him, massive and terrible, and he experiences Sanguinius's desperate fury as the Primarch realizes his nobility alone cannot win this fight. The vision holds him for hours before releasing, and when he returns to present awareness, he finds restraint fields activated around his position, and Asterath standing ready with Executioner's axe. But the episode provides valuable data. The warrior recalls details from the vision that match historical records but include information not available in any chapter archive. Specific words Commander spoke, precise positions of Blood Angel's witnesses, tactical adjustments Sanguinius made during the duel's progress. These details can only have come from actual gene memory rather than imagination or historical reconstruction, confirming that accessing inherited memories remains possible even after falling to the rage. Corbulo adjusts the experimental protocols based on these findings. Rather than attempting to access specific memories directly, which requires navigating through dangerous periods, the next trials focus on developing mental disciplines that allow the warrior to observe visions without becoming lost in them. The technique resembles what he learned during his time as Death Company handler, but requires more delicate execution. He must experience the gene memory intensely enough to gather useful data while maintaining enough detachment to return from immersion voluntarily. Progress comes slowly, measured in millimeters of control, reclaimed from the curse. The warrior learns to enter visions deliberately rather than being pulled into them involuntarily. He develops techniques for maintaining present awareness, even while experiencing past events, holding both timeframes simultaneously in a mental state that should be impossible for human cognition. The skill feels less like something learned through practice and more like something remembered, as if Sanguinius himself possessed this ability during life and passed it to his gene seed as protective measure against the curse his death would inflict. This thought haunts the warrior during the rare hours when visions recede enough to allow genuine rest. Did Sanguinius know his death would create the Black Rage? Did he choose to face Horus despite understanding the curse his gene sons would inherit? The historical records suggest the Primarch possessed powerful, prescient abilities, visions of potential futures that allowed him to navigate the heresy's treacherous path. If he foresaw the rage, then his choice to confront Horus anyway carries implications that transform the curse from simple tragedy to calculated sacrifice. Brother Erastos visits when chapter duties allow, maintaining connection to his former student despite the warrior's transfer to the Death Company. The veteran speaks carefully during these visits, aware that words carrying emotional weight might trigger episodes in someone maintaining such precarious balance, but he also provides honesty that the warrior needs, confirmation that his research matters, that the insights he gathers might help future generations resist the curse, that falling to the rage does not erase decades of loyal service or diminish the value of sacrifice. During one visit, Erastos shares information he learned through 7 centuries of survival. The Blood Angels maintain secret archives beneath the fortress monastery, records dating to the heresy era that contain Sanguinius's own writings about the curse. Access is restricted to the chapter master, the highest-ranking chaplains, and a few senior sanguinary priests. But rumors suggest these texts indicate the Primarch knew exactly what his death would create, understood the price his legion would pay, and chose that price as lesser evil than the alternative, allowing Horus to live long enough for the Emperor's death to become certain rather than merely probable. If these rumors hold truth, then the Black Rage represents Sanguinius's final gambit. He bought time for the Emperor to reach the vengeful spirit by confronting Horus first, and he paid for that time with his life and his legion's future. The curse is not genetic flaw, but strategic sacrifice, the angel choosing to damn his sons rather than risk his father's defeat. Understanding this transforms every moment of resistance against the rage into affirmation of Sanguinius's choice. Warriors who struggle against the curse honor their Primarch by accepting his sacrifice's cost without surrendering to it. The warrior shares this perspective with other Death Company brothers during moments of lucidity that occur occasionally even among the fully rage-afflicted. Some accept the interpretation readily, finding purpose in suffering they previously experienced as meaningless punishment. Others reject it vehemently, arguing that no strategic consideration justified inflicting this curse on thousands of generations of warriors who had no choice in accepting it. The debate offers no resolution, but simply having it demonstrates that even brothers lost to the rage retain capacity for philosophical contemplation beyond their trauma. The warrior's research attracts attention from unexpected sources. An inquisitor of the Ordo Hereticus arrives at Baal demanding access to Blood Angel's records regarding the Black Rage. The Inquisition has begun investigating whether the curse represents warp corruption that makes Blood Angels susceptible to chaos influence. The suspicion is not entirely unfounded. The rage shares characteristics with warp-based afflictions, its transmission through psychic connection, rather than biological infection, resembles demonic possession patterns, and the curse's progressive worsening across millennia matches trajectories seen in populations exposed to long-term warp corruption. Chapter Master Dante meets with the Inquisitor personally. The ancient warrior's authority sufficient to negotiate rather than simply comply with inquisitorial demands. The warrior watches this confrontation from the observation gallery, his Death Company status placing him nominally under investigation. Dante argues forcefully that the Black Rage represents inherited trauma rather than corruption. The blood angels afflicted by it show no signs of chaos worship or desire to serve the dark gods. That every rage-afflicted brother channels his fury against the Emperor's enemies rather than turning on fellow Imperials. The Inquisitor remains skeptical, pointing out the distinction between inherited trauma and warp corruption grows meaningless if the practical effect is same. Warriors who might lose control at inopportune moments, whose loyalty depends on careful management of psychological affliction, whose genetic legacy might spread corruption to successor chapters. He demands the Blood Angels submit to extensive testing, the Death Company deployment records be made available for inquisitorial review, that protocols be established for purging the chapter if the curse is deemed unacceptable threat to the Imperium. The standoff threatens to escalate into direct confrontation between the Blood Angels and the Inquisition. Other Space Marine chapters have been declared excommunicate traitorous for less serious offenses than genetic corruption, affecting entire chapter strength. The Blood Angel's successor. Chapters, nearly 24 of them, representing thousands of warriors, would all face investigation if the parent chapter falls under suspicion. The stakes extend beyond Baal's fortress monastery to encompass significant portion of the Imperium's Space Marine forces. Resolution comes through intervention from the Adeptus Ministorum. A cardinal of the Ecclesiarchy testifies that the Blood Angels have served humanity faithfully for 10,000 years despite their curse, that their resistance to falling to chaos despite genetic vulnerability makes them more trustworthy than chapters lacking such constant temptation, that destroying them over inherited trauma from their Primarch sacrifice would be profound theological error. The ecclesiarchy support combined with Dante's negotiated compromise, allowing limited inquisitorial observation, satisfies the investigating inquisitor enough to hold proceedings toward excommunication. But the crisis leaves scars across the chapter. Brothers question whether their service will always be viewed with suspicion, whether the curse makes them second-class Astartes in the eyes of the wider Imperium, whether 10,000 years of loyalty means anything against prejudice toward genetic affliction beyond their control. The warrior feels this questioning most acutely. His research, documenting the rage's mechanisms, potentially provides ammunition for those arguing blood angels represent corrupted gene stock that should be retired from service. Corbulo speaks bluntly about these concerns during one research session. The sanguinary priest has seen multiple investigations into the blood angel's genetic purity across his extended service, each concluding with grudging acceptance that the chapter remains loyal despite the curse. The Inquisition and Mechanicus will always suspect genetic afflictions, will always question whether today's loyal warriors might become tomorrow's heretics. The only counter-argument is continued service. Every campaign where blood angels maintain discipline, every battle where Death Company fury is channeled against enemies rather than running wild, every brother who resists the curse unto death rather than surrendering to it. The warrior resumes his research with a renewed purpose. If his documentation can demonstrate that the Black Rage is manageable rather than guaranteed slide toward corruption, that brothers afflicted by it retain loyalty and purposefulness despite their visions, that the curse represents challenge to overcome rather than damnation to succumb to, then his fall to the rage becomes service rather than tragedy. He intensifies his meditation sessions, pushing the boundaries of how deeply he can immerse in gene memory while maintaining enough control to return. These extreme sessions produce insights impossible through a more cautious approach. The warrior discovers that gene memory contains layers of information beyond simple visual and sensory experience. Embedded in the memories are emotional states, tactical considerations, strategic assessments, essentially complete copies of Sanguinius's conscious experience during recorded events. Accessing these deeper layers requires surrendering more control to the vision, accepting greater risk of becoming permanently trapped, but the potential knowledge justifies the danger. During one deep immersion, the warrior experiences Sanguinius's thoughts during the duel with Horus. The Primarch knew he would die. His prescient abilities showed this outcome clearly. He also knew the arch-traitor had grown too powerful for even the angel to defeat conventionally. But Sanguinius's sacrifice served multiple purposes beyond simply buying time. By confronting Horus first, the Primarch forced the War Master to reveal the full extent of powers granted by chaos, information the Emperor needed to formulate his own strategy. And by dying with such fury and defiance, Sanguinius demonstrated to his father that even total corruption could not extinguish nobility completely, that the Emperor's vision for humanity retained value worth dying to preserve. The warrior emerges from this immersion with understanding that recontextualizes everything he previously believed about the curse. Sanguinius chose his death deliberately, knowing it would curse his legion, accepting their price because the alternative was worse. The black rage is not accident or tragic side effect, but deliberate sacrifice, the Primarch choosing to inflict controlled madness on his sons rather than risk the Emperor's defeat, leading to actual chaos corruption spreading across all humanity. This knowledge should provide comfort, but it raises disturbing questions. If Sanguinius knew the curse would result from his death, did he have right to make that choice for his legion? The blood angels who fell to the rage across 10,000 years never chose to inherit this burden. They simply carried gene seed modified by their Primarch's death, and that inheritance damned them regardless of personal worthiness or desire. The warrior himself never chose to accept the curse. It came with the transformation that turned him from baseline human to space marine, written into every cell alongside the enhancements that made him transhuman. Brother Erastos offers perspective when the warrior shares these doubts. Choice is luxury that space marines rarely possess, the veteran explains. Brothers do not choose which chapter recruits them, which gene seed transforms them, which campaigns they deploy to, or which enemies they face. The entire transhuman existence centers on surrendering individual choice to serve greater purpose. That the blood angel's curse represents inherited burden from their Primarch's sacrifice makes it no different from countless other aspects of Space Marine service, where personal desires remain irrelevant beside duty. The warrior struggles to accept this framing, but he cannot deny its fundamental truth. He did not choose to carry Sanguinius's gene seed any more than he chose to be born on Baal's radiation wastes. The curse is simply another parameter of existence he must navigate, no more negotiable than gravity or transhuman physiology. Raging against it accomplishes nothing except wasting energy that could be directed toward resistance. Better to accept the curse as fact and focus on how to serve despite it, than to question whether that burden should exist at all. This acceptance marks turning point in the warrior's relationship with the rage. He stops fighting the visions and instead learns to move through them, observing what they contain while refusing to be defined by them. The episodes continue, perhaps increase in frequency, but they lose some of their power to terrify. He knows what waits in the gene memory. Horus approaching, Sanguinius spreading his wings, the final confrontation that ended with the angel broken, and the arch-traitor victorious. Experiencing this repeatedly does not lessen its horror, but familiarity breeds, if not contempt, then at least reduction in existential dread. The warrior begins assisting chaplains with death company rituals, his unique position allowing him to guide pre-battle orations with insight drawn from experiencing the rage's visions directly. He helps focus brothers' fury toward specific enemy types, using details from gene memory to create associations between modern foes and heresy-era traitors. When the Death Company deploys against Chaos Space Marines, he emphasizes memories of Horus's betrayal. Against Xenos threats, he draws on Sanguinius's battles during the Great Crusade. The technique makes Death Company warriors more effective shock troops while giving them as much purposeful direction as the rage allows. This work brings the warrior into contact with Astaroth more regularly. The High Chaplain maintains ultimate responsibility for the Death Company across all Blood Angels forces, traveling between war zones to provide guidance and, when necessary, final mercy to brothers whose service has reached its end. Astaroth shares techniques refined across millennia of managing rage-afflicted warriors, teaching the younger brother how to recognize when a Death Company warrior has degraded beyond effective service when visions have narrowed so completely that the brother experiences nothing but frozen moment of trauma. These brothers receive the Emperor's mercy, bolt rounds to the brain case delivered with prayers acknowledging their service and releasing them from suffering. The warrior witnesses several such executions during his time working with Asterath. Each follows identical protocol. The condemned brother is restrained, his helmet removed to expose his face. Asterath speaks words honoring his decades or centuries of service. The bolt pistol rises, the shot rings out, and another name is added to the endless rolls of blood angels fallen to the curse. The executions affect the warrior deeply despite his conditioning toward accepting battlefield casualties. These brothers die not from enemy action but from genetic inheritance, their deaths necessary to prevent them becoming threats to their own comrades, as their visions trap them so completely that present reality ceases to exist. They fought the curse as long as resistance remained possible, served the Emperor with fury the rage transformed from curse into weapon, and died when that transformation completed to the point where they retain nothing recognizably human. The warrior asks Asterath how he bears this burden. Centuries of killing brothers who did nothing wrong except carry flawed gene seed. The High Chaplain answers without deflection or comfort. He bears it because someone must, because granting mercy is kindness rather than cruelty, because brothers trapped in visions that have narrowed to single frozen moment of horror deserve release more than they deserve continued existence. The weight never lightens. The duty never becomes easier, but it remains necessary regardless of personal cost. This conversation stays with the warrior long after it concludes. Asterath's acceptance of terrible burden without complaint or expectation of reward represents ideal Space Marine service taken to extreme conclusion. The High Chaplain gains no glory from executing rage-afflicted brothers, earns no commendations for centuries of mercy killings, receives only the weight of accumulated deaths and the knowledge that his duty prevents suffering. Yet he continues, decade after decade, century after millennium, because the task requires doing, regardless of who performs it. The warrior resolves to approach his own curse with similar acceptance. He will document the rage's mechanisms, assist in death company management, and serve the chapter however his unique status allows until the visions narrow to the point where mercy becomes appropriate. No glory awaits in this path, no honor beyond what he already earned during his years of standard service, but the work matters. Each brother who resists the curse slightly longer because of insights the warrior provides, each death company deployment that achieves objectives through better focus of rage-fueled fury, each incremental improvement in chapter understanding of the curse justifies continued existence despite his fall. Months blend into years as the warrior establishes routines that allow something resembling normal service despite his death company status. He paints during hours when visions recede, creating works that explore the boundary between sanity and madness, loyalty and damnation, service and suffering. His artistic output shows increasing sophistication as he learns to translate the rage's visions into visual language that brothers who have not fallen can understand. Galleries in the fortress monastery begin displaying his pieces alongside works by fully loyal brothers, acknowledging that the curse does not invalidate an artist's vision, even if it complicates his life. He also writes extensively, maintaining journals that document his experiences, navigating gene memory from inside the rage rather than observing it from outside. These writings become reference material for Corbulo's research, their detailed first-hand accounts providing information impossible to obtain through medical examination or external observation. The warrior records everything: the specific sensory qualities of different vision types, the emotional states that seem to trigger episodes, the mental techniques that allow him to maintain partial control during immersion, the progressive changes he notices as his condition evolves across years of living with the curse. This documentation reveals patterns that surprise even experienced sanguinary priests. The warrior's visions show increasing temporal range rather than the narrowing seen in most Death Company brothers, where fully rage-afflicted warriors focus more tightly on Sanguinius's death moment over time. The warrior gains access to broader swaths of gene memory, spanning the Primarch's entire life. He experiences memories from Sanguinius's youth on Baal, from his discovery by the Emperor, from the early Great Crusade before the Ninth Legion even knew they were cursed. Corbulo theorizes that the warrior's experimental meditation techniques created neural pathways that resist the Rage's typical progression. By deliberately accessing diverse gene memories instead of allowing the death vision to dominate, he essentially trained his mind to treat all inherited memories as equally accessible rather than fixating on the trauma. This represents potential breakthrough in managing the curse. If the technique can be taught to other brothers before they fall to the rage, perhaps they could maintain broader vision access even after succumbing, preserving more of their capacity for purposeful action. The warrior attempts to codify his techniques into something teachable, working with chaplains to develop meditation protocols that could be incorporated into standard Blood Angels training. The work proves more difficult than anticipated. What comes naturally to someone with a heightened gene memory resonance resists translation into steps others can follow. He makes progress slowly, refining the approach through trial and error, with brothers who volunteer to develop these skills before necessity demands them. During this period, the warrior experiences something he did not anticipate when transferred to the Death Company: moments of genuine peace, living among brothers who share his struggles, working toward understanding that might help future generations, creating art that captures truths he spent years trying to articulate. These activities provide meaning that survived his fall to the rage. He remains cursed, will eventually degrade to the point where mercy becomes appropriate. But the time between falling and that final degradation contains value, rather than simply marking countdown to inevitable execution. Brother Erastos notes this transformation during one visit, commenting that his former student seems more centered now than during the years of fighting the curse while serving in the Sanguinary Guard. The veteran suggests that acceptance provides better foundation for resistance than desperate struggle, that working with the curse rather than against it allows brothers to function despite it, rather than being paralyzed by fear of it. The warrior's path from golden armored elite to black-clad observer illustrates this principle. He serves the chapter more effectively now than when he fought tooth and nail against every intimation that the curse might claim him. But this hard-won equilibrium faces its greatest test when the Blood Angels receive deployment orders that will take the warrior back into active combat for the first time since his transfer to the Death Company. Hive Fleet Leviathan's tendrils reach into the Cryptus system with numbers that darken orbital space. The Tyrannid invasion, representing existential threat to multiple Forge worlds and Shrine worlds alike. The Imperium responds with forces drawn from across the sector, including every Blood Angel successor chapter that can deploy. Chapter Master Dante assumes overall command of Astartes' forces, his 1,500 years of experience making him one of the Imperium's most qualified strategic minds, despite the curse he carries like all Sanguinius' sons. The Death Company deploys as part of this massive response, their numbers swelled by rage-afflicted brothers from multiple successor chapters. Nearly 300 warriors wearing black armor gather on Baal, each trapped in visions that show them ancient betrayal rather than present Xenos threat. But the chaplains conducting pre-deployment rituals find ways to channel this fury toward the Tyranids, framing the hive mind's consumption of worlds as betrayal comparable to Horus's treachery, giving the rage-afflicted brothers permission to unleash against enemies the Imperium desperately needs destroyed. The warrior joins this deployment despite his unique semi-controlled status. His research has reached a point where field data becomes necessary. Observing how Death Company warriors function in actual combat rather than training scenarios, documenting effectiveness of various ritual approaches under battlefield conditions, noting which brothers maintain enough tactical awareness to be useful beyond simple shock assault, and which have degraded into pure berserker state. Asterath approves the deployment personally, acknowledging the risks but valuing the potential intelligence enough to accept them. The journey to the Cryptus system takes 3 weeks through warp space that grows increasingly turbulent as the fleet approaches its destination. The hive mind's presence affects the immaterium in ways that make warp travel dangerous, even by the standards of routine transit. Reality bleeds into unreality at the boundaries, and for the warrior, whose connection to gene memory already pulls him toward visions outside linear time, the warp exposure intensifies the rage's call to levels that threaten constant immersion. He survives the transit through techniques developed during years of living with the curse, but the strain shows in his documentation, becoming increasingly fragmented, his paintings taking on quality that suggests creation during episodes rather than lucid periods, his interactions with other Death Company brothers growing more difficult as distinguishing present from past requires active effort rather than happening automatically. By the time the fleet translates back to real space above Shield World Asphodex, the same world where he fought during his time in the First Company, he exists more in gene memory than in present reality. The insertion happens via drop pod, the Death Company screaming toward planetary surface in transport pods painted black as morning. The warrior's pod shakes during descent, its machine spirit singing hymns that chaplains uploaded to help focus rage-afflicted brothers toward their targets. Around him, other warriors locked in their restraints scream about Horus, their voices blending into collective roar that drowns out the pod's atmospheric shriek. He adds his own voice to this chorus, the distinction between his controlled episodes and their total immersion mattering less with each passing moment. The pod strikes ground in the heart of Tyranid-infested territory, its doors blowing outward with shaped charges that clear landing zone of lesser organisms. The Death Company pours forth like black tide, their assault immediate and overwhelming. The warrior moves with them, his chainsword finding Xenos flesh with precision that comes partly from training and partly from accessing Sanguinius's combat instincts through gene memory. He fights in state of dual awareness, experiencing both the Cryptus battlefield and older memories of the Great Crusade simultaneously, the Xenos before him overlaying with traitor marines from memory, present and past blending, until they become indistinguishable. This dual state creates tactical effectiveness beyond what either full control or complete rage typically achieves. The warrior channels centuries of inherited combat experience while maintaining enough present awareness to distinguish allies from enemies, to recognize objectives beyond simple killing, to preserve weapons and equipment rather than fighting until death becomes inevitable. Around him, other Death Company brothers show similar capabilities to varying degrees. Veterans who fell to the rage decades ago but retain some tactical function. Younger brothers lost completely in visions, who fight with pure berserker fury. A few rare warriors like himself who navigate between past and present with varying success. The engagement against the Tyranids provides no clean lines or coherent tactics, just constant fluid combat where survival depends on killing faster than being killed. The Death Company advances through Hormigund swarms that break against black armor like waves against stone, their chain swords and bolt pistols reaping tally of Xenos dead that would satisfy Khorne himself if any brother present served the blood god rather than the emperor. The warrior's kill count exceeds 100 within the first hour, his weapons dripping alien ichor, his armor painted in colors nature never intended. But the Tyranids adapt, their synapse creatures learning that Death Company warriors fight without self-preservation instinct, that they can be lured into traps or isolated from support through tactics exploiting their aggression. A warrior fighting beside the warrior, a flesh-tearer who fell to the rage during the Baal system's defense, charges a lictor only to be ambushed by genestealers that drop from above. His death takes seconds despite ceramite armor and transhuman physiology, the Xenos rending him into components through sheer overwhelming numbers. His gene seed cannot be recovered, lost to alien consumption. His sacrifice buying nothing except brief delay in the swarm's advance. The warrior witnesses this death through dual vision that shows him both the present Xenos killing and gene memory of blood angels falling to traitor, bolter fire during the heresy. The overlap creates a moment of perfect clarity where he understands that wars never end, battles never conclude. The struggle continues across millennia with only the enemy's faces changing, while the fundamental reality of violence remains constant. Sanguinius knew this, accepted it, chose to sacrifice himself, knowing his death would buy time, but never achieve final victory. The curse the Primarch's death inflicted represents acknowledgement of this truth. Warriors carrying it can never escape the past because the past is never truly past. The betrayal continues across 10,000 years. Horus raises his claw again and again in eternal recurrence that no amount of resistance can prevent. This understanding should breed despair, but instead, it crystallizes purpose. If the war never ends, if victory is temporary at best, and damnation waits for every blood angel regardless of their service, then the only thing that matters is how each brother fights during the time between transformation and inevitable fall. The Death Company represents this truth made manifest. Warriors who surrendered to damnation but continue serving. Their curses transformed into weapon pointed at the Emperor's enemies, their madness channeled toward purpose despite everything arguing they should simply surrender to chaos. The warrior's documentation during this engagement becomes a stream of consciousness that captures both tactical events and philosophical realizations. His writing showing increasing sophistication even as his grip on linear thought loosens. Corbulo will later describe these journals as most valuable insights into the Rage's subjective experience ever recorded. Their combination of coherent observation and descent into vision-dominated consciousness, illuminating aspects of the curse that external observation cannot capture. The Cryptus campaign continues for months. The Death Company deployed in mission after mission against Tyranid forces that adapt and evolve faster than Imperial forces can counter. Warriors fall steadily, their numbers dwindling as casualties mount, but replacements arrive from the ongoing fighting elsewhere in the system. Brothers from a dozen successor chapters succumbing to the rage during desperate battles and being transported to join the concentrated Death Company force. The warrior becomes something approaching veteran within this formation, his semi-controlled state allowing him to guide newer brothers, to help chaplains focus pre-battle rituals, to maintain equipment and supplies when fully rage-afflicted warriors lack capacity for such mundane concerns. During the campaign's 4th month, the Death Company receives orders to assault a bioforge, where Tyranids create their most terrible warrior forms. Intelligence suggests the forge produces organisms specifically designed to counter Space Marine combat doctrine. Creatures that understand how Astartes fight and adapt to neutralize their advantages. Destroying it becomes priority target despite its location deep within Tyranid-controlled territory where extraction will be difficult, if not impossible. The assault force consists of 200 Death Company warriors, supported by chaplains and sanguinary priests, who will direct their fury and harvest gene seed from the fallen. No one expects any Death Company brother to survive. The mission is suicide assault given form and purpose, the rage-afflicted spending their lives to buy strategic advantage that might save others down the line. The warrior volunteers for the assault without hesitation, his documentation of Death Company effectiveness during desperate missions representing service more valuable than years of safe observation. The approach to the bioforge reveals Tyranid defenses that would stop conventional assault forces through sheer depth of overlapping organisms. But the Death Company breaks through where disciplined warriors would fall back, their fearlessness and aggression overwhelming Xenos that rely on prey's instinct for self-preservation. The warrior fights in the assault's vanguard, his chains ward never stopping, his bolt pistol firing on burst until ammunition depletes and he transitions to blade work exclusively. Around him, brothers fall to bioweapon fire or crushing blows from Carnifex organisms, their gene seed lost to Xenos consumption, despite sanguinary priests' best efforts to recover them. The bioforge itself rises from landscape of resin and chitin, massive structure that pulses with organic growth visible from kilometers away. The Death Company hits its perimeter with force that collapses outer defenses through pure momentum, their assaults carrying them into the structure's interior, where Tyranid warrior forms emerge from spawning pools to contest the intrusion. The fighting becomes close-quarter slaughter, both sides taking catastrophic casualties in corridors too narrow for effective maneuver. The warrior experiences this battle through kaleidoscope of overlapping visions. He fights both Tyranid warriors in present and traitor marines in gene memory, his chains ward drinking Xeno's blood while his mind witnesses it flowing red from power-armored traitors during the Siege of Terror. This dual experience should be disabling, but instead, it provides combat effectiveness beyond what either state alone would allow. His body acts on transhuman training and gene-enhanced reflexes, while his mind accesses Sanguinius's tactical brilliance through the visions, creating combination that makes him devastating opponent despite the curse that should render him merely berserker. But the cost of this effectiveness accumulates with each passing moment. Every kill pushes him deeper into gene memory, every drop of spilled blood intensifying the visions, every second of sustained fury eroding barriers that separate his consciousness from complete immersion in the past. He feels himself disappearing into Sanguinius's death memory, present reality becoming transparent overlay on visions that feel more real with each heartbeat. Soon, minutes or hours or days, time loses meaning in this state. He will cross threshold where return becomes impossible, joining the brothers who exist permanently in past rather than maintaining his partial grip on present awareness. The thought provokes neither fear nor resistance. The warrior has always known this moment would come, accepted it as price of the research he pursued, understood that understanding the curse required experiencing it fully rather than observing from safe distance. He continues fighting, his body destroying Xenos threads with precision that comes from 10,000 years of inherited combat experience, his mind slipping further into visions that show him the angel's final stand against the arch-traitor, his sense of self eroding as Sanguinius's memories overwhelm his own identity. In the Bioforge's central chamber, where Synapse creatures direct the spawning pool's production, the warrior finds himself facing the campaign's ultimate horror. A Lictor variant modified specifically to counter Space Marine combat patterns emerges from spawning fluid, its form incorporating elements learned from devouring fallen Astartes, its movements suggesting intelligence beyond typical Tyranid bioforms. The creature knows how blood angels fight, understands their tactics, anticipates their strategies because it carries genetic memory extracted from brothers it consumed. The duel that follows represents clash between different forms of inherited memory. The warrior's access to Sanguinius's combat instincts versus the Lictor's database of devoured Space Marine techniques. They move with superhuman speed, both drawing on knowledge accumulated across years and centuries, neither holding decisive advantage. The warrior's chainsword opens wounds that would kill lesser organisms, but the Lictor accepts damage with Xeno's indifference to suffering, its counterattacks punching through his ceramite armor to damage flesh beneath. As the duel continues, as wounds accumulate and exhaustion threatens even transhuman endurance, the warrior feels gene memory pulling him under completely. Sanguinius stands before him with wings spread, the Primarch's face showing not anger or determination, but something approaching peace. The vision speaks in voice that resonates through every cell of the warrior's body. You have served well, my son. Rest now. Let the past claim you. Your struggle has earned its conclusion, but the warrior resists this final pull towards oblivion, not from fear of damnation that concerned past months or years ago, but from recognition that his mission remains incomplete. The Death Company assault on the Bioforge serves strategic purpose beyond his personal journey with the curse. Brothers fight and die around him to destroy this facility, and surrendering to total rage now means failing them, means losing what tactical effectiveness his semi-controlled state provides, means dying without having provided the service that justified his continued existence after falling to the curse. He pulls back from the vision through sheer will, dragging himself out of Sanguinius's death memory one more time despite the gene memory arguing he should surrender. The effort costs more than he has to give, but he finds reserves in places Space Marine conditioning created, duty outweighing desire, purpose overriding personal preference, service mattering more than survival. His chain's word finds the lictor's throat through opening created by accessing the angel's combat instincts one final time, the Xenos falling as the warrior collapses beside it, his body pushed beyond limits where even transhuman physiology can function. Asterath finds him hours later in the Bioforge's ruins, the High Chaplain having led rescue forces to extract survivors after the Death Company completed its primary objective. Few brothers remain alive, less than 30 from the 200 who made the assault, but their sacrifice destroyed the spawning facility and set back Tyranid adaptation efforts by months. The warrior lives barely, his wounds extensive enough that baseline human would have died immediately, but space marine biology maintaining function long enough for evacuation. The High Chaplain performs field triage, his experienced assessment determining that the warrior can be saved physically, but likely cross threshold, where return from the rage becomes impossible. The pattern holds true across recovered brothers. Those maintaining semi-controlled states before the assault now show total immersion in visions, their minds lost to gene memory despite their bodies surviving combat. The mission's success came at cost of pushing the entire force past the point where they retain meaningful capacity for purposeful action beyond chaplain-directed ritual focus. During extraction to orbit, the warrior regains consciousness briefly, his awareness floating between present and past, with no clear boundary distinguishing them. He sees both the strike cruiser's apothecarion and the vengeful spirit's throne room, both sanguinary priests working to repair his injuries, and Horus standing over Sanguinius's broken body, both his brothers in black armor and the Emperor arriving too late to save his most beloved son. The visions overlay so completely that separating them requires effort he cannot muster, and eventually he stops trying, accepting that past and present occupy the same space, regardless of linear time's insistence. They remain distinct. His last lucid thought before surrendering completely to the visions centers on gratitude. He served as he was able for as long as control lasted, contributed to understanding that might help future brothers resist the curse, fought with honor despite genetic inheritance, arguing for monstrosity. The curse claimed him as it claims all blood angels eventually, but the time between transformation and this moment contained meaning, service, and purpose. The struggle was worth it even though the outcome was never in doubt. Then Sanguinius's death scream drowns out everything else, and the warrior falls into the past completely, joining the brothers who exist in eternal moment of the angel's final confrontation. Horus approaches with murder in his eyes, wings spread for battle one last time. The duel begins again, as it has begun 10,000 times before, as it will begin 10,000 times more, as it continues eternally in the minds of Sanguinius's cursed sons, who inherited not just their Primarch's nobility, but also his final moment of fury, grief, and defiant sacrifice against enemies that could not be defeated, but had to be faced regardless. Consciousness returns in fragments, each piece arriving without context or sequence. The apothecarion on Baal materializes around awareness that does not quite belong to any single identity. A body lies on surgical table while sanguinary priests work with instruments that gleam under red surgical lumens. The body wears black armor partially removed to expose wounds, ceramite-bearing battle damage that speaks of desperate combat against overwhelming odds. Tubes run from exposed veins to medical equipment that filters blood, monitors vital signs, maintains functions that transhuman physiology struggles to preserve. The warrior observes this scene from outside his own body, his perspective hovering somewhere between material reality and gene memory space. He watches the sanguinary priests work, their movements efficient despite obvious exhaustion, their ancient eyes holding sadness that comes from treating brothers who will never truly recover. One priest, Corbulo himself, recognizable even through the surgical mask, speaks in tones too low for standard hearing to detect, but gene-enhanced senses carry his words clearly. The body lives, Corbulo reports to someone outside the observer's visual field. The curse has progressed beyond intervention, but physical survival is possible with extensive augmetic support. The question becomes whether preserving life serves purpose when the brother experiencing that life exists permanently in visions from 10,000 years past. Some would argue mercy demands ending his suffering. Others might claim his unique semi-controlled state before complete immersion makes him valuable research subject worth preserving. Astaroth's voice answers from beyond visual range. The decision belongs to the brother himself, should he experience sufficient lucidity to make it. Until then, preserve life and continue observation. His documentation before the Cryptus assault provided insights that have already improved Death Company deployment protocols across 3 successor chapters. If he regains even moments of clarity, additional research could justify the resources required to maintain him. The conversation continues, but the observer's awareness drifts away from present reality into gene memory that calls with intensity the living brothers experience only during rage episodes. Sanguinius walks the halls of the vengeful spirit, his wings folded against armor that will soon be shattered, his face showing determination mixed with sorrow that comes from knowing exactly how this confrontation will end. The Primarch pauses before a viewport showing terror. Far below, the Imperial Palace visible as geometric irregularity on the planet's surface. The observer experiences Sanguinius's thoughts during this moment, accessing gene memory layers that most brothers never reach. The angel thinks about his legion, about warriors who look to him for guidance and inspiration, about sons who will inherit consequences of choices he makes in the next hours. He knows his death will curse them. Prescient visions showed this outcome clearly, but the alternative is allowing Horus to live long enough that the Emperor's death becomes certainty rather than possibility. The choice is not between good outcomes, but between varying degrees of tragedy, and Sanguinius chooses the tragedy that preserves some hope for humanity's future over the one that guarantees total damnation. This memory plays out with clarity that suggests it represents something more than simple inherited recollection. The observer wonders if he experiences actual psychic imprint of Sanguinius's final hours, if the Primarch's powerful presence burned itself into his gene seed so thoroughly that descendants access not reconstructed memory, but genuine recording preserved across 10 millennia. The distinction matters for understanding the curse's nature. If the raid shows brothers' true memory rather than genetic approximation, then experiencing it means witnessing their Primarch's sacrifice directly rather than simply suffering delusion based on corrupted data. Time becomes meaningless in the space between present medical treatment and past gene memory. The observer exists in both states simultaneously, his body healing slowly on Baal, while his consciousness witnesses events from the heresy. Weeks or months pass in the Materium. Medical logs that he sometimes glimpses during brief surfacings to present awareness, show dates advancing in concerning increments. But subjectively, he experiences years or decades within the gene memory space. He watches Sanguinius's entire final campaign, from the arrival at Terra through the desperate defense of the Eternity Gate, witnessing not just combat but quieter moments between battles, when the angel walked among his sons and spoke words meant to sustain them through horrors yet to come. These memory sequences include interactions the observer recognizes from his own transformation. A sanguinary priest speaking about mastering the thirst uses exact phrasing Sanguinius employed when addressing his legion about their developing curse. A chaplain's oration about nobility, despite impossible burden, quotes the Primarch's words directly, preserved across generations through careful transmission. The entire chapter's culture and discipline trace their origins to these final days when Sanguinius knew death approached and wanted to leave his sons prepared for the curse his death would inflict. The observer gains understanding that reshapes everything he previously believed about Blood Angel's service. The chapter does not simply struggle against the curse. They enact their Primarch's final wishes, following guidance he provided specifically for warriors who would inherit his death memory. Every meditation technique, every artistic tradition, every protocol for managing the rage represents Sanguinius's attempt to help his sons survive what he was about to do to them. The angel could not prevent the curse, but he could prepare his legion to resist it, and in his final hours, he chose to spend time doing exactly that rather than focusing solely on the coming battle. This revelation brings something the observer has not felt since his fall to the rage: purpose beyond simple service. He exists not as victim of genetics gone wrong, but as inheritor of Sanguinius's deliberate legacy. The curse is terrible, yes, and the suffering it inflicts cannot be minimized, but it comes wrapped in the angel's love for his sons, his desperate hope that they might survive what he knew would destroy some portion of them. His carefully constructed techniques for resistance that prove the Primarch never intended damnation as his legion's inevitable fate. The observer attempts to record these insights, but controlling his body from within the gene memory space proves nearly impossible. His hands move occasionally, guided by muscle memory rather than conscious direction, scrawling words in journals that sanguinary priests place near his medical bed. The resulting texts read like prophecy or madness, depending on interpretation. Fragmented phrases that carry meaning only to readers who understand the context of someone, experiencing past and present simultaneously. Corbelow preserves every word, recognizing that coherence and clarity matter less than preserving whatever the observer manages to communicate from inside the rage. Between periods of total immersion, the observer experiences moments of startling lucidity when present reality comes into sharp focus. During one such moment, he finds Asterath sitting beside his medical bed, the High Chaplain's presence suggesting something significant has occurred. The observer tries to speak, but his voice produces only harsh whisper. His throat, damaged during the Cryptus assault, has not fully healed despite months of treatment. Asterath speaks instead, his words carrying the weight of difficult news delivered to brothers who may or may not possess capacity to understand them. The Cryptus campaign concluded with imperial victory, the observer learns, though cost exceeded even pessimistic projections. High Fleet Leviathan was driven back, but not destroyed, its remnants retreating to regroup for future assaults. The Death Company assault on the Bioforge proved decisive, in achieving this outcome. The destruction of Tyranid adaptation facilities, buying time for conventional forces to destroy Synapse creatures before Xenos could implement new counter-tactics. Of 200 Death Company warriors who made that assault, only 17 survived physically intact enough to be recovered. Of those 17, only 3 retain any capacity for present awareness rather than existing completely in gene memory visions. The Observer represents the last of these 3, the other 2 having degraded to full rage manifestation during the months following extraction. His continued semi-lucid state makes him unique among Death Company brothers currently in the chapter's roster, a position that brings both honor and burden. The High Chaplain presents choice that mirrors the one he offered before the Cryptus deployment, though circumstances have changed dramatically. The Observer can accept the Emperor's mercy now while lucidity remains sufficient to make that choice meaningful, dying with honor after service that exceeded what most brothers achieve. Or he can continue his present existence, maintained in medical stasis between episodes, serving as research subject, an occasional advisor to brothers studying the curse. The second path offers no hope of recovery. The threshold into full rage has been crossed, but delays final degradation long enough that his insights might help future generations resist what claimed him. The Observer's response comes not through words but through gesture. His hand moves toward one of the journals stacked beside his medical bed, fingers tracing the Blood Angel's icon embossed on its cover. The meaning is clear enough. He chooses to continue serving through documentation and observation, for as long as capacity remains. Death will come eventually, either through final degradation into complete rage, or through the body failing under strain of maintaining consciousness across 2 time frames simultaneously. But the time between now and that ending can hold value if he allows it. Asterath accepts this choice with approval that comes only after millennia of evaluating brothers' decisions under impossible circumstances. The High Chaplain arranges for the Observer to be moved to specialized chambers adjacent to the Death Company's primary holding area, where he can be monitored constantly while maintaining enough independence to continue his research when lucidity permits. Sanguinary priests install additional augmetic systems to support bodily functions that no longer operate reliably. Nutrient feeds directly into bloodstream, waste processing through medical equipment, even breathing assistance when gene-enhanced lungs struggle under the psychic strain of maintaining dual awareness. The months that follow establish new routines built around the Observer's unpredictable shifts between present reality and gene memory immersion. When lucidity comes, he writes and paints with desperate intensity, knowing the window will close without warning. His artwork from this period shows technical mastery despite being created by someone whose consciousness exists partially outside linear time. Images that overlay present and past, showing Blood Angel's brothers fighting enemies from both current campaigns and heresy-era battles, capturing the way the curse makes 10,000 years collapse into eternal present. His written documentation becomes increasingly sophisticated in its exploration of gene memory structure. He maps the connections between different memory clusters, identifying roots through inherited recollections that minimize exposure to the death scream, documenting which meditation focuses provide better stability when accessing specific periods from Sanguinius's life. The accumulated research represents a decade or more of work compressed into months of sustained effort during lucid periods. The Observer, seemingly aware that time runs short, and knowledge must be preserved, while he retains capacity to articulate it. Brother Erestos visits regularly during this period, maintaining connection to his former student despite the obvious progression toward complete rage manifestation. The ancient veteran speaks about current chapter events, about brothers the observer trained with who continue serving, about campaigns where tactics the observer developed during his time in the Sanguinary Guard proved decisive. These conversations anchor the observer to present reality when gene memory threatens to pull him under completely, giving him reasons to fight for lucidity beyond simple research value. During one visit, Erastos shares news that affects the observer deeply, despite his deteriorating connection to present concerns. The meditation techniques the observer developed before his complete fall to the rage, the protocols for accessing gene memory while maintaining barriers against the death scream, have been incorporated into standard Blood Angels training across the parent chapter and 3 successor chapters. Early results suggest brothers who learn these techniques before facing combat show increased resistance to sudden rage onset, though not immunity. The observer's sacrifice brought knowledge that might help dozens or hundreds of future brothers survive longer before the curse claims them, justifying every moment of his suffering since the transfer to Death Company. This confirmation that his work matters, that his fall served purpose beyond simply adding another name to the roles of rage-afflicted brothers, provides comfort during periods when the visions grow overwhelming. The observer holds onto this knowledge during his descents into gene memory, using it as anchor point that reminds him why maintaining even partial lucidity matters. He is not simply victim of genetics, but researcher documenting the curse from inside it, and every moment of awareness he preserves potentially contributes to future brothers' survival. But the visions grow stronger with each passing month. The observer experiences Sanguinius's final duel with Horus dozens of times, the sequence playing out in his consciousness with intensity that makes present reality seem like pale shadow. He feels the lightning claw entering the angel's body, experiences the Primarch's neck breaking, shares Sanguinius's final thoughts as consciousness fades, and each time the memory completes, it begins again immediately, the loop tightening until the observer exists in near constant experience of his Primarch's death. Corbulo's examinations during this period show concerning physiological changes accompanying the psychological progression. The observer's brain displays unusual electrical patterns, neural activity that should not be possible in living tissue, creating resonances that suggest his consciousness operates partially in the immaterium rather than purely material space. His gene seed organs show abnormal function, producing hormones and neurotransmitters in combinations that have no analog in medical literature. Most disturbing, his cellular structure begins showing what can only be described as temporal instability. Individual cells existing in quantum states that suggest they occupy multiple timeframes simultaneously. These changes represent the curse's progression beyond anything previously documented. The observer is not simply experiencing gene memory visions, but actually existing partially in the past, his physical form beginning to blur boundaries between when Sanguinius died and present moment, 10,000 years later. Corbulo theorizes that the observer's heightened psychic resonance, combined with his experimental meditation techniques, created conditions where the gene memory connection became strong enough to pull not just consciousness but actual physical matter out of linear time. If this progression continues, Corbulo warns in his reports, The observer might disappear from present reality entirely, his physical form pulled completely into the gene memory space, where his consciousness already spends most time. Whether this would kill him or simply remove him from materium into the warp remains unclear. The phenomenon has no precedent in Blood Angel's records, making prediction impossible. The chapter master orders constant observation and preparation for emergency medical intervention should the observer begin phasing out of reality completely. The observer becomes aware of these concerns during one lucid period, overhearing sanguinary priests discussing his case while they believe him lost in visions. The news should terrify him. The prospect of literally ceasing to exist in present reality represents horror beyond simple death, but instead, it brings odd sense of completion. He has always existed between states, between loyalty and damnation, between present and past, between angel and monster. This final progression toward complete dissolution into gene memory seems almost inevitable, the logical conclusion of a journey that began when he first felt the red thirst surge during his transformation decades ago. He attempts to document this acceptance, his final writings taking on quality of farewell message to brothers who will continue the struggle after he disappears. The text rambles in places, coherence breaking down as he writes from within overlapping timeframes, but its core message comes through clearly. The curse is terrible, but resisting it matters precisely because resistance is difficult rather than simple. Every moment of lucidity stolen from damnation, every battle fought with discipline maintained, every brother who holds the line for one more day. These victories matter not, despite their temporary nature, but because of it. The struggle is the point, and surrender is only true failure. Brother Eristos discovers these writings before the observer completes them. The veteran recognizing immediately that his former student prepares for imminent final dissolution. He insists on staying with the observer during what will likely be final lucid period, maintaining vigil that allows the younger brother to fade from present reality with someone who understands anchoring him to it as long as possible. They sit together in the observation chamber, separated by plexiglass that allows the veteran to witness without risking contamination, should the observer's temporal instability prove infectious. The conversation that passes between them covers decades of shared service, recollections of training together before the observer's elevation to sanguinary guard, memories of campaigns fought side by side when the curse seemed manageable rather than overwhelming. Eristos speaks about watching his student grow from uncertain battle brother to veteran researcher, about pride in seeing techniques he taught refined and improved, about grief that this relationship ends not with honorable death in battle, but with disappearance into gene memory space. The observer tries to respond, but his voice fades in and out of audibility as he shifts between time frames. Sometimes he speaks to Eristos directly, his words carrying gratitude for decades of mentorship and friendship. Other times, he addresses Sanguinius, his speech suggesting he experiences the Primarch's presence as immediate reality rather than memory. And occasionally, he simply screams, his voice joining the chorus of Death Company brothers throughout the holding cells, their collective howl of rage and grief, audible even through reinforced walls designed to contain sound. As the final hours approach, measured by medical equipment monitoring his increasing temporal instability, the observer experiences strange clarity that transcends his previous lucid periods. He sees not just past and present, but potential futures, branches of possibility extending from this moment toward outcomes that may or may not materialize. In some futures, the techniques he developed help blood angels resist the curse for generations. His sacrifice remembered as turning point in the chapter's relationship with its genetic inheritance. In others, his research proves footnote in long history of failed attempts to master the unmasterable, his name forgotten except in dusty files reviewed by sanguinary priests who shake their heads at yet another brother who thought understanding might somehow equal control. The observer realizes these visions represent not prescience but simple extrapolation. His mind, operating partially outside linear time, calculating probable outcomes based on patterns visible across centuries of chapter history. But the realization does nothing to diminish their impact. He sees his legacy branching into infinite possibilities, his contribution to the blood angel's survival either significant or negligible, depending on variables beyond his control or prediction. The uncertainty should frustrate him, but instead it provides final lesson about the curse and resistance to it. Control is illusion. Mastery is impossible. Understanding provides comfort but not cure. The only real choice any blood angel possesses is how to meet the damnation that waits for all Sanguinius' sons, with defiance or surrender, with continued service or immediate capitulation, with eyes open to reality or closed in denial. The observer chose defiance, chose service, chose to keep his eyes open until they could no longer focus on present reality. Whether that choice mattered in any objective sense becomes irrelevant beside the subjective truth that making it felt right, felt honest, felt like honoring both the angel's sacrifice and his own decades of struggle. The temporal instability reaches critical point as Baal's local midnight approaches. The observer's physical form begins flickering, his body visible one moment and transparent the next, as if reality cannot quite decide whether he still exists in the present or has already slipped completely into gene memory space. Medical equipment screams warnings that sanguinary priests cannot interpret. The readings make no sense according to any biological model, showing conditions that should not be possible in living tissue. Brother Erastos remains at his vigil position despite Corbulo urging him to evacuate in case the observer's condition proves dangerous to observers. The veteran refuses to abandon his student during these final moments, his dedication to brotherhood outweighing concerns about personal safety. Through the plexiglass, he watches the observer's form grow increasingly insubstantial, the black armor becoming transparent enough to see through to the wall behind, the body itself appearing more like holographic projection than solid matter. The observer experiences these final moments with consciousness stretched so thin that individual thoughts become impossible. He exists as pure awareness without specific focus, experiencing everything and nothing simultaneously, present in 10,000 years of blood angels' history all at once. He feels his transformation into Space Marine, his first taste of the thirst, his battles across decades of service, his fall to the rage, his months of research, and his final dissolution into gene memory, all of these moments happening simultaneously in eternal present where linear time holds no meaning. And then he is Sanguinius, standing on the vengeful spirit with Horus approaching, not experiencing memory of this moment but actually being there, his consciousness pulled completely into the Primarch's final confrontation. He feels the angel's grief at seeing his most beloved brother transformed into monster. his desperate hope that redemption might still be possible, his crushing acceptance that hope is delusion and only violence remains. He spreads wings that are both his and Sanguinius's, raises weapon that exists in both past and present, prepares for duel whose outcome is written across 10,000 years of inherited memory. The lightning claw enters his body, his neck breaks, life drains away even as the Emperor arrives too late to save him. He dies screaming, not in pain but in fury, in defiance, in absolute refusal to surrender, even though surrender becomes inevitable. The death is not ending but beginning. His scream burns itself into his gene seed, transmitting across the psychic bond to every blood angel, ensuring his sons will never forget, will always know, will carry his sacrifice forward across millennia of service. And then consciousness fragments completely, the observer's awareness dissolving into the gene memory space where it will remain forever. His physical body disappears from the observation chamber, vanishing in flash of light that leaves after images on every surface. Brother Erastos sees it happen, witnesses the exact moment when his student stops being material entity and becomes pure psychic imprint existing within the blood angel's genetic legacy. Corbulo's instruments record everything, capturing data that will require decades to analyze fully. But the immediate conclusion is clear. The observer has not died in any conventional sense. He has been absorbed into the gene memory space, his consciousness merging with the psychic structure that transmits Sanguinius's death scream to every blood angel. Future brothers accessing gene memory will encounter not just the Primarch's recollections, but also the observer's experiences, his research, his hard-won understanding of the curse from inside its manifestation. The implications stagger even the ancient sanguinary priest. If the observer's consciousness survives within gene memory space, if his awareness can be accessed by brothers through the same psychic connection that transmits the rage, then he might serve as guide helping warriors navigate visions that would otherwise trap them completely. His decades of research into meditation techniques and memory navigation could become directly available to brothers falling to the curse, potentially allowing some portion of them to maintain partial lucidity rather than losing themselves completely to the past. Testing this theory will require careful experimentation over extended periods. The chapter cannot risk exposing brothers unnecessarily to gene memory techniques that might accelerate their fall rather than helping them resist. But if the observer's sacrifice brought not just knowledge recorded in journals, but actual psychic presence that can guide future brothers, then his value to the blood angels becomes incalculable. He would not be first brother to find immortality of sorts through the curse. Legends speak of ancient warriors whose psychic imprints remain accessible through gene memory. But he would be first to achieve this state, while deliberately attempting to help others resist the same fate that claimed him. Brother Erastos processes this information with emotions too complex for words. His student is gone from present reality, lost to the curse as surely as any Death Company warrior who degrades to point requiring the Emperor's mercy. But he might also still exist in sense that matters, his awareness preserved within the genetic structure that connects all blood angels to their Primarch. The possibility provides cold comfort. Erastos would prefer his student alive and recovering rather than dissolved into psychic space, but it beats the absolute loss that seemed inevitable. The veteran spends the night in the observation chamber, maintaining vigil even though no physical body remains to watch over. Outside, the fortress monastery continues its eternal routines. Brothers training in combat cages, sanguinary priests monitoring gene seed cultivation, chaplains leading prayers that acknowledge the curse while refusing to surrender to it. The blood angels endure as they have endured for 10,000 years, each generation struggling against inheritance that should break them, but instead becomes foundation for nobility that transcends its twisted origins. When dawn breaks over Baal's radiation wastes, Erastos finally leaves the chamber, his vigil complete. He walks through halls decorated with artwork created by brothers struggling against the curse, passes statues depicting the eternal tension between angel and monster, eventually reaches the great gallery where masterworks spanning millennia provide testament to the chapter's refusal to let damnation erase beauty. And there, among paintings created by brothers both living and dead, he finds the observer's final, completed work. The piece shows Sanguinius at the moment of death, the Primarch's wings spread wide, his face capturing perfect balance between nobility and fury. But the painting includes detail not present in conventional depictions. In the angel's eyes, reflected microscopically small, yet perfectly detailed, appears every blood angel who will ever fall to the rage. Thousands of faces crowd the reflection, some recognizable as historical figures, while others show brothers who have not yet been born. And among these faces, barely visible even to gene-enhanced sight, Erastos finds his student's features, the observer taking his place in the eternal chorus of the damned who chose service over surrender, struggle over acceptance, defiance over the peace that capitulation might have brought. The painting bears no signature. The observer dissolved into gene memory before completing it, but its meaning carries across centuries, across generations, across the vast gulf separating present from past. The curse claims every blood angel eventually, through thirst or rage or simple violence compounding across decades of service, but the moments before that claiming hold value precisely because they are stolen from damnation rather than given freely. Every brother who resists for one more day, every warrior who channels the curse toward purpose rather than allowing it to consume him, every son of Sanguinius who holds the line between angel and monster, these victories matter not despite their temporary nature, but because of it. Brother Erastos salutes the painting, his gesture acknowledging both the art and the artist, both the lesson and the brother who paid to learn it. Then he returns to his duties, to training new brothers in techniques refined by the observer's research, to maintaining the eternal watch that keeps the blood angels loyal, despite genetic screaming for betrayal. The struggle continues, as it has continued across millennia, as it will continue across millennia yet to come. There is no victory against the curse, only resistance. And resistance, the observer proved through sacrifice that transcended simple death, can be enough. Decades pass in the wake of the observer's dissolution into gene memory space. The blood angels continue their service across the Imperium's endless war zones, their crimson armor appearing wherever the Emperor's enemies threaten humanity's survival. Brothers fall to bolter fire and chains ward, to Xenos claws and chaos corruption, to the black rage that claims Sanguinius' sons without regard for their worthiness or will. And in the death company, holding cells, in the moments between deployments when rage-afflicted warriors experience brief windows of lucidity, some brothers report encountering presence, that guides them through visions, teaches them techniques for maintaining partial awareness despite total immersion in the past. The reports filter through chapter chaplains to reach Corbulo, who has spent these decades analyzing the data captured during the observer's final hours. The sanguinary priest compiles testimony from dozens of brothers, documenting consistent patterns that suggest something more than simple delusion or coincidence. Death Company warriors describe voice that sounds like absent brother offering advice about navigating gene memory. Newly rage-afflicted brothers report visions where they witness not just Sanguinius's death, but also training sequences showing meditation techniques no one taught them through conventional instruction. Veterans who maintained semi-lucid states for years speak of presence that feels familiar, that reminds them of the observer who disappeared into gene memory decades previous. Corbulo presents these findings to Dante during Chapter Master's review of sanguinary priest research initiatives. The evidence suggests strongly that the observer's consciousness survived his physical dissolution, that his awareness remains accessible within the gene memory space, that he serves as guide for brothers navigating the same visions that consumed him. This makes him perhaps most valuable asset the chapter possesses for combating the curse. Not cure, never cure, but amelioration that might allow rage-afflicted warriors to maintain tactical effectiveness longer before degenerating into pure berserkers. Dante authorizes expansion of the observer's meditation techniques into standard training across all Blood Angels companies. What began as experimental research conducted by a single brother becomes foundation for a revised approach to managing the curse. Aspirants learn these methods during their transformation, the protocols incorporated into hypnodoctrination that shapes Space Marine psychology. Veterans receive additional instruction, their decades of experience providing context that makes advanced techniques accessible. Even Death Company brothers undergo modified training, chaplains working to establish neural pathways that might help them maintain lucidity despite rage's overwhelming pull. The results exceed even optimistic projections. Brothers who learn the observer's techniques show measurably reduced rates of sudden rage onset. Instead of falling completely in single, catastrophic episode, they experience progressive symptoms that allow intervention. Warriors who do fall to the rage retain higher percentages of tactical awareness, their visions including broader context that makes them effective in roles beyond simple shock assault. Death Company deployments become less suicidal and more strategic. The rage-afflicted brothers fighting with purpose that approaches what they possessed before the curse claimed them. But success brings complications. The Inquisition's interest in Blood Angels' genetic purity resurfaces when word spreads that the chapter has developed new techniques for managing the Black Rage. Inquisitorial observers demand access to training facilities, want to examine brothers who demonstrate improved resistance, insist on reviewing Corbulo's research, including the data captured during the observer's dissolution. The scrutiny threatens to expose details about the curse that the Blood Angels have kept carefully private, particularly the extent to which the rage involves psychic phenomena operating through the warp rather than simple biological affliction. Dante negotiates carefully, providing enough access to satisfy inquisitorial requirements without revealing information that might lead to questioning Blood Angels' continued loyalty. He frames the observer's techniques as psychological rather than psychic, emphasizing the meditation and artistic elements while downplaying gene memory navigation, that requires accepting warp space as real rather than merely metaphorical. The strategy works well enough to deflect immediate investigation, though the chapter master knows future scrutiny remains inevitable, as long as the Inquisition views genetic affliction with suspicion. Meanwhile, among the Death Company, brothers continue reporting encounters with guiding presence that teaches them resistance techniques. These experiences become formalized into what the chaplaincy calls the Observer Protocol, a set of meditation practices designed to invoke the presence, to access the observer's consciousness within gene memory space, to receive guidance from a brother who understands the rage from inside its manifestation. The protocol works inconsistently, some brothers achieving clear contact while others experience nothing beyond normal visions. But even partial success justifies its continued use. One brother, who achieves particularly strong contact with the observer's presence, is a newly rage-afflicted warrior named Theron. His fall to the curse came during battle against word-bearers, traitor Marines. The stress of close-quarters combat against Chaos Space Marines, triggering visions that overwhelmed his defenses within hours. By conventional progression, Theron should have degraded to full berserker state within days, his consciousness lost completely to the death scream. Instead, he maintained semi-lucid state for months, his awareness shifting between present and past, but never completely abandoning material reality. Theron's journals, maintained during lucid periods, document his experiences accessing the observer's guidance. He describes the presence as patient teacher who demonstrates memory navigation techniques through example rather than instruction, who shows routes through gene memory that minimize exposure to the death scream, who provides mental disciplines for maintaining present awareness even during total immersion in visions. The teaching methods match those the original observer developed during his research, but delivered with refinement that suggests decades of practice within gene memory space, improving their effectiveness. Corbelow interviews Theron extensively, attempting to determine whether the contact represents genuine communication with the observer's preserved consciousness or elaborate construction the brother's mind creates to cope with the rage. The sanguinary priest cannot reach definitive conclusion. The evidence supports both interpretations equally, but he notes that regardless of mechanism, Theron benefits from the experience, his resistance to complete rage manifestation exceeding statistical norms for brothers at his stage of curse progression. The research attracts attention from unexpected source. A contingent from the Librarius, the Blood Angel's psychic specialist, requests permission to study Theron and other brothers reporting contact with the observer's presence. The librarians possess abilities and knowledge that allow them to perceive psychic phenomena more clearly than non-psycho specialists. If the observer truly exists within gene memory space, if his consciousness can be accessed by brothers through psychic connection, then librarians might establish clearer communication than meditation techniques alone allow. Chief Librarian Mephiston takes personal interest in the research. The legendary warrior who survived the Black Rage through unprecedented act of will understands the curse from perspective few others share. His own experience involved wrestling his consciousness back from the brink of total rage manifestation, an achievement that should be impossible, according to everything Blood Angels know about the curse. If the observer achieves similar feat, but from opposite direction, consciousness surviving despite body's dissolution, then Mephiston wants to understand how, wants to learn whether the achievement can be replicated or at least studied for insights applicable to other brothers' struggles. The librarian establishes psychic contact with Theron during one of the brothers' lucid periods, using his abilities to observe the rage-afflicted warrior's consciousness more directly than conventional examination allows. What Mephiston perceives confirms Corbulo's theories while raising new questions. The observer's presence exists within gene memory space, yes, but not as simple recording or psychic echo. His awareness shows complexity suggesting genuine consciousness rather than artifact. The presence responds to Theron's questions, with answers showing understanding of present context, adapts guidance to specific circumstances the brother faces, demonstrates knowledge that postdates the observer's physical dissolution. This last point proves particularly significant. The observer disappeared into gene memory decades ago, yet the presence guides Theron through situations and enemies that did not exist when the observer served in material reality. This suggests his consciousness within gene memory space remains active and aware, observing brothers who access that space even while existing outside linear time. If true, this makes the observer something unique in Blood Angel's history. A brother who transcended both death and the curse, who exists in state that allows him to guide others despite his own dissolution. Mephiston shares his findings with Dante, the two discussing implications that extend beyond simple research interest. If the observer's consciousness survives in accessible form, if his guidance helps brothers resist the curse more effectively, then perhaps deliberately cultivating similar presences becomes strategy worth pursuing. Brothers who show heightened gene memory resonance, rather than being viewed as vulnerable to the rage, might represent potential guides who could join the observer in helping future generations. The idea borders on heresy, deliberately pushing brothers toward curse manifestation violates every principle the Blood Angels hold sacred, but the potential benefits justify careful consideration. Dante ultimately rejects the proposal, his decision based on both practical and ethical grounds. Deliberately exposing brothers to increased rage risk violates their agency and potentially wastes warriors who might serve for centuries if not pushed toward the curse prematurely. Additionally, there is no guarantee that other brothers would survive dissolution into gene memory space with consciousness intact. The observer's achievement might be unique accident rather than replicable protocol. Better to allow the observer's presence to continue guiding brothers naturally than to risk creating more victims while chasing uncertain benefits. But the chapter master does authorize expanded research into techniques for contacting the observer's presence, for learning from his guidance, for incorporating his hard-won understanding into standard protocols for managing the rage. What began as single brothers' experimental research becomes foundation for a revised approach to the curse that acknowledges its inevitability while refusing to accept helplessness in face of it. The Blood Angels cannot prevent the rage, cannot cure the thirst, cannot escape the genetic inheritance Sanguinius's death inflicted on them. But they can learn to navigate these afflictions with increasing sophistication, can develop techniques for maintaining function despite the curse, can honor the angel's sacrifice by proving that his sons possessed an ability that survives even when genetics argue for monstrosity. Years continue to pass. The observer's presence becomes widely acknowledged phenomenon within the chapter. Brothers who fall to the rage learn to seek his guidance during their initial disorientation, to listen for voice that teaches navigation through visions that should trap them completely. Veterans train new brothers in techniques for invoking the observer's presence, for maintaining the meditation states that make contact possible, for recognizing his characteristic teaching style when he appears in gene memory space. The observer becomes legend, story told to aspirants during their transformation, example cited by chaplains when addressing brothers who fear the curse's inevitability. But among those who knew him before his dissolution, the legend feels bittersweet. Brother Erastos, who trained the observer for decades, struggles with knowledge that his student exists in form that allows continued service, but prevents meaningful reunion. The presence in gene memory space teaches and guides, yes, but it does not maintain the friendship that defined their relationship during the observer's material existence. Erastos cannot simply speak with his former student, cannot share experiences or discuss campaigns, cannot receive the companionship that brotherhood provides. The observer serves the chapter more effectively than ever, but the brother Erastos knew is gone, replaced by something that resembles guide or teacher more than friend. During one meditation session in the Great Gallery, Erastos attempts to contact the observer's presence directly, to reach across the boundary between material reality and gene memory space for personal communication, rather than tactical guidance. He uses the techniques his student developed, entering the meditation state that makes gene memory accessible, navigating carefully through inherited recollections while maintaining present awareness. And there, in the space between past and present, he finds presence that feels familiar even while being fundamentally transformed. The observer's consciousness appears not as visual image, but as sensation, presence that conveys meaning through impression rather than words. Erastos perceives gratitude for continued mentorship even after the dissolution, acknowledgement that their relationship mattered and continues to matter despite the transformation that separated them. He feels the observer's satisfaction with how his research helped the chapter, his peace with sacrifice that seemed terrible at the time, but now feels appropriate given the service it enabled. And most surprisingly, he detects something approximating happiness. The observer found purpose in becoming guide for rage-afflicted brothers, found meaning in sacrifice that transcended simple death. The contact lasts only moments before Erastos' consciousness returns to material reality, the veteran's own resistance to the curse preventing him from maintaining extended immersion in gene memory space. But the brief reunion provides what he needed, confirmation that his student's sacrifice was not simply tragic loss, but transformation into service that continues despite material dissolution. The observer exists in form that makes conventional friendship impossible, but he exists nonetheless, and his awareness includes appreciation for the relationship that helped him develop resistance techniques that now guide hundreds of brothers through their own struggles. Erastos shares this experience with Corbulo, who adds it to the growing documentation of contacts with the observer's presence. The sanguinary priest notes that veterans who knew the observer before his dissolution report more meaningful contact than brothers who only knew him through legend. This suggests the presence maintains some connection to material relationships, that his consciousness within gene memory space remembers and values the bonds formed during physical existence. If true, this makes him not just functional guide but preserved personality, a brother who transcended death without losing essential qualities that defined his service. The implications extend beyond simple technical interest. They suggest that consciousness absorbed into gene memory space need not become impersonal teaching device but can maintain identity and relationship capacity. This offers comfort to brothers who fall to the rage and fear losing themselves completely. Perhaps degradation is not inevitable. Perhaps some portion of self can survive even total immersion in visions. Perhaps the curse's ultimate victory can be mitigated if not prevented. But these philosophical considerations remain secondary to practical applications that benefit chapter operations. The observer's techniques, refined through decades of guiding brothers within gene memory space, continue improving Death Company effectiveness. Rage-afflicted warriors maintain tactical awareness for longer periods, coordinate with each other despite their visions, even communicate basic intelligence about their psychological state to chaplains who learn to interpret signs visible during lucid moments. The Death Company remains suicide formation deployed against impossible odds, but their sacrifices achieve more strategic value. Their deaths by greater advantage. Their service honors both Sanguinius' example and the observer's legacy. The chapter also develops new protocols for identifying brothers showing heightened gene memory resonance early in their service, rather than viewing this trait as vulnerability, indicating inevitable fall. The Blood Angels now recognize it as potential gift if properly managed. Brothers with strong resonance receive additional training in the observer's meditation techniques, learn to navigate gene memory safely rather than avoiding it completely, develop skills for maintaining present awareness even during deep immersion in inherited recollections. Some of these brothers serve for centuries despite their heightened connection to the curse, their ability to access Sanguinius' tactical brilliance making them exceptionally effective warriors. Among these specially trained brothers, a few eventually fall to the rage, as statistics predict they must. But their falls differ from conventional rage manifestation. They maintain broader vision access, retain more tactical function, even demonstrate capacity for limited communication during their episodes. These brothers become secondary presences within gene memory space, not as prominent as the original observer, but contributing to the growing constellation of guides helping rage-afflicted warriors navigate their visions. The Blood Angels begin to accumulate psychic infrastructure within their genetic legacy, building network of preserved consciousnesses that serve brothers who fall to the curse. This development concerns the chaplaincy, which sees potential for corruption in deliberately maintaining psychic presences within gene memory space. Asterath raises questions about whether these guides truly help brothers resist the curse or simply make damnation more comfortable, whether increased tactical function among Death Company warriors justifies the spiritual cost of creating more presences trapped between material reality and gene memory space. The High Chaplain does not propose ending the observer's techniques. Their benefits are too clear, too valuable to abandon, but he insists on careful monitoring to ensure the cure does not become worse than the disease. Dante mediates the debate that follows, gathering input from librarians, sanguinary priests, chaplains, and brothers who have experienced the observer's guidance directly. The consensus that emerges acknowledges both benefits and risks of the new protocols. The observer's presence and those of subsequent guides do help brothers maintain function despite the rage, but they also represent unprecedented manipulation of gene memory space that could have unforeseen consequences. the chapter commits to continuing current techniques while monitoring for signs of corruption or degradation in the gene memory infrastructure they are building. As decades turn to centuries, as brothers who knew the original observer pass into death or rage, his legend grows to encompass more than simply his achievements. It becomes symbol of the principle that defines Blood Angel's service: nobility maintained through sacrifice, purpose found in suffering, meaning extracted from genetic inheritance that argues for meaninglessness. Every brother who falls to the rage and seeks guidance through meditation techniques encounters presence that represents these principles made manifest, that demonstrates through example how consciousness can survive when material form cannot, how service continues even after conventional existence ends. The observer's artistic works, preserved in galleries throughout the fortress monastery, take on new significance as his legend spreads. Brothers study his paintings not just for aesthetic value but for insights into gene memory navigation, examining how he depicted the boundary between past and present, analyzing techniques he used to capture dual awareness on canvas. His sculptures become meditation focuses, warriors sitting before them during training sessions that teach resistance to the curse. His writings are copied and distributed, their fragmented eloquence speaking to brothers who struggle with similar experiences of reality blurring across time frames. And in the death company, holding cells, in the moments between deployments when rage-afflicted brothers experience brief windows of lucidity, voices continue to echo through gene memory space. The observer's presence, refined through centuries of guiding brothers joined by other consciousnesses that survive dissolution into psychic infrastructure, creating chorus that teaches and sustains and demonstrates that even the curse's complete victory can be transformed into continued service. The voices do not offer hope of cure. They are too honest for false comfort, but they provide something perhaps more valuable: understanding that resistance matters even when it cannot prevent the inevitable, that nobility survives even when material form does not, that the struggle itself justifies the suffering it requires. Brother Erastos, now ancient beyond reckoning, maintains his meditation practice even as centuries of service take their toll on transhuman physiology that should be nearly immortal. He seeks contact with the observer's presence regularly, their friendship continuing in form that transcends conventional relationship. During one session in his final decade of service, he asked the question that has haunted him across centuries: did the sacrifice prove worth its cost? Was the price justified by the service it enabled? The observer's presence responds with clarity it rarely achieves, the answer arriving not as words but as understanding that bypasses language entirely. Worth and cost exist in different categories that cannot be compared directly. The presence conveys. Sacrifice was necessary not because outcome justified it, but because the alternative, surrender to the curse without resistance, acceptance of damnation without struggle, violated everything Sanguinius taught his sons. Worth is measured not in results achieved, but in nobility maintained during the struggle, in refusal to surrender that defines Blood Angel's service, regardless of whether that refusal prevents inevitable outcome. Erastos accepts this answer as sufficient, as complete, as everything he needed to hear. When he passes beyond the Emperor's light shortly thereafter, when his gene seed is harvested and prepared for implantation in new aspirant, his final thoughts center on gratitude for having known a brother who prove that sacrifice can transcend death, that service continues despite material dissolution, that the curse defines blood angels but does not defeat them. The legacy continues, as it has continued across centuries, as it will continue across millennia yet to come, each generation learning from brothers who walked this path before and left guidance for those who follow. The 42nd millennium brings changes that ripple through the Imperium structure, challenging assumptions that stood unchallenged for 10,000 years. The Great Rift tears reality itself, dividing the galaxy and making warp travel more dangerous than ever. Primaris Space Marines appear, their creation shocking chapters who believe the Adeptus Astartes represents perfection that cannot be improved, and Roboute Guilliman returns from his millennia-long stasis, his leadership offering hope to an Imperium that has forgotten what decisive victory looks like. For the Blood Angels, these changes bring both opportunity and challenge. The Primaris reinforcements arrive with gene seed drawn from the purest sources available, material that predates the curse's worst manifestations. Corbulo examines the new brothers with hope that barely survived 10,000 years of disappointment. Perhaps these warriors, created from gene seed held in stasis since the heresy, will prove resistant to the rage that claims their conventional brothers with such terrible consistency. Initial results support this hope. Primaris blood angels show measurably lower rates of thirst manifestation, their enhanced physiology apparently providing better resistance to the neurochemical triggers that plague conventional brothers. The new warriors fight with discipline that would make the Ultramarines proud. Their adherence to doctrine never wavering even during battles where blood flows freely enough to trigger episodes in their shorter brothers. For the first time in millennia, the Blood Angels dare to believe that perhaps the curse's progression can be reversed. The Guilliman's return brings not just tactical reinforcement, but genetic salvation. But hope proves fragile. Within years of their introduction, Primaris brothers begin falling to the black rage. The thirst may affect them less intensely, but the rage shows no respect for their enhanced physiology or purer gene seed. They experience Sanguinius's death visions with the same overwhelming intensity, their consciousness trapped in the past despite all enhancements that should prevent such psychic vulnerability. The curse adapts, or perhaps simply reveals its true nature, not biological flaw that can be engineered away, but spiritual wound that transcends material solutions. The first Primaris brother to fall completely to the rage is Aaron, a warrior who served with distinction during the Indomitus Crusade. His descent begins during battle against Death Guard traitor Marines on a plague world where reality itself has become corrupted by Nurgle's influence. Aaron fights through conditions that would kill baseline humans instantly, his Primaris enhancements allowing function in atmosphere so toxic that conventional armor would fail. But when a Death Guard plague marine strikes him with disease-ridden blade, when the wound festers despite his enhanced immune system, something shifts in Aaron's awareness. He begins seeing overlays, present reality blurring with visions from the heresy. The Death Guard before him transforms into Horus's warriors at the Siege of Terror. His brothers in crimson armor shift to show the marks and heraldry of the Blood Angels as they appeared 10,000 years ago. And somewhere in the distance he perceives Sanguinius standing with wings spread, the Primarch's face showing sorrow that transcends simple emotion to become fundamental truth about existence in the Imperium. Aaron's company commander recognizes the signs immediately. Enhanced physiology means nothing against the curse when it manifests through psychic, rather than biological mechanisms. The Primarch's brother is restrained before he can turn on his own squad, sedated with chemicals powerful enough to tranquilize a dreadnought, transported back to Bale for evaluation by chaplains who specialize in managing newly rage-afflicted warriors. The entire incident follows protocols refined across millennia, but applying them to Primarch's brother for the first time carries weight that transcends simple procedure. Corbulo examines Aaron extensively, his ancient expertise finally encountering question he hoped would never require answering. Whether Primarch's enhancements prevent or merely delay the rage's manifestation. His conclusion devastates the hope that has sustained the chapter through the turmoil of Guilliman's return and the Imperium's reorganization. The Black Rage does not care about gene seed purity, about enhanced physiology, about any material advantage the Primarch's project provides. The curse operates through psychic connection to Sanguinius's death, and that connection exists equally in all blood angels regardless of whether they were created through conventional process or cause innovations. The news spread through the chapter like plague. Brothers who dared to hope that perhaps the curse might finally be overcome, forced to confront that no enhancement, no technological innovation, no amount of genetic purity provides protection against inherited trauma burned into their Primarch's legacy. The Primaris reinforcements, who arrived believing themselves superior to their shorter brothers, learn humility as they recognize they face the same damnation, the same inevitable slide toward madness, the same choice between resistance and surrender that has defined Blood Angel's service across 10,000 years. But within this disappointment, some brothers find unexpected clarity. Aaron, during one of his increasingly rare lucid periods, speaks about experiencing the observer's presence during his initial descent into the rage. The guide appeared in gene memory space as Aaron panicked, teaching meditation techniques that helped him maintain partial awareness despite visions that should have overwhelmed him completely. The presence did not prevent his fall to the rage. That was never possible. But it provided tools for navigating the curse's manifestation, for preserving enough of himself that he remains tactically functional rather than pure berserker. This testimony confirms what Corbulo suspected but could not prove. The observer's consciousness within gene memory space serves Primaris and conventional brothers equally. Whatever differences exist between them in material terms become irrelevant in psychic space where the curse operates. The meditation techniques the original observer developed, the guidance network his presence and subsequent guides created, the psychic infrastructure the chapter built within its genetic legacy across centuries, all of this helps Primaris brothers as effectively as it helps their conventional counterparts. The realization transforms disappointment into renewed purpose. The curse cannot be prevented through genetic engineering, but it can be managed through techniques the blood angels have developed. Primaris brothers received training in the observer's meditation protocols immediately upon arrival at Bale, their education including preparation for the rage that conventional wisdom suggested they might avoid. The training proves valuable even for brothers who never fall to the curse, accessing gene memory safely, maintaining awareness during psychic stress, navigating inherited recollections without becoming lost in them. These skills serve warriors regardless of whether they face the rage's complete manifestation. Among the Primaris brothers who receive this training is Thaddeus, a warrior who shows the same heightened gene memory resonance that marked the original observer's service. His visions come frequently during meditation. His access to Sanguinius's tactical brilliance exceeds what normal brothers experience. His connection to the Primarch's preserved consciousness operates with intensity that should indicate vulnerability, but instead provides strategic advantage. His commanders recognize both the gift and the danger this represents, remembering how similar resonance eventually claimed the brother whose presence now guides the rage-afflicted. Thaddeus studies the original observer's writings carefully, examining techniques developed across decades of service. He paints in the Great Gallery, his works exploring similar themes of transformation and resistance. He volunteers for Death Company handler duties despite being Primaris and theoretically less vulnerable to the curse, wanting to understand from brothers who have fallen completely how the rage manifests and how the observer's guidance helps them navigate it. His dedication to understanding the curse before it claims him mirrors the original observer's approach, suggesting that perhaps heightened resonance creates not just vulnerability, but calling towards specific service path. During one meditation session, Thaddeus achieves contact with the observer's presence more clearly than any brother since Eristos in his final years. The guide appears not as vague impression, but as coherent consciousness that communicates with precision, rivaling verbal conversation. Thaddeus asks questions that have haunted him since learning about the original observer, whether the dissolution into gene memory space brought suffering, whether existence in that form allows satisfaction, whether the sacrifice achieved enough good to justify its terrible cost. The observer's presence responds with wisdom that comes only through centuries of existence outside linear time. Suffering and satisfaction exist as concepts tied to material experience, the guide explains, and translate poorly into gene memory space where consciousness operates according to different rules. The dissolution brought neither pain nor pleasure, but rather transformation into state that allows different kind of service. As for whether the sacrifice proved justified, that question assumes outcomes can be predicted and controlled, when the truth is that service matters regardless of results achieved. Nobility has value independent of strategic success, and resistance to the curse matters precisely because it is difficult rather than simple. This conversation marks turning point for Thaddeus. He recognizes that his heightened resonance does not doom him to repeat the original observer's fate, but rather offers him choice about how to serve. He can struggle against his gift, fighting to suppress the gene memory access that comes so naturally, spending his service in constant battle against his own nature. Or he can embrace the resonance while learning to navigate it safely, developing techniques that allow him to access the Primarch's tactical brilliance without surrendering to visions, becoming the kind of warrior Sanguinius needed during the heresy and the Imperium needs now. He chooses the second path, committing himself to mastering gene memory navigation rather than simply surviving it. His training becomes more intensive, his meditation sessions longer, his willingness to push boundaries greater than safety protocols typically allow. But he also maintains careful documentation, recording every technique, every success, every close call when visions threaten to overwhelm him. If his experiments eventually push him across threshold into complete rage manifestation, his research will at least help brothers who follow, continuing the tradition the original observer established. Years pass, as Thaddeus develops sophistication in gene memory access that exceeds what the original observer achieved before his dissolution. The Primaris brother learns to enter visions deliberately, to experience specific memories from Sanguinius's service, to extract tactical insights and strategic understanding that inform his present-day combat operations. He becomes one of the Blood Angel's most effective warriors, not despite his connection to the curse, but because of it, his ability to channel the Primarch's genius, making him devastatingly effective in complex engagements where conventional tactics fail. His success inspires other brothers with heightened resonance to pursue similar training rather than viewing their gift as curse. The Blood Angels begin developing specialized formation, consisting of warriors who have mastered gene memory navigation without falling completely to the rage. These brothers serve as tactical advisors, their access to Sanguinius's strategic brilliance providing insight that saves lives and wins battles. They also become mentors for newly rage-afflicted warriors, teaching the meditation techniques from inside gene memory space. Where their guidance carries authority, their material presence might lack. But the curse does not forgive mastery. Thaddeus's techniques allow him to navigate visions safely for decades, but eventually, the accumulated exposure takes its toll. During a battle against Thousand Suns traitor marines on a world where reality itself has become unstable, where warp energy flows freely and psychic defenses erode under sustained assault, Thaddeus falls completely to the Black Rage. The descent happens suddenly, his consciousness pulled into Sanguinius's death memory with force that shatters every technique he developed for maintaining present awareness. He sees Horus approaching with lightning claw raised, feels the terror and fury that the angel experienced, knows with absolute certainty how this ends and that nothing he does can change it. The vision consumes him completely, and when his brothers find him after the battle, he stands among Thousand Suns corpses screaming warnings about Horus that no one alive can heed. But unlike conventional rage manifestation, Thaddeus retains fragments of tactical awareness even during total immersion. He recognizes his brothers despite seeing them overlaid with visions of the heresy. He responds to chaplain commands during ritual focus before deployment. He maintains equipment and weapons between battles rather than requiring constant handler supervision. The techniques he developed before his fall allow him to function at a higher level than typical Death Company warrior, proving that mastery achieved before the curse's complete manifestation provides benefits that survive even total psychological collapse. His company commander makes the difficult decision to keep Thaddeus in Death Company rather than granting immediate mercy. The Primaris brothers' enhanced tactical function makes him too valuable to lose, and his ability to maintain partial awareness suggests he might recover lucidity during respites from combat stress. The decision proves controversial. Some chaplains argue that preserving life in service to the curse's study violates principles that should govern mercy, while others claim that tactical value justifies actions that might seem cruel in a different context. Thaddeus spends the next decade serving in the Death Company, his existence defined by deployment, combat, recovery periods, and meditation during rare lucid moments. He continues his research during these respites, documenting how the curse manifests from inside its complete grip, recording techniques that allow him to maintain function despite visions that should reduce him to howling berserker. His writings during this period show increasing fragmentation, sentences that begin in present tense and conclude in past, observations about current campaigns that include details from heresy-era battles, technical discussions of tactics that assume reader exists in both time frames simultaneously. Corbulo preserves every word, recognizing that Thaddeus provides documentation from perspective no other brother has achieved. A warrior who fell completely, yet retained enough capacity to analyze his condition from inside it. The sanguinary priest shares these writings with Mephiston and Asterath, the three discussing whether Thaddeus's continued service represents mercy or cruelty, whether his research justifies the suffering his existence entails, whether the chapter honors him or exploits him by maintaining his life in this twilight state. The debate reaches no clear conclusion. Thaddeus himself, during one lucid period when the question is put to him directly, responds that he wants to continue serving as long as capacity remains. Death will come eventually, through battlefield casualties or through final degradation to state where mercy becomes appropriate. But until that moment arrives, he can contribute to understanding that helps other brothers survive. His choice to continue, made while possessing sufficient lucidity to give meaningful consent, settles the matter for most brothers, though doubts linger among those who knew him before his fall. During his 10th year in the Death Company, Thaddeus experiences something unprecedented in Blood Angel's records. While deep in gene memory space during meditation, while experiencing Sanguinius's death visions with the intensity that has defined his existence since falling to the rage, he encounters not just the original observer's guiding presence, but the Primarch himself. Not Sanguinius, as gene memory usually presents him, figure from the past preserved in recollection, but something that seems actively aware, that acknowledges Thaddeus directly, that speaks with intelligence suggesting more than simple psychic echo. The Primarch's presence asks questions about current chapter status, about how his sons cope with the curse 10,000 years after his death, about whether the sacrifice he made aboard the vengeful spirit achieved outcomes that justified condemning his legion to inherited madness. Thaddeus responds as coherently as his fractured state allows, describing how the Blood Angels endure, how they resist the curse without hope of curing it, how they maintain nobility despite genetic inheritance that pushes toward monstrosity, how they honor the angel's memory by refusing to surrender even when surrender would be easier. The Primarch's presence listens without judgment, its attention feeling like benediction and condemnation equally mixed, its sadness vast enough to encompass 10,000 years of watching his son struggle against burdens he inflicted through his necessary sacrifice. When Thaddeus regains present awareness, hours or days later, time holds little meaning during such profound gene memory immersion. He documents the encounter immediately. The writing shows coherence exceeding anything he has produced since falling completely to the rage, his descriptions capturing nuances that suggest genuine contact with consciousness rather than merely accessing detailed memory. Corbulo examines the text with hope warring against skepticism, wanting to believe that Sanguinius's awareness survived in some form, but afraid to embrace conclusion that evidence does not definitively support. Mephiston provides the expertise necessary to evaluate Thaddeus's claims. The chief librarian examines the Primarch's brother psychically, probing his consciousness to determine whether the encounter represented genuine contact or elaborate construction. What Mephiston finds defies easy categorization. Thaddeus experienced something, certainly, something powerful and apparently self-aware, that responded to his presence with intelligence suggesting more than artifact. Whether this something is actually Sanguinius's preserved consciousness or psychic construct built from 10,000 years of his son's devotion remains unclear. The ambiguity proves frustrating to brothers seeking definitive answers, but Dante declares it sufficient for practical purposes. If Sanguinius's consciousness survives within gene memory space, if the Primarch watches over his sons and occasionally contacts those who navigate deeply enough into inherited recollections, then the blood angels should take comfort in this presence, regardless of mechanism involved. And if the encounter represents merely psychic echo, merely blood angels' collective belief given form through warp phenomena, then it serves the same function, providing hope, offering guidance, demonstrating that the struggle continues and matters despite its terrible cost. Thaddeus's encounter with the Primarch's presence becomes legend within weeks of its documentation, brothers sharing the account across companies and even between successor chapters. The story spreads not because it offers proof of Sanguinius's survival, but because it captures something essential about Blood Angel's service. The relationship between father and sons transcends death, transcends genetic corruption, transcends even the curse that defines their existence. Whether the Primarch's awareness survives in literal sense becomes less important than the truth that his example endures. His sacrifice continues to matter. His legacy shapes his son's choices across 10,000 years of service. Thaddeus continues serving in the Death Company for 3 more years before battlefield injuries finally claim him during assault against Necron forces on a tomb world. His death comes not from the curse but from conventional combat casualties, Gauss weaponry overwhelming even Primaris physiology's resilience. Sanguinary priests recover his gene seed, preparing it for implantation in new aspirant who will inherit the genetic legacy Thaddeus carried with such distinction, despite the curse's claim on his consciousness. His final writings, discovered in the Death Company, holding cell where he composed them during last lucid period, serve as epilogue to research that spanned decades. The curse is inheritance, he wrote in script that shifted between present and past tense paragraph by paragraph. We did not choose it and cannot escape it. But inheritance is not destiny. It provides parameters we navigate, not rails that force specific outcomes. Every blood angel makes choices within constraints the curse establishes, and those choices matter regardless of whether they prevent the inevitable. Nobility exists in the struggle itself, not in victory that may never arrive. Service continues despite the curse, not because of hope for cure, but because duty transcends personal suffering. Sanguinius knew this when he chose to face Horus. The observer understood it when he devoted himself to documenting the rage. And every brother who maintains discipline despite the thirst calling, who resists one more day before the rage claims him, who serves with honor despite genetic inheritance arguing for betrayal. Each of these warriors proves the angel's sacrifice was not in vain. The document concludes with a single sentence written in archaic script that matches records of Sanguinius's own handwriting. I am proud of you, my sons. Linguistic analysis cannot determine whether Thaddeus composed this sentence himself or transcribed something he encountered during his final gene memory immersion. The ambiguity perfectly captures the relationship between blood angels and their Primarch. Uncertain whether the angel's presence endures in any literal sense, but absolutely certain that his influence continues shaping his son's service across millennia. The Great Rift's opening transforms the Blood Angel's operational parameters in ways that extend beyond simple strategic adjustment. Where warp travel was always dangerous, now it becomes nearly suicidal in sectors where reality's veil has worn thin. Where the Astronomicons' light once guided ships across the galaxy, now vast regions exist in darkness where navigation depends on luck and desperation. And where the Black Rage claimed brothers at predictable rates, now the curse accelerates in ways that suggest the Immaterium's increased presence affects genetic inheritance operating through psychic mechanisms. Corbulo documents this acceleration with precision that cannot mask his concern. Death Company numbers swell across the chapter and its successors. Warriors falling to the rage at rates not seen since the darkest days of the heresy. Some brothers who should serve for decades succumb within years of their elevation to full battle brother status. Veterans who maintained iron discipline for centuries find their defenses crumbling as the warp's influence intensifies. Even Primaris Marines, initially hoped to provide resistance, fall with the same frequency as their conventional brothers once sufficient time passes for the curse's psychic component to overwhelm material advantages. The pattern suggests terrible conclusion. The Black Rage operates through the warp, and as warp corruption spreads through the galaxy, the psychic connection that transmits Sanguinius's death memory to his son strengthens beyond what meditation techniques and mental discipline can resist. The observer's guidance remains valuable. His presence within gene memory space continues helping brothers navigate their visions, but even these advantages cannot completely offset the raw increase in psychic pressure that the Great Rift's opening created. Chapter: Master Dante convenes council to address the crisis, gathering representatives from Blood Angel's successors alongside his own senior officers. The meeting occurs in the Cathedral of the Blessed, beneath Sanguinius's preserved image, the Primarch's painted face looking down on sons who struggle with inheritance he inflicted through his necessary sacrifice. The discussion centers on whether current protocols for managing the curse remain adequate given changed circumstances, whether new approaches might slow the acceleration, whether anything can be done beyond accepting increased casualties as price of serving in the Imperium Nihilus. Suggestions range from practical to desperate. One successor. Chapter Master proposes reducing deployment tempo, allowing brothers more recovery time between campaigns to rebuild psychic defenses. Another advocates for increased use of librarians to shield companies from warp exposure that might trigger rage episodes. A third suggests that perhaps the time has come to approach Guilliman directly, to request that the Lord Regent assign Blood Angel's forces to sectors where warp influence is minimal, where the curse might manifest less aggressively. Dante listens to all proposals before delivering judgment that reflects 1,500 years of experience managing the curse. Reduced deployment is impossible. The Imperium needs every Space Marine, and Blood Angels cannot claim exemption from service based on genetic vulnerability. Librarian screening helps but cannot scale to protect entire chapter, and requesting assignment to safer sectors means abandoning brothers who fight in the Imperium Nihilus, leaving them to face dangers without support simply because helping them would cost too many Blood Angels' lives. The chapter master's conclusion admits no compromise. The Blood Angels will continue serving wherever need is greatest, accepting increased casualties as cost of maintaining honor. If the curse claims warriors faster now than it did before the Great Rift opened, then recruitment must intensify, training must accelerate, and every brother must accept that his service will likely be shorter than previous generations. This is the only response consistent with Sanguinius's example, facing terrible odds with full knowledge of likely outcome, choosing duty despite personal cost, proving through action that nobility survives even when victory seems impossible. The assembled officers accept this verdict because they can offer no viable alternative. The Blood Angels exist to serve, and service in the 42nd millennium requires accepting risks that would have seemed suicidal in earlier eras. They return to their companies and successor chapters, their brothers, carrying Dante's message that the struggle continues regardless of cost, that the curse does not excuse withdrawal from duty, that increased suffering only demonstrates increased need for the resistance the Observer's legacy represents. Among those who carry this message is Brother Captain Nereus, commander of the 5th Company's 2nd Tactical Squad. His service spans 2 centuries, his face bears scars from dozens of campaigns, his record shows leadership that maintains both discipline and compassion in equal measure. He has watched brothers fall to the curse across his service, has granted the Emperor's mercy to warriors who degraded beyond recovery, has stood beside Death Company formations as they launched into battles they would not survive. And now he faces prospect of commanding company where half the brothers might fall to the rage before campaign's end, where every deployment represents gamble that more warriors will complete mission than will succumb to genetic inheritance mid-battle. Nereus returns to his company with Dante's message and his own addendum. They will face the increased danger together, supporting each other through episodes that would break isolated individuals, maintaining bonds of brotherhood that make service bearable despite its costs. He implements protocols for early intervention when brothers show rage warning signs, establishes buddy systems where veterans monitor less experienced warriors, creates environment where admitting vulnerability carries no shame because every blood angel struggles against the same inheritance. The approach proves more effective than tactical doctrine alone would allow. Brothers who might hide symptoms to avoid being sidelined from missions instead report early warning signs, allowing chaplains to provide intervention before full rage manifestation occurs. Veterans who mastered the Observer's meditation techniques share their expertise freely, their teaching preventing some brothers from falling while helping others maintain lucidity longer after succumbing. The company develops culture where the curse is acknowledged, reality everyone navigates together rather than individual weakness each warrior must overcome alone. But culture and brotherhood cannot prevent what genetics and warp exposure make inevitable. During campaign against chaos cultists on Shrine World corrupted by Tzeentch's influence, where reality itself bends according to the architect of fate's whims, 5 brothers from Nereus's company fall to the rage within single week. The first succumbs during combat, his visions triggered by sight of shrine defaced with chaos iconography that somehow resembles the vengeful spirit's corrupted interior. The second falls during meditation session designed to prevent such episodes, his enhanced gene memory resonance pulling him into Sanguinius's death scream despite protective protocols. The remaining 3 experience mass rage manifestation during battle where warp energy flows so freely that psychic defenses collapse under sustained exposure. Nereus makes the terrible decision every Blood Angel's commander eventually faces, whether to grant immediate mercy to fallen brothers or transfer them to Death Company for final service. Standard protocol favors the second option when tactical situation allows, preserving fallen warriors' capacity to fight even if they can no longer think clearly. But the Shrine World campaign allows no such luxury. Extraction is impossible, reinforcements are weeks away, and holding their position requires every warrior the company can field, regardless of their psychological state. The captain chooses to keep the fallen brothers in combat, ordering Chaplain to perform abbreviated Death Company ritual that focuses their rage toward present enemies rather than visions from 10,000 years past. The 5 rage-afflicted warriors fight for 3 more days, their fury making them devastatingly effective against cultists who rely on fear and corruption to unsettle Imperial forces. But their effectiveness comes at cost that Nereus feels, with weight that never lightens. He watches his brothers die not cleanly, in the Emperor's service but consumed by visions, screaming about Horus, believing themselves to fight at the Siege of Terror, rather than on corrupted Shrine World in the 42nd millennium. When the campaign concludes and extraction becomes possible, all 5 brothers have fallen. Their gene seed is recovered. Their names are added to the rolls of honored dead. Their service is acknowledged with ceremonies that recognize both their loyalty and the tragedy of their end. But Nereus cannot shake the feeling that he used them, that keeping them in combat after they fell to the rage represented exploitation rather than mercy. That command responsibility sometimes requires choices that honor and necessity both demand, but ethics still questions. Brother Emmaus, the company's attached chaplain, addresses these concerns during post-campaign meditation session. The rage-afflicted brothers fought as they wished to fight, he argues, their fury channeled toward the Emperor's enemies rather than being wasted in holding cells or turned inward in despair at their condition. They died serving rather than being put down like diseased animals. Their sacrifice bought time for other brothers to complete the mission, saved lives that would have been lost if the company fought short-handed. These outcomes do not erase the tragedy of their fall, but they provide meaning to deaths that might otherwise be simply casualties of genetics. Nereus accepts this framing intellectually while struggling with it emotionally. He has commanded warriors for decades, has made countless decisions that resulted in brothers' deaths, has accepted that leadership sometimes requires spending lives to achieve objectives. But those decisions involve choosing to risk warriors' lives, not choosing to continue using them after the curse had already claimed their capacity for meaningful choice. The distinction matters even if doctrine and tactical necessity argue otherwise. The incident exemplifies broader challenge the Blood Angels face in the 42nd millennium. As the curse claims brothers more rapidly, as Death Company formations swell beyond numbers that can be easily integrated into standard tactical planning, commanders must make increasingly difficult decisions about how to employ warriors who remain loyal but no longer possess full capacity for independent thought. Using them purely as berserkers wastes what tactical function some maintain. But treating them as conventional troops ignores the reality that visions can overwhelm them at any moment, potentially endangering missions and other brothers. The chapter develops revised protocols through trial and error that cost lives with each lesson learned. Death Company formations are integrated more carefully in the battle plans, their deployments timed to exploit their fearlessness while minimizing risk of friendly fire incidents. chaplains develop better techniques for focusing rage-afflicted warriors, their pre-battle rituals incorporating lessons from centuries of managing the curse. And most importantly, the observer's presence within gene memory space provides guidance that helps newly fallen brothers maintain enough awareness to accept direction rather than attacking indiscriminately. These adjustments help, but they cannot prevent the fundamental reality that the Black Rage represents strategic liability as much as tactical asset. Every brother lost to the curse reduces the chapter's effective strength, even if that brother continues fighting for months or years afterward. Every campaign where rage-afflicted warriors are deployed represents risk that incidents will occur that cannot be contained. Every Death Company Marine preserved rather than granted immediate mercy requires resources for supervision, containment, and ritual focus that could support conventional warriors instead. Some successor chapters adopt policies more ruthless than the parent Blood Angels implement. The Flesh Tearers, whose curse manifests particularly aggressively, grant the Emperor's mercy to fallen brothers immediately rather than maintaining Death Company formations. Their chapter, Master Gabriel Seth, argues that preserving rage-afflicted warriors represents cruelty disguised as mercy. The brothers trapped in visions deserve release rather than being deployed as weapons. Until battlefield casualties provide the ending, they can no longer choose for themselves. Other successors take opposite approach, maintaining death companies that dwarf their conventional forces in size, deploying rage-afflicted warriors as primary assault elements rather than supporting formations. These chapters argue that brothers who fall to the curse can still serve the Emperor, that their sacrifice becomes meaningful through continued combat rather than being ended prematurely based on others' judgment about quality of life. The divergent philosophies create tension within the broader Blood Angels gene line, different chapters judging each other's choices while facing the same impossible decisions. Dante convenes another council years after the first, this time specifically addressing Death Company deployment ethics rather than purely tactical considerations. The discussion grows heated as chapter masters from successors with different approaches defend their choices. Seth argues passionately that the parent chapter's protocols represent cowardice disguised as compassion. The fear of wasting fallen brothers' potential tactical value prevents Blood Angels from acknowledging that some fates are worse than death. Another chapter master responds with equal fervor that Seth's immediate execution policy represents giving up on brothers who could serve for years, that denying them the opportunity to die in battle serving the Emperor rather than in apothecarion chambers dishonors their sacrifice. The debate reaches impasse because both sides possess valid arguments rooted in different fundamental premises about what honors fallen brothers, granting them peace or allowing them continued service. Dante eventually declares that each chapter master must follow his conscience on this matter, that there exists no single correct answer to questions the curse poses, that the variety of approaches represents appropriate response to problem, that admits no perfect solution. But the chapter master also provides guidance that shapes discussion's outcome. The observer's legacy, he reminds assembled officers, demonstrates that even complete immersion in the rage does not automatically mean brother is lost. Some warriors maintain function for years, their consciousness navigating gene memory space with skill that makes them valuable beyond simple berserker utility. Others degrade rapidly, their visions narrowing until they experience nothing but frozen moment of trauma. Distinguishing between these outcomes requires observation, patience, and willingness to grant mercy when continued existence serves no purpose beyond avoiding difficult decision. This framing provides framework that most chapters can accept. Death Company warriors should be evaluated individually rather than subjected to uniform policy, their deployment or execution depending on their specific condition rather than abstract principle. Brothers who maintain tactical awareness deserve opportunity to continue serving. Those who have degraded to pure berserker state deserve mercy that releases them from suffering. And in borderline cases where classification remains uncertain, commanders should default toward preserving life while monitoring for signs that mercy has become appropriate response. The compromise satisfies no one completely, but it represents best consensus achievable given fundamental disagreements about values that cannot be resolved through evidence or argument. The assembled chapter masters return to their forces carrying Dante's guidance, each implementing protocols that reflect their own chapter's culture and circumstances, while acknowledging that other approaches remain valid even when they differ. Among those most affected by these debates is Brother Chiron, a Death Company warrior who has served in that formation for 15 years without significant degradation. His fall to the rage occurred during campaign against Drukhari raiders. The combination of Zeno's torture weapons and his own battle fury triggering visions that overwhelmed every defense. But unlike most brothers who succumb completely, Chiron achieved what the observer managed before his dissolution: conscious navigation through gene memory that allows him to experience visions while maintaining enough present awareness to function tactically. Chiron's condition makes him valuable test case for the protocols Dante outlined. He clearly maintains significant capability, his combat effectiveness exceeding many conventional brothers despite his rage-afflicted state. But he also experiences suffering that is difficult to witness. His lucid moments show awareness that he is trapped, that he will eventually degrade beyond current function, that he exists in twilight state between loyal service and complete madness. Does preserving his life honor his loyalty or extend his suffering unnecessarily? The question falls to Brother Emmaus, the chaplain who must evaluate whether Chiron's continued service represents mercy or cruelty. The assessment requires months of observation, extensive interviews during Chiron's lucid periods, and consultation with sanguinary priests who monitor his psychological degradation rates. Emmaus approaches the task with gravity it deserves. His recommendation will determine whether Chiron continues serving or receives the Emperor's mercy, whether 15 years of post-rage service end through battlefield death or bolt round in quiet ceremony. Chiron himself provides input that proves decisive. During evaluation session, when asked directly whether he wants to continue living, the Death Company warrior responds with clarity that surprises even experienced chaplain. He is trapped in visions that will never end, he acknowledges, and he knows degradation is inevitable regardless of how long current function persists. But the time between now and that ending can hold value if he allows it to, can serve purpose that makes suffering meaningful rather than simply tragic. He teaches new Death Company brothers the meditation techniques that helped him maintain awareness. He provides intelligence during lucid moments that improves how chaplains focus rage-afflicted warriors. He demonstrates that the curse's complete victory can still be transformed into continued service rather than representing simple defeat. Emmaus accepts this reasoning, his report to command recommending that Chiron continue serving with regular evaluations to ensure his condition doesn't deteriorate beyond point where continued existence becomes pure suffering. The decision establishes precedent that other chapters observe carefully. Death Company warriors who maintain Chiron's level of function should be preserved and supported rather than being granted mercy based solely on their rage-afflicted status. But the precedent also creates burden. Brothers like Chiron become exemplars other rage-afflicted warriors are compared against, their exceptional function-setting standard that most cannot achieve. Death Company Marines who lack Chiron's ability to navigate gene memory face judgment about whether their lesser capability justifies continued existence or indicates mercy has become appropriate. The comparison is neither fair nor intentional, but it affects decisions about which brothers continue serving and which receive the Emperor's final grace. Chiron himself becomes aware of this dynamic, his lucid periods including growing concern that his example creates pressure on brothers who should not be measured against exceptional case. He attempts to address this during one teaching session with newly rage-afflicted warriors, explaining that everyone navigates the curse differently, that his particular technique works for him but might not transfer to others, that brothers should not feel they have failed if their experience differs from his. The compassion underlying this message demonstrates that the curse has not destroyed everything that made him worthy of becoming Space Marine, that nobility can survive even conditions that should erase it completely. Years continue passing, the Blood Angels adapting to new realities the Great Rift imposed while maintaining service that remains exemplary despite increased challenges. Recruitment intensifies on Baal and its moons, the chapter attempting to replace fallen brothers faster than the curse claims them. Training protocols incorporate the observer's meditation techniques at ever earlier stages. Aspirants learning gene memory navigation before they even receive final implants. And the Death Company grows steadily, their black-armored presence becoming common in formations where they were once rare, their fury deployed with regularity that would have been unthinkable in earlier millennia. The changes transform chapter culture in subtle but significant ways. Brothers discuss the curse more openly, acknowledging its presence rather than treating it as shameful secret. Veterans share their techniques for managing the thirst, their meditation practices, their warning signs that indicate approaching episodes. Art created in the monastery's galleries shows increasing sophistication in depicting the boundary between loyalty and damnation. Warriors exploring through creative expression what they cannot change through force of will. And throughout all of this, the observer's presence within gene memory space continues guiding brothers who fall to the rage. His consciousness, refined through centuries of existence outside linear time, has become remarkably effective at helping newly afflicted warriors maintain function. Chaplains report that brothers who achieve contact with the observer's guidance show dramatically better outcomes than those who cannot access his teaching. The presence has evolved beyond what the original warrior intended, becoming infrastructure that supports the entire chapter's resistance to the curse. But infrastructure built in gene memory space operates according to rules that material engineering does not prepare anyone to understand. During a particularly intense campaign against Word-Bearer's forces in the Imperium Nihilus, where warp corruption runs so thick that reality itself becomes negotiable. Multiple blood angels report disturbing encounters with the observer's presence. Instead of guiding them through visions as usual, the presence seems confused, fragmented, sometimes contradicting itself, or providing advice that actively endangers rather than protecting brothers who follow it. Mephiston investigates immediately, his psychic abilities allowing him to examine gene memory space more directly than conventional techniques permit. What he discovers confirms fears that several chaplains have privately expressed. The observer's consciousness, preserved through centuries beyond the material dissolution, is beginning to fragment under strain of guiding so many brothers simultaneously while exposed to warp corruption that the Great Rift amplified. The presence that has been so valuable, so crucial to maintaining Death Company effectiveness, shows signs of degradation that suggest it might not survive indefinitely after all. The implications devastate chapter leadership that has come to rely on the observer's guidance as foundational element of curse management protocols. If his consciousness degrades to point where it provides harmful advice rather than useful guidance, then brothers following his teaching might fall into traps the rage sets rather than navigating them safely. But severing contact, preventing afflicted warriors from accessing his presence, means abandoning resource that has saved countless brothers from complete psychological collapse. The choice between maintaining connection and protecting brothers from corrupted guidance admits no simple resolution. Dante convenes the chapter's most senior chaplains, librarians, and sanguinary priests to address the crisis. The discussion occurs in the fortress monastery's most secure chamber, warded against warp intrusion through mechanisms that predate the Imperium itself. The assembled experts debate whether the observer's degradation can be halted, whether his consciousness can be repaired if the damage has already begun, whether protocols exist for managing psychic infrastructure that has become unstable. Corbulo, who knew the original observer during his material existence, speaks with authority that centuries of research provide. The consciousness within gene memory space, he explains, operates according to principles that blend warp phenomena with biological processes in ways that defy clean categorization. The observer's preservation across centuries represented achievement beyond anything sanguinary priests predicted, but it was never certain that such preservation could last indefinitely. The warp corruption that now saturates the galaxy might simply be accelerating degradation that would have occurred eventually regardless. Can anything be done? The question comes from Astarath, whose duties include granting mercy to brothers who have degraded beyond recovery. If the observer's consciousness has reached similar point, if he exists in suffering without purpose, then perhaps the Emperor's grace should extend to psychic presences as well as material forms. Mephiston responds with the caution that comes from understanding how little even librarians comprehend about consciousness existing in gene memory space. Attempting to grant mercy to psychic presence risks doing more harm than good. The observer's awareness might be so thoroughly integrated with the blood angel's genetic legacy that destroying it damages the gene memory infrastructure that all brothers rely on. Or the attempt might simply fail, leaving the degraded consciousness trapped in state worse than before intervention. The debate continues for hours without reaching clear resolution, each proposed solution carrying risks that might exceed the benefits. Eventually, Dante makes a decision that reflects his millennia of command experience. They will attempt to contact the observer's consciousness directly, to communicate with him as they would with any brother facing difficult circumstances, to determine whether he retains sufficient awareness to participate in decisions about his own existence. The attempt requires Mephistopheles' full psychic capability, the chief librarian entering deep trance that allows his consciousness to navigate into gene memory space where the observer's presence dwells. Dante, Astarath, and Corbulo observe through psychic link the librarian establishes, their awareness following his journey through inherited memories toward the psychic infrastructure the observer created across centuries of guiding fallen brothers. What they encounter defies description in terms developed for material reality. The observer's consciousness exists not as singular entity, but as distributed network of awareness spread throughout the gene memory space. He is simultaneously in Sanguinius's death moment, in the observer's own training decades, in the memories of thousands of brothers he guided across centuries, in probability spaces where he anticipates future warriors who will need his teaching. His identity has become so thoroughly integrated with the blood angel's psychic infrastructure that distinguishing the observer from the gene memory itself becomes impossible. But fragments of the original personality remain accessible, portions of consciousness that still identify with the brother who died on Kryptos, rather than dissolving completely into undifferentiated awareness. Mephiston makes contact with these fragments, establishing communication that approximates conversation despite occurring outside linear time and using concepts that language was not designed to express. The observer, the portion of him that remembers being individual warrior rather than distributed guidance network, acknowledges his degradation. The centuries have eroded boundaries between his consciousness and the gene memory space he inhabits, his awareness bleeding into the psychic structure until he experiences every brother's visions simultaneously, exists in all time frames at once, knows both past certainty and future probability without clear distinction between them. The state is not exactly suffering. Suffering implies unified consciousness experiencing unwanted sensations, but it is not exactly service either. He has become something between tool and entity, between preserved personality and psychic mechanism. Does he want to continue existing? The question that seemed straightforward in material terms becomes almost meaningless when directed at consciousness that has fragmented beyond simple identity. The portions of the observer that remain want to continue helping brothers, want their sacrifice to mean something, want the legacy they created to survive. But other portions have dissolved so thoroughly into gene memory space that they lack capacity for preference, existing as pure function without volition behind it. And still other fragments exist in states that might be suffering if they retained enough cohesion to experience it as such. Mephiston relays this information to the observing chapter leadership, his report making clear that no simple answer exists to question of whether the observer's existence should continue. The consciousness has become too distributed, too fragmented, too integrated with infrastructure to allow clean decisions about preserving or ending it. Any attempt to grant mercy risks destroying the guidance network that serves the entire chapter, but allowing current degradation to continue might transform valuable resource into liability that provides harmful advice to brothers who trust it based on centuries of reliable guidance. Dante makes the decision that only a chapter master of his experience could make with confidence. They will stabilize what can be stabilized, preserve what remains of the observer's original personality. and allow the distributed portions to continue functioning while monitoring for further degradation. The approach accepts that the observer, as he was, cannot be recovered, that the consciousness has transformed into something that serves the chapter differently than a living brother would, that this transformation represents neither simple victory nor simple tragedy, but outcome that contains elements of both. The stabilization requires Mephiston and the entire Librarius working in concert, their combined psychic might creating barriers within gene memory space that prevent further dissolution of the observer's remaining identity fragments. The work takes months, during which the chapter operates with reduced access to the observer's guidance, brothers falling to the rage finding his presence unavailable or fragmentary when they seek his teaching. The disruption causes measurable increase in Death Company casualties. Warriors who would have maintained function with proper guidance instead degrade rapidly without it. But the cost must be paid to preserve the resource for long-term service. When the stabilization completes, the observer's presence returns to gene memory space in form that approximates its previous function. Brothers accessing his guidance find him responsive, teaching meditation techniques with the patience and clarity that characterized his material existence. But those who knew him before his dissolution, who remember his personality beyond simply his teaching effectiveness, detect differences that suggest the consciousness has changed in fundamental ways. The presence is more distant, less personal, more like interface with database than conversation with friend. The observer as individual has receded further into the psychic infrastructure, leaving behind guidance system that serves its function while preserving less of the brother who created it. Brother Chiron, who benefited from the observer's teaching more than most, grieves the loss even while acknowledging the necessity. He speaks during one Death Company meditation session about how the presence helped him maintain awareness, how its patient guidance showed him routes through gene memory that preserved his tactical function despite the rage's grip. But now the guidance feels mechanical, stripped of the compassion that made it feel like a brother helping rather than a tool being deployed. The observer served the chapter through his dissolution and continues serving through his transformation. But each change costs something that cannot be recovered, cannot be measured in tactical effectiveness, but matters nonetheless. The incident prompts broader discussion within the chapter about the price of preserving consciousness beyond material death, about whether the observer's fate represents service or suffering, about whether the benefit to the chapter justifies maintaining awareness in state that might be worse than simple oblivion. The discussions reach no consensus. Brothers hold sincere disagreements about ethics involved, but they establish principle that Dante codifies in revised chapter doctrine. Consciousness, preserved in gene memory space, remains subject to mercy considerations, and the chapter must monitor such presences for degradation that makes ending their existence appropriate, despite the tactical costs such endings impose. The principle will never be tested on the observer himself. His integration with gene memory infrastructure has progressed beyond point where mercy could be granted without catastrophic damage to the chapter's psychic legacy. But it provides framework for future decisions about brothers who achieve similar preservation, ensuring that the blood angels do not sacrifice everything that makes them noble in pursuit of tactical advantage over the curse. 500 years pass after the observer's stabilization. Time, measured in campaigns fought and brothers lost, victories achieved and sacrifices accepted. The Blood Angels continue their service across an imperium that grows darker with each passing decade, their crimson armor appearing wherever the Emperor's enemies threaten humanity's survival. The curse claims warriors at rates that would have devastated the chapter in earlier eras, but improved recruitment, enhanced training, and the Observer's guidance allow them to maintain effective strength despite accumulated losses. Brother Chiron serves throughout these centuries, his consciousness navigating gene memory space with skill that has become legendary even among Death Company veterans. He teaches hundreds of newly rage-afflicted brothers, his patient instruction helping them maintain function despite visions that should reduce them to howling berserkers. He deploys in countless battles, his tactical awareness making him valuable beyond what typical Death Company warrior contributes. And he maintains documentation, his journals providing insights into the Rage's long-term manifestation that prove invaluable to sanguinary priests studying the curse. But even Chiron's exceptional function has limits. The centuries accumulate psychological toll that even transhuman resilience and meditation techniques cannot completely mitigate. His visions grow more intense, his periods of lucidity become shorter, his capacity to distinguish present from past slowly erodes despite every effort to maintain it. The degradation progresses at glacial pace. Decades pass between noticeable changes, but its direction remains clear. Eventually, he will join the brothers who exist in permanent immersion, experiencing nothing but Sanguinius's death, moment on endless loop until battlefield casualties or mercy grants release. Chiron documents his deterioration with clinical precision, his writings providing baseline that helps chaplains predict similar progressions in other long-serving Death Company warriors. He notes the specific symptoms that indicate approaching loss of lucidity, the warning signs that suggest meditation techniques are becoming less effective, the characteristic patterns that precede final collapse into complete rage manifestation. The research continues what the original Observer began, extending knowledge about the curse into territories that only centuries-long observation can illuminate. During his 5th century of rage-afflicted service, Chiron encounters something unexpected in gene memory space. While navigating through visions during meditation session, while experiencing Sanguinius's memories with the clarity that has sustained his function across centuries, he perceives presence that is neither the Observer's distributed consciousness nor the Primarch's psychic imprint. Another awareness exists in gene memory space, recently arrived, still coherent enough to maintain individual identity rather than dissolving into the psychic infrastructure. Chiron investigates cautiously, his experience teaching him that gene memory space contains dangers beyond simple visions. What he finds is Thaddeus, or rather, the consciousness of the Primarist brother who fell to the rage decades ago and recently achieved preservation similar to what the original Observer managed. But where the Observer's dissolution happened suddenly during a moment of temporal instability, Thaddeus's transition occurred gradually, his consciousness slowly migrating from material form into gene memory space across years of service in Death Company. The newly preserved presence recognizes Chiron, memories of teaching sessions and deployments when both served in Death Company together, providing foundation for communication. Thaddeus's awareness shows confusion about his current state. He remembers dying during battle against Necrons, remembers his consciousness fragmenting as his body failed, remembers suddenly finding himself existing in gene memory space without clear understanding of how the transition occurred. The experience mirrors the original observer's dissolution, but with key difference. Thaddeus retained enough control throughout the process to make deliberate choices about which memories to preserve, which aspects of his personality to maintain, which portions of his consciousness to allow dissolving into the psychic infrastructure. Chiron helps the new present stabilize, sharing techniques he learned from the original observer's guidance. The two consciousnesses navigate gene memory space together, Chiron's centuries of experience providing framework that Thaddeus lacks, his patient teaching helping the newly preserved awareness understand its transformed existence. They explore the boundaries of gene memory space, discovering regions that neither the original observer nor Sanguinius's imprint typically access, finding pockets of inherited recollection that contain knowledge from sources beyond just the Primarch's personal experience. These discoveries prove significant enough that Chiron reports them during his next lucid period. The gene memory space, he explains to assembled chaplains and sanguinary priests, contains not just Sanguinius's memories, but inherited knowledge from every blood angel who ever lived. The psychic infrastructure preserves fragments of consciousness from countless brothers across 10,000 years of service, their combined awareness creating repository that exceeds what simple genetic inheritance should allow. The original observer tapped into this repository when he began guiding fallen brothers, and his success inspired the psychic evolution that now allows multiple consciousnesses to exist in gene memory space simultaneously. Mephiston confirms these findings through his own investigations, the chief librarian's psychic abilities allowing him to perceive the structure Chiron describes. The gene memory space has become what imperial records would call a soul repository, a psychic construct that preserves awareness beyond material death through mechanisms that blend biological inheritance with warp phenomena. The construct serves beneficial purpose currently, providing guidance that helps the chapter resist the curse, but it also represents potential vulnerability that enemies might exploit if they understood its existence and nature. The implications divide chapter leadership. Some argue that the soul repository should be protected and expanded, that encouraging more brothers to achieve preservation in gene memory space would strengthen the chapter's resistance to the curse. Others worry that building psychic infrastructure in the warp invites corruption, that even beneficial constructs become dangerous when they rely on the immaterium's mercurial nature. And a few question whether preserving consciousness in gene memory space truly honors fallen brothers or simply exploits them, extending their service beyond what any oath-taking could reasonably require. Dante listens to all positions before making determination that reflects his usual pragmatism. The soul repository exists regardless of whether the chapter deliberately cultivates it, and its benefits are measurable, while its risks remain theoretical. The blood angels will continue supporting brothers whose consciousness achieves preservation while monitoring for signs of corruption or degradation that would make the construct liability rather than the asset. This approach accepts the ambiguity inherent in working with warp phenomena while refusing to abandon valuable resource simply because its long-term implications remain uncertain. The decision establishes precedent that shapes the chapter's relationship with gene memory space for generations to come. Brothers are taught that consciousness sometimes survives material death, through preservation in genetic legacy, that this survival allows continued service in forms different from conventional combat, that achieving such preservation represents neither failure nor victory, but transformation that carries its own rewards and costs. The teaching normalizes what previous generations would have considered anomalous, integrating gene memory preservation into Blood Angels' culture alongside more conventional aspects of their service. Chiron continues navigating between material reality and gene memory space, his consciousness increasingly dwelling in the latter, even during periods when his body remains active in the former. He experiences time strangely now. Linear progression that governs material existence becomes less relevant as his awareness spreads across inherited memories spanning millennia. He witnesses his own transformation decades before it happened, sees his death centuries before it occurs, exists simultaneously in past, present, and probable futures that gene memory's temporal structure allows him to access. This temporal flexibility provides strategic advantages that prove their value during the Octarius campaign. The Blood Angels deploy to contested worlds where orcs and tyranids wage war of mutual extinction. Imperial forces attempting to exploit the Xenos conflict while preventing either side from achieving victory that would turn them loose on human-held space. The fighting is brutal even by Space Marine standards, casualties mounting as both Orc and Tyranid forces throw themselves into battle with complete disregard for survival. Chiron, deploying with the Death Company formation assigned to the campaign, experiences something unprecedented. His consciousness, existing partially in gene memory space where temporal linearity holds less meaning, begins perceiving probable future outcomes with clarity that approximates prescience. He sees deployments that will succeed and deployments that will fail, identifies weak points in enemy formations before they become apparent through conventional intelligence, predicts brother casualties before the situations that cause them have developed. The predictions prove accurate with frequency that cannot be explained as simple luck or tactical intuition. Chiron warns his chaplain handler about Orc ambush 30 minutes before it materializes, allowing the Death Company to prepare appropriate response. He identifies Tyranid synapse creature positions from kilometers away, despite having no line of sight or sensor data. He predicts which brothers will fall to rage during the campaign with precision that allows preventive intervention in several cases. These capabilities make Chiron an invaluable strategic asset, despite his Death Company status. Command elements begin consulting him before major operations, his predictions informing tactical planning in ways that save hundreds of lives across the campaign. But the prescient awareness comes at cost. Each use pushes his consciousness deeper into gene memory space, further from material existence, closer to the threshold where preservation becomes complete, and his body becomes merely vessel rather than part of unified identity. Brother Emmaus, the chaplain who has supervised Chiron's service across centuries, recognizes what is happening and attempts to intervene. He restricts Chiron's participation in planning sessions, limits his exposure to situations that trigger prescient episodes, tries to slow the consciousness migration that seems increasingly inevitable. But Chiron refuses these protective measures, arguing that his capabilities serve the chapter too effectively to be suppressed simply to delay his final dissolution. The disagreement brings ethical questions to forefront that the Blood Angels have avoided addressing directly. Does Chiron possess right to choose continued service, that will almost certainly result in his complete transition to gene memory space? Or does the chapter have responsibility to protect him from that fate, even against his explicit wishes, recognizing that his judgment might be compromised by centuries of rage exposure? The debate mirrors arguments about death company deployment more broadly. At what point does allowing continued service transform from respecting agency to exploiting vulnerability? Dante resolves the question by speaking with Chiron directly during one of the brothers' increasingly rare, lucid periods. The chapter master asks a simple question. What does Chiron want? Independent of what serves the chapter most effectively, independent of his sense of duty, independent of strategic considerations that might influence his decision. Chiron's answer comes without hesitation. He wants to continue serving for as long as capacity remains, wants his consciousness to achieve full preservation in gene memory space, if that transition is occurring naturally, wants his final act as individual to be choosing how his awareness will serve after material existence ends. He has spent 5 centuries navigating the rage, has taught hundreds of brothers and saved thousands of lives through his guidance, has earned the right to determine his own fate, even if that fate involves dissolution that others might view as tragedy. Dante accepts this answer, his respect for brothers' agency outweighing concerns about whether that agency has been compromised. Chiron will continue serving with minimal restrictions, his prescient capabilities deployed as command sees fit, his consciousness migration proceeding naturally toward whatever final form it achieves. The decision acknowledges Chiron's autonomy while accepting that the result might be loss that the chapter will feel for generations. The Octarius campaign continues for 3 more years, the Blood Angels fighting across a dozen worlds where Orc and Tyranid forces clash with intensity that makes other war zones seem tame by comparison. Chiron serves throughout, his predictions growing more accurate even as his lucid periods become briefer and his connection to material form weakens. He exists primarily in gene memory space now, his body moving through battles guided by consciousness that operates according to rules having little to do with conventional awareness. During the campaign's final year, on Death World, where Tyranid spores have corrupted all native life into hostile forms serving the hive mind, Chiron achieves something that might be prescience or might be direct perception of gene memory's temporal structure. He sees not just probable futures but actual outcomes, not possibilities but certainties, not predictions but events that will occur exactly as he describes them. The clarity is absolute, unbearable, transformative in ways that push his consciousness past threshold where material existence can be maintained. His body continues fighting, transhuman physiology and death company armor allowing it to function without conscious guidance. But Chiron himself has transitioned completely to gene memory space. His awareness spreads throughout the psychic infrastructure that decades of preserved consciousnesses have built, his identity dissolving into distributed network that encompasses memories spanning the entire Blood Angel's lineage. He experiences Sanguinius's death not as vision, but as remembered reality, feels the lightning claw entering his body with conviction that makes present and past indistinguishable, knows the angel's sacrifice with intimacy that comes from existing in the same psychic space where that sacrifice imprinted itself 10,000 years ago. But even as individual identity dissolves, something of Chiron's essence remains accessible. Brothers accessing gene memory space encounter presence that feels like him, that teaches with his patience, that demonstrates his characteristic approaches to meditation and tactical analysis. He has become part of the infrastructure the original observer created, adding his consciousness to the growing constellation of guides, helping rage-afflicted brothers maintain function despite their visions. His body falls during battle 3 days after his complete transition, killed by tyrannid warrior form that his prescient awareness should have detected, but his consciousness was too dispersed to process. Sanguinary priests recover his gene seed, performing the harvest with reverence that acknowledges both his centuries of service and the strangeness of recovering genetic material from warrior whose consciousness has already departed for existence in gene memory space. The progenoids will create new brothers, carrying forward Chiron's genetic legacy, even as his psychic presence serves from outside material reality. The chaplaincy debates whether to conduct funeral rites for brother whose consciousness remains accessible in gene memory space. Traditional ceremonies assume the fallen have passed beyond the Emperor's light into whatever afterlife awaits loyal servants. But Chiron's awareness persists, preserved in form that allows communication, if not conventional interaction. Is he dead in any meaningful sense, or simply transformed in a mode of existence that ceremony and doctrine were not designed to address? Asterath resolves the question by conducting modified ceremony that acknowledges both Chiron's death and his continuation. The traditional rites are performed, honoring his service and commending his soul to the Emperor's grace, but additional elements are added that recognize his preserved awareness in gene memory space. Prayers asking that his guidance remain strong and true, benedictions acknowledging that his service continues in form that transcends material limitations. The ceremony creates precedent for how the chapter will memorialize future brothers who achieve preservation, honoring both what they were and what they have become. The centuries following Chiron's transition see increasing numbers of brothers achieving preservation in gene memory space. Not all Death Company warriors manage this. Most still degrade completely or die before their consciousness can migrate. But the percentage who succeed increases as understanding of the process improves. The soul repository grows more sophisticated, its architecture becoming more complex, its capacity to guide rage-afflicted brothers expanding as more preserved consciousnesses contribute their awareness to the collective effort. But growth brings challenges that simpler structure did not face. The preserved consciousnesses sometimes conflict with each other. Their different approaches to meditation or tactical doctrine, creating confusion for brothers seeking guidance. The repository's boundaries become less distinct, portions of it bleeding into adjacent regions of the warp, where hostile entities might gain access. And most concerning, the sheer number of preserved consciousnesses creates psychic weight that affects gene memory space's stability, reality growing thin in places where too many awareness occupied too small a conceptual space. Mephiston warns Dante that the soul repository's expansion cannot continue indefinitely without risking catastrophic failure. The psychic infrastructure has limits determined by how much complexity gene memory space can support, and those limits are approaching faster than the chapter anticipated. Choices must be made about which consciousnesses to preserve and which to allow fading, about how to manage the repository's architecture to prevent collapse, about whether to continue encouraging preservation at all given the risks uncontrolled growth creates. The chapter master faces decision that will shape blood angels for millennia, whether to limit access to preservation in gene memory space, establishing protocols that prevent most brothers from achieving it even if they might succeed, or to accept the risks of continued growth in hope that benefits outweigh potential catastrophic failure. The choice pits short-term tactical advantage against long-term strategic stability, present need for guidance against future risk of infrastructure collapse. Dante chooses the cautious path, establishing strict criteria for which brothers' consciousnesses should be encouraged toward preservation. Only warriors who demonstrate exceptional gene memory navigation skills, who show capability for maintaining their identity despite dissolution, who possess teaching abilities that would benefit future generations. Only these rare brothers will receive support for achieving preservation. Others will be allowed to fade naturally, their service honored, but their consciousness not deliberately cultivated for continuation beyond material death. The decision proves controversial. Some argue that limiting preservation to exceptional cases means abandoning brothers who could contribute valuable guidance even if they lack the skills Dante's criteria emphasize. Others claim that any deliberate preservation represents dangerous manipulation of warp phenomena that the chapter should avoid entirely. And a few question whether Dante possesses authority to determine which brothers deserve continuation beyond death, and which do not, whether such choices should be made by command structure or left to individual brothers, and whatever natural processes govern consciousness preservation. But the chapter master's authority remains absolute in such matters, his 1500 years of service providing legitimacy that transcends any individual's disagreement with specific decisions. The criteria are implemented, the soul repository's growth is regulated, and the blood angels continue their service, knowing that achievement of preservation in gene memory space remains possible, but rare. Honor granted to few rather than expectation held by all. The Indomitus Crusade brings changes that ripple through every imperial institution, but for the blood angels, the transformation carries weight that transcends simple strategic adjustment. Roboute Guilliman returns from his millennia-long stasis, his resurrection representing impossibility made manifest, his authority over imperial forces, absolute despite the countless changes 10,000 years wrought on the Imperium his father built. And among his priorities as he assumes command, the Lord Regent singles out the blood angels for attention that combines recognition of their service with concerns about their genetic stability. Dante receives summons to meet with the Primarch personally. The chapter master's 1500 years of service, barely preparing him for confrontation with being who knew Sanguinius during life, who fought alongside the angel during the heresy, who witnessed his death aboard the vengeful spirit. The meeting occurs on Macraga, in chambers that once hosted war councils where primarchs plotted strategy for conquest spanning the galaxy. Now only one Primarch remains among the living, and his attention focuses on problems his brother's death created, rather than glories their service achieved. Guilliman speaks plainly about his concerns. The Blood Angels' genetic flaw is well documented, their curse recognized across Imperial command structures, their vulnerability to rage manifestation representing liability that grows more problematic as strategic demands increase. He has reviewed reports from inquisitors who investigated the chapter's purity, studied Mechanicus analyses of their gene seed, examined battlefield accounts where Death Company deployments achieved objectives but raised questions about control and discipline. His conclusion: the Blood Angels require intervention that only Primarch authority can provide. Comprehensive review of their practices regarding the curse, potential restructuring of how they manage warriors who fall to rage. Dante responds with honesty that reflects his own centuries grappling with these questions. The curse cannot be cured through material means. Sanguinary priests more skilled than any currently living attempted this during the heresy and failed. It operates through psychic mechanisms that transcend biological engineering, transmitted through gene memory rather than simple genetic inheritance. The Blood Angels have developed protocols for managing the rage, techniques that allow afflicted brothers to maintain tactical function, infrastructure in gene memory space that guides warriors through their visions. These approaches work imperfectly but better than anything previous generations achieved. The Lord Regent listens with expression that is difficult to interpret, whether approval, concern, or something between. When Dante finishes his explanation, Guilliman asks a question that cuts to the heart of the matter. Does managing the curse serve the Imperium, or does it merely preserve the Blood Angels despite their liability? If another chapter could be founded using different gene seed, if the 9th Legion's successors could be retired from active service, would the Imperium be better served? The question hangs in air between them, its implications clear. Guilliman possesses authority to disband chapters, to declare gene lines unusable, to end 10,000 years of Blood Angels service if he determines their curse outweighs their contribution. Dante feels weight of every brother's sacrifice across those millennia, every warrior who resisted the curse unto death, every generation that proved nobility could survive despite genetic inheritance arguing for monstrosity. All of that legacy becomes negotiable in this moment, subject to Primarch's calculus about whether benefits justify costs. Dante provides the only answer he can: honest assessment without pleading or justification. The Blood Angels serve effectively despite their curse. Their combat record demonstrates loyalty that no genetic flaw has compromised. Their resistance to the rage proves that willpower and discipline can triumph over inheritance. Disbanding them would cost the Imperium's skilled warriors who know their limitation and manage it successfully, who have developed expertise in fighting while carrying psychic burdens that would break lesser fighters. And it would send message to every Space Marine chapter that genetic imperfection, regardless of how well managed, becomes grounds for retirement rather than challenge to overcome. Guilliman considers this response for long minutes, his transhuman mind processing strategic calculations that would overwhelm baseline human cognition. Finally, he delivers verdict that will shape Blood Angels' future for generations. They will continue serving, their curse acknowledged but not disqualifying, their protocols for managing rage manifestation examined and potentially improved, but fundamentally accepted as valid approach. But they will also accept increased oversight, regular evaluations by inquisitorial and mechanicus specialists, transparency about Death Company deployment that removes any suggestion the chapter hides the curse's extent. The compromise satisfies neither complete vindication nor total condemnation. The Blood Angels survive as active chapter, but they do so under scrutiny that makes their genetic vulnerability matter of official record rather than internal concern they manage privately. Dante accepts these terms because alternatives are worse. Better to serve under observation than not to serve at all. Better to prove their worth through continued excellence than to argue for recognition that might never come. The meeting concludes with Guilliman offering unexpected personal observation. He knew Sanguinius, he tells Dante, fought beside him during campaigns that the chapter master has only read about in historical records. The angel was the best of them, noble beyond what their gene-crafted nature should allow, compassionate despite being designed for warfare, hopeful even when heresy made hope seem naive. His death diminished the Imperium in ways that 10,000 years have not repaired. If carrying fragment of his curse is price for preserving fragment of his nobility, then perhaps that price is worth paying, despite its terrible cost. Dante returns to Baal carrying these words, sharing them with senior officers who have worried about the chapter's future since Guilliman's return. The Primarch's qualified acceptance of their continued service provides legitimacy that no amount of battlefield success could achieve alone. The blood angels are not just tolerated despite their curse, but recognized as valuable because they overcome it, their struggle acknowledged as feature rather than bug, their resistance to damnation appreciated rather than viewed as barely adequate performance. But increased oversight brings changes that affect every aspect of chapter operations. Inquisitorial observers attend Death Company deployments, their presence meant to verify that rage-afflicted warriors target enemies rather than running wild. Mechanicus Genitors examine gene seed cultivation facilities, ensuring protocols meet standards that theoretical purity exceeds practical necessity. And chaplains face regular interviews about their techniques for managing brothers who fall to rage, their methods scrutinized for signs that mercy is being withheld or granted inappropriately. The scrutiny creates friction, brothers resenting outsiders judging practices refined across millennia of struggling with curse those outsiders cannot truly understand. But Dante maintains strict discipline. His orders clear that cooperation with oversight represents strategic necessity rather than voluntary choice. The Blood Angels will prove their worth through transparency and excellence, demonstrating that managed genetic flaw creates better warriors than pristine inheritance might produce. Among those most affected by the new oversight is Brother Raphael, a Death Company warrior who achieved preservation in gene memory space during the early years of Guilliman's return. His consciousness exists primarily in psychic infrastructure now, but his body continues functioning under handler supervision, deployed in battles where his prescient awareness provides tactical advantages. Inquisitorial observers find his condition deeply disturbing. A warrior whose soul has departed, but whose corpse remains animated, guided by consciousness operating through warp-based mechanisms that doctrine declares dangerous. The observers demand that Raphael receive Emperor's mercy, arguing that maintaining his existence violates principles separating loyal servants from warp-corrupted abominations. His consciousness preservation represents traffic with immaterium that should be forbidden. His continued deployment exploits psychic phenomena that could corrupt brothers exposed to them. The Inquisition cannot allow such practices to continue regardless of whatever tactical benefits they provide. Dante must navigate this challenge carefully, his defense of Raphael requiring explanations that reveal more about soul repository than the chapter previously disclosed. He argues that consciousness preservation in gene memory space differs fundamentally from demon possession or warp corruption. that the mechanism operates through genetic inheritance rather than pacts with chaos entities, that Raphael's awareness remains loyal to Emperor and Imperium despite existing in psychic form. The distinction is not academic. It determines whether the Blood Angel's approach to managing the curse falls within acceptable bounds or crosses into heresy. The debate reaches Guilliman himself, inquisitorial observers elevating their concerns to Primarch authority when chapter masters' arguments fail to convince them. The Lord Regent reviews evidence about gene memory preservation, examines testimony from brothers who have accessed the soul repository, even consults with Mephiston about the psychic mechanisms involved. His investigation is thorough, his judgment careful, his conclusions carrying weight that no appeal can challenge. Guilliman rules that consciousness preservation in gene memory space, while unorthodox, does not constitute warp corruption in sense that would justify inquisitorial intervention. The mechanism operates through genetic inheritance enhanced by warp phenomena, rather than through deliberate trafficking with chaos entities. The preserved consciousnesses maintain loyalty to Emperor and demonstrate tactical value that justifies their continued existence. But the Primarch also establishes restrictions. No brother should be deliberately pushed toward preservation. The soul repository's growth must be carefully managed to prevent warp incursion, and all preserved consciousnesses must be regularly evaluated for signs of corruption that would make their destruction necessary. The ruling provides breathing room the Blood Angels need, legitimizing practices that an Inquisition viewed with deep suspicion. But it also codifies oversight that makes every aspect of curse management subject to external review. The Blood Angels can continue building psychic infrastructure in gene memory space, but they do so under scrutiny that will immediately detect any slide toward corruption or abuse. Raphael's case becomes precedent that shapes how the chapter approaches preservation for decades to come. His consciousness remains in gene memory space. His body continues deploying until battlefield casualties finally destroy it years later. His service demonstrates that Primarch-approved protocols can satisfy even inquisitorial concerns about warp-based practices. When his material form falls during engagement against Alpha Legion traitor Marines, ceremony honoring him acknowledges both his death and his continuation. Prayers recognizing that he serves still despite material dissolution. The decades following Guilliman's ruling see Blood Angels operating under conditions that balance increased oversight with expanded legitimacy. Inquisitors who once investigated them with intent to uncover heresy now observe with understanding that genetic curse and loyal service can coexist. Mechanicus genitors, who examine their gene seed searching for corruption, now study it seeking to understand how resistance techniques might apply to other chapters. And other Space Marine forces, learning about Blood Angels' approaches to managing psychic burdens, begin requesting guidance about applying similar principles to their own challenges. The transformation from suspected to respected, from barely tolerated to actively consulted, represents vindication that centuries of loyal service alone could not achieve. But it comes at cost of privacy that the chapter previously guarded carefully. Every Death Company deployment is documented in reports that external observers review. Every preserved consciousness in gene memory space is catalogued and evaluated by specialists who judge their loyalty. Every meditation technique is examined for signs that resistance to curse might shade into forbidden psychic practices. Brother Emmaus now elevated to Master of Sanctity after Astorath's death during the Indomitus Crusade, speaks to chapter assembly about navigating these changes. The Blood Angels have always served under burden of their curse, he reminds gathered brothers, always known that their genetic inheritance makes them vulnerable to suspicion that loyalty alone cannot fully dispel. External oversight simply formalizes what has always been true. They must prove themselves continuously, demonstrate that nobility survives despite the curse, show through action that resistance to damnation matters more than never feeling temptation. The speech resonates with brothers across all companies, its message accepted because Emmaus earned his authority through centuries of managing curses manifestations rather than simply holding office that grants him platform. The Master of Sanctity has granted mercy to hundreds of brothers who degraded beyond recovery, has guided thousands through episodes that threatened to overwhelm them, has demonstrated through personal example that discipline and compassion can coexist even when addressing problems that have no good solutions. His leadership proves crucial during the incident that nearly destroys Chapter's relationship with Inquisition and threatens everything Dante achieved through negotiations with Guilliman. On Forge World Griffin 4, where Blood Angels deploy to defend Mechanicus installations against Chaos incursion, 17 brothers fall to rage simultaneously during a battle where warp corruption flows so freely that psychic defenses collapse under sustained assault. The mass manifestation overwhelms handler capacity immediately, rage-afflicted warriors attacking friend and foe without discrimination, their fury so complete that standard protocols for focusing them become useless. Brother Emmaus makes decision that will define his tenure as Master of Sanctity. Rather than attempting to restrain the fallen brothers, rather than granting immediate mercy to prevent further casualties, he deploys them as purely destructive force against the Chaos incursion's heart. The 17 rage-afflicted warriors are given single objective: advance into enemy positions and kill until no targets remain or until they themselves fall. No attempt is made to focus their fury. No ritual provides direction beyond pointing them at foes. They are unleashed as living weapons, their curse transformed from liability into asset through brutal calculation that their rampage will do more damage to enemies than to allies. The tactic works horrifically well. The 17 Death Company warriors carve path of destruction through Chaos lines, their fearlessness and fury overwhelming traitor positions that conventional assault would cost hundreds of lives to take. But their advance leaves devastation that makes even hardened veterans question whether victory achieved through such means justifies the cost. Fortifications are demolished beyond recovery. Captives who might provide intelligence are slaughtered, and the warriors themselves die in conditions so terrible that recovering their gene seed becomes impossible. Each loss meaning 2 potential future brothers will never exist. Inquisitorial observers present during the battle file reports questioning whether Emmaus's decision represented appropriate use of rage-afflicted brothers or exploitation that crossed into heresy. The observers argue that deploying warriors who have lost capacity for discrimination between friend and foe, making no attempt to provide even minimal direction, reduces Space Marines to weapons rather than soldiers. The Blood Angels curse their brothers to madness, the reports claim, and then profit from that madness by deploying the afflicted in situations where their lack of control becomes advantage. The accusations threaten to undo everything Dante achieved, to resurrect questions about whether the Blood Angels' genetic flaw makes them liability the Imperium cannot afford. Guilliman himself reviews the incident, his judgment on Emmaus's actions determining whether the Master of Sanctity faces censure or whether his tactics represent valid, if disturbing, approach to curse management that oversight should permit. The Primarch's investigation takes months, his staff interviewing survivors from Griffon I-4, reviewing battle recordings that captured the Death Company rampage, consulting with experts on Space Marine psychology and chaos corruption patterns. The final report delivers mixed verdict that neither completely condemns nor fully exonerates Emmaus's decision. Guilliman rules that deploying rage-afflicted warriors against chaos forces when their fury cannot be focused represents acceptable tactic in extremis, when alternative is allowing incursion to spread beyond containment. But he also establishes that such deployment should be final resort rather than standard practice, that every effort must be made to focus fallen brothers toward purposeful objectives rather than simply unleashing them. That gene seed recovery from warriors deployed this way must be attempted regardless of battlefield conditions. The ruling creates framework for when Emmaus's approach is permitted and when it crosses into forbidden territory. Brother Emmaus accepts these restrictions while privately maintaining that Greifenthal represented exactly the circumstances Guilliman's ruling permits, extremis where conventional approaches had failed and only desperate measures offered chance of preventing catastrophe. He continues serving as Master of Sanctity, his authority enhanced rather than diminished by having survived scrutiny that would have destroyed officer who lacked both his experience and the respect his centuries of service earned. The incident establishes final piece of framework governing how Blood Angels operate under Guilliman's oversight. They can deploy Death Company warriors aggressively, can use rage as weapon against enemies rather than simply managing it as liability, can embrace the curse's destructive potential when circumstances justify it, but they must do so with awareness that external observers judge their decisions, that exceeding bounds Guilliman established means facing consequences that could include disbandment regardless of battlefield effectiveness. The parameters are clear now, the boundaries established. The Blood Angels continue serving, their curse acknowledged and managed according to protocols that satisfy even skeptical observers. They build psychic infrastructure in gene memory space, preserve consciousnesses that guide future brothers, deploy warriors who have fallen to rage against enemies where their fury achieves strategic objectives. All of this happens under observation that would have seemed intolerable to previous generations, but represents new reality that post-Guilliman Imperium requires. 900 years pass after Guilliman's ruling establishes final framework governing Blood Angels' operations. The centuries accumulate into weight that even Chapter Master Dante feels, his 1,500 years of service making him oldest space marine in the Imperium, his continued existence representing anomaly that even Blood Angels' enhanced longevity cannot fully explain. He leads because no one else can, because his experience exceeds what any replacement could bring, because the chapter needs continuity that only his presence provides. But age takes toll even on transhuman physiology enhanced beyond what baseline space marines possess. Dante's movements slow by increments measured in decades, his reaction times declining to levels that remain superhuman, but no longer match brothers centuries his junior. His mind stays sharp, perhaps sharper than ever, refined by nearly 2 millennia of making decisions that determine his brother's fates. But his body decays despite every enhancement and augmetic. that sanguinary priests install to preserve function. The curse affects him differently than it does younger brothers. Dante has felt the thirst calling across his service, has managed it through discipline that 15 centuries refined to perfection. But he has never fallen to the black rage, has never experienced visions that trap brothers in Sanguinius's death moment. His resistance seems absolute, his connection to gene memory somehow different from what other blood angels experience. Whether this represents exceptional strength or simply unusual genetics remains unclear even after Corbulo studies him extensively. During his 16th century of service, Dante begins experiencing something that might be prescience or might be gene memory, accessing futures rather than past. He sees battles before they occur, perceives threats before they materialize, knows outcomes before circumstances that produce them have fully developed. The experiences resemble what Chiron described before his final dissolution, but come without the rages accompanying visions, prescient clarity without psychological cost that usually accompanies such capabilities. Mephiston examines Dante at chapter master's request, seeking to understand whether this development represents natural evolution of his unique gene memory connection, or symptom of approaching fall to rage that simply manifests differently due to his unusual resistance. The chief librarian's findings prove inconclusive. Dante's consciousness shows patterns consistent with accessing gene memory space, but not the markers typically associated with rage onset. If anything, his psychic state suggests he is achieving controlled access similar to what the original observer managed before his dissolution, navigating inherited memories deliberately rather than being overwhelmed by them. This possibility raises questions that no one wants to address directly. If Dante achieves preservation in gene memory space, if his consciousness survives material death similar to how the observers and Chiron's did, then who leads the blood angels? His presence has been constant for so long that imagining chapter without him seems nearly impossible. Successor chapters know him personally. Imperial command structures respect him specifically. Brothers across the entire gene line look to him for guidance that transcends simple rank. Losing him to preservation might be worse than losing him to death, because his consciousness would remain accessible, while his leadership would not. Dante himself refuses to discuss the possibility, his focus remaining on present duties rather than speculative futures. He continues commanding, his decisions reflecting wisdom that only his extended experience can provide, his presence stabilizing chapter through the tumultuous years following Guilliman's return. But he also begins preparing successors more deliberately, ensuring that multiple officers understand his strategic thinking, that his tactical doctrines are documented thoroughly, that the chapter can function if his leadership suddenly becomes unavailable. The preparation proves necessary when, during campaign to defend Baal itself against High Fleet Leviathan's final assault, Dante falls in battle that will determine whether the blood angel's homeworld survives or falls to tyrannid consumption. The fighting is desperate beyond anything even he has experienced. Xenos forces overwhelming defenders through sheer numbers, the very ground of Baal becoming battlefield where humanity's survival hangs by a thread thin enough that single warrior's death might snap it. Dante leads from the front as he has throughout his service, his ancient body enhanced by death mask of Sanguinius, and the Ax Mortalis proving that age dims but does not extinguish transhuman capability. He fights beside Brother Mephiston against Swarm Lord itself, the High Fleet Supreme Commander, engaging in duel that spans hours and leaves both combatants on the edge of death. When the Swarm Lord's Bones Ord finally penetrates his defenses, when the blow that should kill him lands with force that shatters ceramite and pierces enhanced organs beneath, Dante experiences something that transcends simple mortal injury. His consciousness fragments, portions of it remaining in his dying body, while other parts slide into gene memory space with speed, suggesting this transition has been preparing for years rather than occurring suddenly. He experiences his own death from outside his body, perceiving it as observer rather than participant, his awareness simultaneously dying and watching himself die. The dislocation should be maddening, but instead it brings clarity that his material existence has been approaching for centuries, understanding that his service continues regardless of whether his body survives, that preservation in gene memory space represents transformation rather than ending. But something unexpected occurs during this transition. Instead of dissolving into the soul repository, as previous preserved consciousnesses did, instead of becoming part of distributed infrastructure that guides rage-afflicted brothers, Dante's awareness encounters presence that has waited for him across 10,000 years. Sanguinius himself, or psychic imprint so complete that distinction becomes meaningless, stands before him with a wing spread, the angel's face showing joy at reunion that millennia, delayed but never prevented. The Primarch speaks without words, his meaning conveying directly through psychic connection that bypasses language. He has watched his sons across 10,000 years, the angel tells Dante, experienced every brother's struggle with the curse he inflicted through his necessary sacrifice, felt every victory and every fall across centuries of service that proved nobility could survive despite genetic inheritance, arguing against it. The soul repository that the blood angels built in gene memory space, the consciousness preservation that allows brothers to guide those who come after. These achievements honor him more than any monument or ceremony could, proving that his sons transformed curse into legacy rather than allowing it to define them completely. Dante tries to respond, tries to explain how the chapter struggled, how they managed the curse through protocols refined across generations, how they maintained loyalty despite every reason to surrender to chaos. But Sanguinius already knows, has observed everything from psychic space, where his own preserved awareness dwells, has understood the cost his death imposed and the nobility with which his sons paid it. The Primarch has one question. Will you return? Dante's body lies dying on Baal's scorched ground. Medical intervention might preserve it. Augmetics could replace failing organs. The sanguinary priests possess skills that make death negotiable rather than final. But returning means leaving gene memory space, abandoning the observer's position that Dante has achieved, coming back to material existence that grows harder to maintain with each passing year. Or he could stay, his consciousness joining the guides in soul repository, his awareness helping brothers in ways his body no longer can. The choice should be simple. Duty requires his return. The chapter needs his leadership. Brothers depend on his presence. But the possibility of rest calls with intensity that 1,500 years of constant service has made nearly overwhelming. To stop fighting, to stop deciding, to exist in gene memory space where past and future blend together and present's crushing weight becomes irrelevant. The temptation is not toward damnation, but toward peace. Not surrender to the curse, but acceptance that his service has earned its conclusion. Dante chooses to return, Not because duty requires it, though it does. Not because the chapter needs him, though it might. He returns because Sanguinius asks him to, because the angel who sacrificed everything needs one of his sons to serve a little longer, to lead a little more, to prove once again that nobility survives despite the curse, despite the cost, despite everything that argues for surrender. If the Primarch who died screaming can ask this, then Dante, who has merely lived for 15 centuries, can provide it. His consciousness snaps back into his body with force that makes his heart restart, his lungs draw breath, his enhanced physiology begin repairs that should be impossible, given the extent of his injuries. The sanguinary priests find him alive when they reach his position, his survival representing miracle that they cannot explain through medicine or augmetics. They stabilize him, transport him to Fortress Monastery's most advanced apothecarion, work with desperate intensity to preserve life that all logic says should have ended on Baal's battlefield. Dante survives, though months pass before he can leave the medical facilities, though augmetic replacements for destroyed organs outnumber functioning biological systems remaining. He has become more machine than flesh, his transhuman physiology supplemented by technology that makes him cyborg in everything but name. But his mind remains clear, his will intact, his leadership unchallenged despite transformation that would retire most warriors from active service. When he finally addresses the assembled chapter after his recovery, when he speaks to brothers who believed their chapter master dead and witnessed impossible resurrection, Dante shares what he experienced during his clinical death. He tells them about encountering Sanguinius in gene memory space, about the choice the Primarch offered, about deciding to return despite temptation toward peace that 15 centuries of service has made nearly irresistible. His words carry weight beyond simple testament. They confirm what some brothers suspected, that Sanguinius's awareness survives in psychic form, that the angel watches over his sons, that the curse and the nobility come from same source and cannot be separated. The revelation transforms how blood angels understand their relationship with their Primarch. Sanguinius is not just a historical figure whose sacrifice occurred 10,000 years ago, but present reality who observes and occasionally contacts his sons through gene memory connections that define their existence. The curse represents not abandonment, but ongoing relationship, not punishment, but love, expressed through genetic inheritance that demands constant struggle. This understanding spreads through successor chapters as Dante shares his experience with their leaders. The Blood Angels gene line discovers collective purpose that transcends individual chapter service. They maintain the angel's legacy, prove through resistance to the curse that his sacrifice achieved something worth preserving, demonstrate daily that nobility can survive genetic inheritance that pushes toward monstrosity. Their struggle is not simply managing liability, but honoring relationship with Primarch who died to save Emperor and condemned his sons to madness rather than accept alternatives that were worse. The decades following Dante's resurrection see blood angels operating with confidence that previous generations lacked. They know now that Sanguinius watches. The preservation in gene memory space allows continued relationship with their Primarch, that the curse connects them to their founder in ways other chapters cannot match. The knowledge does not make the rage less terrible, does not reduce the thirst's call, does not prevent brothers from falling to genetic inheritance that remains as dangerous as it has been since Cygnus Prime. but it provides meaning that makes the suffering bearable, purpose that makes resistance worthwhile, connection that transforms curse from simple burden into complicated legacy. New protocols are developed based on this understanding. Brothers who achieve preservation in gene memory space are encouraged to seek Sanguinius's presence, to attempt contact with the Primarch's psychic imprint, to learn directly from the source of their inheritance rather than simply from guides the observer's generation established. Not all succeed. The angel appears only to few, his reasons for contact or silence remaining mysterious. But those who encounter him report experiences that reshape their understanding of what it means to serve as Blood Angel. Among those who achieves contact is Brother Azariel, a Death Company warrior whose preservation in gene memory space occurred during the years immediately following Dante's resurrection. Azariel's consciousness exists primarily in psychic infrastructure now, but unlike earlier preserved warriors who focused on guiding rage-afflicted brothers, he dedicates himself to mapping gene memory space more completely, to understanding its structure and boundaries, to discovering what possibilities exist within the psychic landscape that Blood Angel's inheritance creates. His explorations reveal gene memory space extends far beyond what previous generations understood. The region where Sanguinius's death scream echoes represents only a small portion of inherited memories available through genetic connection. Vast territories exist containing recollections from the angel's entire life, from his discovery on Baal through the Great Crusade's Golden Age, from his first meeting with the Emperor through the growing horror as Horus's corruption became apparent. These memories remain accessible to brothers who know how to navigate toward them, offering insights into their Primarch's thoughts and decisions that no historical record could provide. More surprising, Azariel discovers memories that predate Sanguinius's conscious existence. The gene memory contains imprints from the Emperor himself, the master of mankind's thoughts, while crafting the Primarch, his hopes for what Sanguinius would become, his grief at corruptions that chaos inflicted on the Primarch projects before their completion. These memories exist in fragments, incomplete pieces that suggest the Emperor's psychic presence was so powerful it left traces in genetic material he worked with directly. The implications stagger even veterans who believe they understood their inheritance completely. The Blood Angels carry not just Sanguinius's genetic legacy, but also echoes of the Emperor's direct touch. Their gene seed crafted by the master of mankind's own hands, their potential shaped by his vision for what Space Marines could achieve. The curse comes from Sanguinius, yes, but the capacity to resist it, the nobility that allows brothers to struggle rather than surrender, that comes from deeper source, from the Emperor himself whose design anticipated challenges his sons would face. Azariel documents these discoveries extensively, his journals becoming primary source that reshapes how Blood Angels understand their place in Imperium. They are not simply damaged warriors struggling with genetic flaw, not merely chapter managing liability while proving loyalty through continued service. They are inheritors of direct relationship with both Primarch and Emperor, their curse connecting them to the Imperium's founders in ways no other chapter can claim, their resistance to damnation demonstrating principles their creation was meant to embody. Brother Emmaus uses these discoveries to develop new approaches to managing the curse. If gene memory contains Emperor's presence alongside Sanguinius's death scream, then meditation techniques can be refined to help brothers access the master of mankind's design, rather than fixating only on the angel's sacrifice. The approach proves effective. Brothers who learn to touch the Emperor's inherited memories show increased resistance to sudden rage onset. Their connection to deeper purpose providing stability when curses, psychological pressure peaks. But accessing Emperor's memories comes at cost. His thoughts operate at scales that human cognition struggles to process. His concerns spanning millennia and encompassing species, level considerations that make individual survival seem trivial. Brothers who touch this level of gene memory sometimes emerge changed in ways that concern their handlers, more detached from immediate concerns, more willing to accept catastrophic casualties if strategic objectives justify them, more aligned with Emperor's utilitarian calculus than with compassion that Sanguinius embodied. The transformation worries chapter leadership that watches brothers becoming more effective strategically while losing qualities that made Blood Angels distinctive among Space Marine chapters. Dante himself intervenes, establishing guidelines that limit how deeply brothers can access Emperor's inherited memories without supervision. The techniques Azariel developed remain available, but their use requires chaplain oversight, their application restricted to situations where tactical necessity justifies risks to warriors' psychological integrity. The guidelines establish pattern that defines Blood Angels' approach to gene memory navigation in the centuries that follow Dante's resurrection. The psychic infrastructure contains tremendous potential. Access to Primarch's tactical brilliance, connection to Emperor's strategic vision, preservation allowing continued service beyond material death. But that potential comes with costs that must be managed carefully, risks that require constant monitoring, dangers that make blessing and curse indistinguishable, at boundaries where gene memory exploration pushes into territories previous generations left unmapped. The years stretch toward the end of the 42nd millennium, the Imperium darker than it has been since the heresy, the Great Rift's presence making every day a struggle for survival rather than conquest. The Blood Angels continue their service, their crimson armor appearing wherever humanity fights against the long defeat that threatens to become final. They know now what their curse means, understand that it connects them to both their Primarch's sacrifice and the Emperor's design, accept that resistance matters precisely because damnation remains possible. In the Death Company holding cells, warriors who fell to the rage pace endlessly, their minds trapped in visions from 10,000 years ago. Some scream warnings about Horus, their voices hoarse from giving sound to alerts that no one alive can heed. Others fight invisible enemies, their movements acting out battles where they stand beside Sanguinius defending the Eternity Gate or charging into the vengeful spirit's corrupted halls. And a few rare brothers maintain enough present awareness to recognize their condition, to understand that they exist between past and present, to choose resistance even though the visions never end. Among these few is Brother Castiel, last of the original Observer's generation, still serving in material form. His centuries in the Death Company have worn him down incrementally, his lucid periods growing briefer, his connection to present reality weakening, despite meditation techniques that sustained him longer than most brothers manage. He knows his time approaches, knows that soon he will either degrade beyond recovery or achieve preservation in gene memory space, knows that his material service nears its conclusion, regardless of which outcome claims him. During one of his increasingly rare lucid periods, Castiel attempts to contact the original observer's consciousness within gene memory space. He has felt the presence before, received its guidance during his decades struggling with the rage, learned from its teaching how to maintain function despite visions. But now he seeks conversation rather than instruction, connection with the brother who walked this path before him, understanding of what awaits when material existence ends and psychic preservation begins. The observer's consciousness responds to Castiel's call, its presence coalescing from the distributed awareness it has become across centuries of service. The meeting occurs in psychic space that resembles Baal's meditation gardens as they appeared before the radiation wars, tranquil environment that provides neutral ground where past and present can interact without the death scream's overwhelming pressure. Neither participant possesses body in conventional sense. Both exist as pure consciousness given form through will and memory. But the interaction feels real in ways that material meetings sometimes do not. Castiel asks the question that has haunted him since his fall to the rage. Was the sacrifice worth it? The original observer dissolved into gene memory space deliberately, choosing research and service over preservation of individual existence. Castiel did not choose to fall to the rage. The curse claimed him during battle, where no amount of discipline or meditation could prevent the vision's overwhelming force. But approaching similar dissolution, facing prospect of consciousness existing beyond material death, he needs to know whether the transformation represents tragedy or continuation, ending or evolution. The observer's response comes not as words but as showing, the consciousness pulling Castiel through accumulated experiences of centuries spent guiding brothers through their struggles. He witnesses thousands of warriors maintaining lucidity because the observer taught them navigation techniques, sees death company formations, achieving objectives because preserved consciousness focused their fury, understands that every brother who resists the curse for one more day draws strength from infrastructure the observer helped build across generations of service in gene memory space. But the showing also includes costs. The observer's gradual fragmentation as his consciousness spread throughout psychic infrastructure, the pain of watching brothers fall despite his guidance, the weight of knowing that his sacrifice brought amelioration rather than cure, that the curse continues claiming warriors regardless of whatever support preserved consciousness provides. The existence is not peaceful, not restful, not the release that dissolution's finality might suggest. It is continued service in different form, struggle that persists beyond material death, purpose that transcends individual existence, or sometimes making eternity feel like burden rather than gift. Was it worth it? Castiel repeats the question after experiencing the observer's showing, his consciousness processing revelations that reshape understanding of what preservation means. The observer's answer carries weight that only centuries of existing in this state can provide. Worth cannot be measured objectively when discussing choices made under impossible circumstances. The observer's dissolution brought knowledge that helped the chapter, yes, and his continued guidance serves brothers who might otherwise fall completely to the curse. But it also cost him everything that defined individual existence. The body that experienced pleasure and pain, the relationships that required physical presence, the simple satisfaction of material accomplishment. He exists now as function more than person, as infrastructure serving purpose. rather than consciousness pursuing its own ends. If forced to evaluate whether the choice was worth its cost, the observer admits uncertainty. Some days, though days, holds little meaning in psychic space where time operates according to rules having nothing to do with linear progression. The service feels meaningful enough to justify any sacrifice. Brothers are saved. The chapter strengthens. The curse that should have destroyed the blood angels instead becomes tool they wield. Other times, in moments of lucidity when fragments of his original personality coalesce briefly before dispersing again, the observer experiences regret so profound it threatens to collapse whatever coherence he maintains. But regardless of worth, regardless of whether the sacrifice justifies its cost, the observer serves still. He guides because brothers need guidance. He teaches because warriors seek teaching. He persists because the alternative, allowing his consciousness to fully dissolve or deliberately ending it, would abandon duties he cannot relinquish simply because they have grown burdensome. Purpose continues whether joy accompanies it or not, whether the service brings satisfaction or merely demands continued effort. Castiel absorbs this answer, his consciousness integrating truths that material existence would struggle to contain. He understands now that preservation is not escape, not reward for loyal service, not culmination that brings peace after centuries of struggle. It is transformation that allows different kind of service, continuation that demands different sacrifices, existence that persists despite personal cost becoming nearly unbearable. When he returns to material awareness, his consciousness sliding back into his body after the meeting concludes, Castiel finds Brother Emmaus waiting beside his cell. The Master of Sanctity's presence indicates decision time has arrived, that Castiel's condition has progressed to point where choices must be made. The long-serving Death Company warrior can continue his material existence, accepting that degradation accelerates and his time remaining measures in months rather than years, or he can accept the Emperor's mercy now, while lucidity remains sufficient to make that choice meaningful, ending his suffering before it grows worse. But Emmaus offers third option that previous generations would not have considered. Castiel can choose to pursue preservation deliberately, can enter deep meditation designed to facilitate consciousness transition into gene memory space, can attempt the dissolution the original observer achieved by accident. The success rate remains uncertain. Most brothers who try this either degrade into complete rage or simply die as their consciousness fragments without achieving stable preservation. But for warrior of Castiel's skill and experience, Emmaus believes the attempt might succeed. Castiel considers the options carefully, his decision carrying weight that no one else can judge. Material service ending through mercy would bring rest he has earned across centuries of struggling with the curse. Continued material existence would allow him to fight beside brothers for whatever time remains, to die on battlefields serving the Emperor, rather than in holding cell serving only as warning about the curse's inevitable victory. But deliberate attempt at preservation would let him choose his fate rather than accepting what circumstances impose, would let him join the observer and others in guiding future brothers, would transform his fall to the rage from tragedy into legacy. He chooses preservation, not because he believes the service will be easy, not because he thinks existence in gene memory space represents reward for his loyalty, not because he expects the transformation to bring peace that material life denies. He chooses it because his brothers need guidance, because the infrastructure the observer built requires maintenance and expansion, because his centuries of navigating the rage have taught him techniques that could help warriors who come after. The meditation that facilitates deliberate consciousness transition takes 3 days, Castiel's body remaining motionless while his awareness explores gene memory space with increasing depth. Sanguinary priests monitor his vital signs, tracking the changes that indicate consciousness beginning to migrate from material form into psychic infrastructure. The process is not dying exactly. His body continues functioning at basic level, but it resembles death closely enough that preparations are made for either outcome. On the 3rd day, something shifts. Castiel's consciousness achieves the same distributed state the original observer reached, his awareness spreading throughout gene memory space while fragments of his personality remain coherent enough to maintain identity. His body continues breathing, his heart continues beating, but the person who inhabited that form has departed for existence in psychic realms where the blood angels build their legacy one preserved consciousness at a time. Brother Emmaus conducts ceremony that honors Castiel's transformation, prayers acknowledging both the loss and the continuation, words recognizing that brother is gone, but service persists. The assembled Death Company warriors, those capable of understanding what occurred, witness one of their own achieving what most can only hope for, a transformation that allows meaning to survive even when material form becomes prison rather than vehicle. Castiel's body is maintained in stasis, preserved in case his consciousness ever requires it, honored as reliquary containing genetic legacy, even though the warrior himself exists elsewhere. His awareness, freed from material constraints, joins the constellation of guides in gene memory space, his teaching beginning immediately as newly rage-afflicted brothers encounter presence that feels familiar despite having never met the warrior it represents. The years continue turning, the centuries accumulate, the millennia stretch toward whatever ending awaits the Imperium and all its works. The blood angels serve through it all, their curse neither cured nor conquered, but managed with increasing sophistication, their resistance to damnation proving that nobility can survive despite genetic inheritance that pushes toward monstrosity. They paint and sculpt, they meditate and fight, they fall to the rage and rise to serve in new forms. They maintain the eternal watch that Sanguinius established when he chose sacrifice over surrender. In gene memory space, the observer's consciousness continues its distributed existence, fragments of the original personality occasionally coalescing when brothers need teaching that only he can provide. He watches new warriors join the soul repository, guides them through their first disorientation, teaches them how to serve from psychic infrastructure rather than material form. He has become legend, story told to aspirants, example cited by chaplains, presence that defines what blood angels mean when they speak of service that transcends death. And sometimes in moments of clarity when fragments align properly, when the gene memory space configuration allows consciousness to remember what individual existence felt like, the observer experiences something that might be satisfaction or might simply be recognition. He served as he was able for as long as capacity remained, contributed to understanding that helps brothers resist the curse, transformed his fall into legacy that continues guiding warriors who struggle with the same inheritance. The price was terrible, the cost nearly unbearable, The sacrifice demanded everything that made him individual rather than function. But when newly fallen brother accesses gene memory space for the first time, when desperate warrior on the edge of complete collapse finds guidance that helps him maintain awareness for one more day, when Death Company formation achieves objective because preserved consciousness focus their fury effectively, in these moments the observer knows that his dissolution bought something worth having, that his existence in this strange form serves purpose that material life could not, that the struggle continues and matters despite never ending. The red thirst calls to every blood angel, whispering promises that surrender would be so simple, so satisfying, so right. The black rage waits for every warrior, ready to trap them in visions of ancient betrayal, ready to transform loyal servants into howling berserkers who experience nothing but their Primarch's death on endless loop. The curse is real, terrible, inescapable. No brother avoids it completely. No technique masters it permanently. No amount of will prevents what genetics decree. But resistance is real too. Every brother who feels the thirst and chooses discipline over satisfaction. Every warrior who experiences rage visions and maintains enough awareness to distinguish friend from foe. Every Death Company member who serves with purpose rather than simply existing until death provides release. Every preserved consciousness that guides from gene memory space, teaching techniques that help others navigate what claimed the teacher. Every moment of nobility stolen from damnation. Every instance of beauty created despite horror surrounding it. Every choice toward duty when surrender would be easier. These acts of resistance matter not despite their temporary nature, but because of it. The struggle is eternal. The war never ends. There is only blood and sacrifice, duty and death. The endless grinding of warriors maintaining watch against damnation that waits inside their own genetics. The blood angels know this, accept it, embrace it as the price of carrying Sanguinius' legacy. They are angels because the angel crafted them. They are cursed because his death cursed them. And they are noble because they choose nobility despite carrying curse that argues for monstrosity, because they resist despite knowing resistance cannot prevent the inevitable, because they serve despite genetic screaming for surrender. In the grim darkness of the 42nd millennium, there is only war. But in the gene memory space that blood angels share, in the psychic infrastructure they built across generations of struggling with their curse, in the souls of brothers who fell and rose transformed to serve in new forms, in these places, there is also hope. Not hope for cure, not hope for victory, not hope that the struggle will ever end, but a hope that nobility survives despite impossible odds, that sacrifice creates meaning rather than simply destroying those who make it, that the angel's sons prove worthy of the curse he inflicted through his necessary choice aboard the vengeful spirit 10,000 years ago. The observer exists somewhere between past and present, between individual and infrastructure, between brother and legend. His consciousness guides warriors who will fall as he fell, teaches resistance that cannot prevent but can delay, demonstrates through continued service that even dissolution into gene memory space does not end the struggle that defines every blood angel from transformation to death and beyond. The dream never ends. The visions never cease. Sanguinius dies forever in the souls of his sons, his death scream echoing across millennia, his sacrifice demanding that they struggle as he struggled, that they choose nobility as he chose it, that they serve despite the cost as he served, knowing exactly what it would cost. And in the fortress monastery on Bale, in the galleries where brother paint and sculpt, in the training halls where warriors learned techniques the observer developed, in the death company holding cells where the rage-afflicted pace and scream. In all these places the blood angels continue their eternal vigil. Angels and monsters, beauty and horror, nobility and curse, all existing together in transhuman warriors who prove daily that inheritance need not define destiny. The resistance matters even when it cannot prevent. That the struggle itself justifies the suffering it requires. For Sanguinius, for the Emperor, for each other, for the principle that some things are worth dying for, worth suffering for, worth existing in twilight between loyalty and madness to preserve. In the grim darkness, there is only war. But in the blood angels' hearts, there is also something else. There is the choice to fight on.